have to fall back. The XA uses Trans Am on the offensive side, but unfortunately he will fall to Nico, in which popped his own Trans Am, gets 2, and now the offensive side with 25 seconds left, it's looking pretty scary for them on Harbor.
You have to put yourself into potentially being sniped out when you go for the repairs. You can see them start to just try and move forward. Meth to the ultimate. The Dreams comes in with the flash, and it's absolutely wrecking his opponents.
The defense side, but Kyler trades back X-Ray once more. On the other side, Red has got X-Ray again. He's killed them 3 times, but the Resurrect has been there every single time. And now the Barbados is in on his face. Illusion goes down to Dreams, and the offense is thwarted here. Kyler gets the Resurrect on to Glitch as well.
It's the mix, and there's no ultimate on the side of Bork. They're done for.
Yeah. And meanwhile, they have to run down. Oh my god, this Pale Rider ultimate on the other side is just shredding everybody on the defense, or on the offense rather. 1 second left, extra overtime goes down. Alrenet comes through onto X-Ray. The time is ticking down. It's just him on this point. It doesn't look like he's going to do anything here.
Hit those melees.
Yeah, he's going to have to go hard right now, but Cocky got 2. X-Ray with a huge rocket with the 2K, and they can actually get the capture point off of this as well, as they just need to hit a couple more shots. They get a full team wipe. The X is back, gets the stun, but it's just going to... This has used his boost, what I'd assume to be is the Zaku ranged, and it's just Glitch on this point with that ultimate, but no! Dream with a huge ultimate stops the Sazabi in its tracks, and nobody else at Bork Gundam can actually delay this point. They
Hacking team to be able to get on top of them sooner.
Sniper vs sniper in the main of the objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes through into Legacy. Nice shots from Dream. Does take him down, but the 8 point is now under contest, and Dream hits those shots. Once more, he gets slicked. So that's 2 down, but is that enough to really hold this point? Has to jump pad over the top side.
Does go down to the methods of Goose. As we can see, Dreams on that Ashmore just trying to go in super deep to be able to buy themselves the space to go for that plan on towards B. They've been able to get it, but it is going to be Nico with the G maneuver. The Hades coming through from the Pale Rider. Brute force through this funnel choke. They're going to have nothing. So when the faster respawns come through from the defense, so it can't be a full ult dump, and it's going to be so much committed.
It's Carl Sagan again. 3K before he goes down, traded out in the back line, but what a huge ultimate from the Zaku 2 melee of Team Vacuum's team.
Get stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan!
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku 2 melee G maneuver.
But it looks like they will actually get caught. That's going to be one going down, one more possibly. It is the Ashmar falling in. Oh no, Casino was caught off guard too. So now only 3 members up, but they're in the middle of the rest of the team here. It's going to be a full 6-man. Oh, you gotta be careful. You've got the energy cable, you got the repair cable along with the heal being used early on. Hades will get popped. They're not actually using the Methasol. They don't have it, or they might have actually popped it onto someone else as they charge forward. Now Ashmar punch being utilized as well, and the screaming Nimbus, everything being used from the defense here. They were trying to play for that drop down to respond to either a point A or point B push, but now here's a concerted effort coming out from Minari, but they're not even going to be able to make it over to that waypoint. They already cleaned up. Trans Am, I believe, might have been used here. We do have the Unicorn ultimate going down, picking up 2, and now that's going to be the clean line. You can see they're trying to measure the defensive push, and now they end up losing out on their Sazabi, but the Hades has been used from the defensive side. They're at least bleeding out some of the ultimates, and with the time advantage that they had on point A, that's actually kind of good for them. Bleeding out 2 ultimates. Nimbus, they've got the Hades along with Trans Am to play off of here, and put the initial pick onto Batty, and there's the screaming Nimbus coming on in. They want to play off of this to just create some space, allow their team to come on in, maybe even pick up a few, pick up 3 there for Casino on the dom.
You know, I was talking about the on points, 23 seconds left. They do have the mobility to seek somebody behind, but I don't know if they want to use that right away and split their team up. But oh, this is the turret got 2 kills. The turret got 2 kills from Memphis.
Yeah, set up though expertly by that Ashmar punch, who was just waiting around the corner that entire time. you get once you capture the points. Turn A Gundam has his butterfly ready to go, but he doesn't need to quite use it. We'll go ahead just in case. He'll have time to try and build that one up as he clears out 2. They find 2 more picks here. So they're not going to risk anything at all whatsoever. They've got the huge man advantage, and now he gets one last over.
Right, there's 4 minutes left. That is a huge amount of time, and all they need to do is just get 2 more ticks. But that's one thing that I really like about Guntank, right? Armor gun on Exia makes Exia so hard to kill. Already, it's a slippery target, but giving it that extra health that's like, I mean, it's already a high percentage of its health that it's giving extra. It becomes like this 2-man just killing squad. It's ridiculous, but oh, that was a nice chunk directly on the leg.
Back, he will have that faster charge to try and knock them back. It worked with that Ashmar punch, but instead just the presence alone. Transam has been used. They find 2. Listic has gone down. They need to get a man on the point now, and somehow Powerpuff Girls keep this alive.
Hello everybody and welcome to Gundam's Grace here for Gundam Evolution run by genl GG. I guess maybe I shouldn't shorten that, but I am Evan Hashimoto joined by James Jamerson Lee, and we're back again now for about 2 months in a row for some more Gundam Evolution action. How you doing, Jamerson?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, we just have the next season around the corner, but before we hit that, we have one last tournament before we go into it. So I'm super excited for everything that's coming.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little send-off to our first season here today. But of course, if you're not sure how this entire league works, we do have a little bit of an explainer video to catch you back up to speed.
Being sniped out when you go for the repairers, you can see them start to just try and move forward. The max 94% to the ultimate.
Objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes. The 8 point is now under contest. And Dream hits those shots once more.
Stunned through. And it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan!
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku to melee G maneuver.
Welcome to the Gundam Evolution Breakout Series. This video will explain the format for competitive Gundam Evolution across the North America and European regions, and how you can become a participant in the series. Teams will participate in the Breakout Series for a chance to compete in the Gundam Evolution Newtype and Academy Leagues. The Breakout Series will include 2 regions, North America and Europe. Over 4 months, teams will fight to gain points based on placements in each event. Teams will compete in 6 total events to gather points to qualify them for the Newtype or Academy Leagues. Each event will host a 2-day double elimination bracket where the top 8 teams will gain points towards their qualification into the international leagues. At the end of the series, based on the rankings, The top 8 international teams will automatically qualify for the Gundam Evolution Newtype League. The following 4 will automatically qualify for the Gundam Evolution Academy League. For the Breakout Series, we will be implementing a map ban system. Teams will pick and ban maps based on the poll vote via the community. The maps that will be rotation for the Breakout Series are Underground Command Center, Harbor City, Mountain R&D Lab, Thermoplant, Quarry, Flag Fort, and Ministry of Defense. Additionally, we listened to feedback from the community, and we will be putting Zakuto Melee in the competitive quarantine. This means that throughout the Breakout Series, Zakuto Melee will not be allowed to be picked within competitive play. Next, let's talk about your paths into the Newtype League. Following the Breakout Series, 2 open qualifiers will be hosted for a chance for pilots to participate in the Academy League. Teams will participate in a double elimination style bracket, with the top 8 teams qualifying for the closed qualifiers. The top 2 teams at the end of each closed qualifiers will be invited to participate in the Academy League. The Academy League will feature 8 rising teams competing to hone their skills and play for a chance to promote onto the Newtype League. The Breakout Series is the beginning of an ecosystem where competitors across North America and Europe can compete to prove they are the best of the best. We look forward to seeing you compete, pilot. It's time to earn your stripes.
And that does mean that we are now 2 events into the series, but just a little note here, that all that still does ring totally true. But one thing for this tournament in particular is that we are going to have Zakuto Melee unbanned. There is the official Gundam Evolution Showdown #2 tournament coming up really soon. And of course, all of the admins, everybody running this was like, you know what, let's make sure that everybody gets the maximum practice that they can using every single suit that's going to be available in that. So we're running a little bit of an honor system here today as far as the bug that is still currently going on with Zakuto. You do kind of have to intentionally do it, so we'll be keeping our eyes open, but we should be getting a pretty different meta today than we saw last month, which is really cool. But speaking of last month, we've got some stats on how our teams have been doing and the maps that they've been picking. Why don't you run us down?
Yeah, I mean, we got to see a lot of Flak Fort, and no surprise whatsoever when it came to it. I think more than anything else, when it came to Flak Fort, we were a little bit thrown off guard by how teams were actually playing that one out. It definitely was not what we were seeing. Usually what you would see in like quick play or in ranked matches where teams were playing very conservative and defensively inside of point A. But other maps that we got to see quite often was actually Mountain R&D, not on stream, but Mountain R&D, especially when it came to our grand finals and our losers finals, did not disappoint whatsoever.
Yeah, the matches on that level were very, very fun to watch. They were extremely action-packed, as we'd expect of pretty much any domination map. But it's true that we did see only a few times on stream. Off stream, I'm really surprised. We got this stat a little bit later on last month, and I was like, wow, I cannot believe that we had this many off stream. So I'm curious to see if there'll be any differences today, especially with the fact that that Zakuto Melee is going to be unbanned for this tournament. So that should be, like I said, a whole lot of differences, right? If we see more of these snowball teams, we very potentially could see some more teams that are very comfortable in going to domination and not just going to that Flak Fort kind of as their first pick off the bat and just saying like, okay, how are these other teams going to play? But on the other hand, we do actually have a lot of new teams this time around. In fact, if we can see the bracket, we can see that just about half of the teams that we have here are new. Just a little bit of some updates on some of them. We have some teams, for example, I believe Team Elysium was Team Koi Boys last time, and we've got a bunch of storylines, honestly, with some player switches. Are there any teams that you're looking forward to seeing here today?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I think we have to start off with Team Sucky Vacuums. One of the strongest teams, I think, coming in, our first place seed overall when it comes to this tournament. They are just a combination of so many amazing teams that I don't know how anyone can beat them. I don't know if anyone really has a chance at this point, but we know that our competitors are always ready to try and surprise us. We were definitely surprised last time for Halloween Havoc.
Yeah, so just so that people know, Team Sucky Vacuums, of course, was the team that won the very first event, the Pilot Showdown here for the technically the GNL League, but they were missing for the second event. And coming back to the third event, they are not the same team. There are some key players that are very similar, for example, like Carl Sagan and Legacy, but there are also some very key players from some other teams that have done very, very well. So we've got some players like Listic and Nox and Glitch from Inarizaki, who was our, they've been top 2 and 3 over the past few events. And then there's Tzim from Bozos, who was, of course, our champions last time. So we've got essentially this mishmash of incredible players from all of the top 3 teams from our previous events. And because of that, we don't see a full team Narizaki right now. We don't see a full team Bozos right now. So that is definitely going to be the team to beat. But again, there are a ton of new teams here. There's players like teams like Team IQ, who've already won their first match, I believe. And I think maybe our first match of the day. I'm not 100% sure on that. But, we don't know who they are. We don't know who, just looking like Skill Issue, Portland Burnsiders. There's a bunch of different new teams. So last time we had some newer teams surprise us. Teams like Powerpuff Girls, who is in fact here again. And I'm excited to see them all surprise us again this time.
Yeah, that's going to be, it looks like there might be a roster change, but it's not. It's just Leroy Twizzlers coming in with a name change. And so if you were familiar with Casino, he ended up on our highlight reel for last tournament. But yeah, it's just a quick name change for him. So Powerpuff Girls is definitely a team that I am looking forward to as well. Again, there are a lot of things that are going to be changing today, though. Even not just talking about these rosters, but you mentioned it earlier on, Evan. I mean, the meta should be shifting quite massively, especially now that we do have, like you said, Zaku 2 Melee activated. We did see last time around the meta was kind of very hovering around Sazabi along with Pale Rider and Dom. Those 3 being like the core units that you wanted, along with possibly a Methus and other flexes coming in for your 5th and 6th picks. But right now, with the possibility of having triple melee, there's a chance that we might not see too much of Sazabi today.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were both pretty surprised at kind of seeing the meta for the last event kind of go back in time and kind of go to the original like starting meta where we didn't have the extra suits and we saw a lot of like Sazabi tank teams. But yeah, with the potential for 3 melee, and I think it's a pretty high potential, we'll probably see less Sazabi. I mean, in case anybody is curious about like even how the devs see the kind of triple melee threat against Sazabi as a tank, they are actually just buffing Sazabi's damage because they're like, well, it just gets melted really fast with triple melee. It basically said exactly that in the patch notes that are coming out for the I guess it's in 4 days from now. So clearly, it can be an issue. So I mean, I love watching Sazabi, but it's also going to be really fun to watch some death balls with melee.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there was a huge focus put on kind of nerfing that death ball composition for the next patch for season 2. All 3 I guess heavy hitters in that roster, the Exia, the Barbados, along with the Zaku 2 melee, have been nerfed in some regards, massively alone, I would say. Just for Barbados, the sword actually getting a massive nerf. It can't one-shot the squishier targets anymore. You need to follow it up with some additional damage, and so the death ball might not be as potent. But I don't know, like if that's going to do enough. I feel like just a well-coordinated team can still make that composition work. Right now, we are in the picks and bans, and it looks like our first 2 bans are coming in, and it is kind of ringing similar to what we had during Halloween Havoc. Ministry of Defense and Harbor City both banned.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough that we did get a chance to see actually every single map in the map pool on broadcast last time, which is, saying a lot. That's a really cool thing to see. But these 2 maps at the end here, they're kind of at the end over there on the right side for a reason. They were by far the least seen maps of the entire broadcast, and we see them quite often, or not often. But Mountain R&D Lab is going to be our first pick. Sorry, I was a little surprised by that. And I'm very happy about that. We literally were just talking about that. We saw Flak Fort, I want to say, 90%, maybe 80% of the time as the first pick last time around. But this time around, with the meta change, I think there's a good chance that we're actually going to see a lot more of those Mountain R&D maps or first picks on broadcast rather than just off stream.
Yeah, I mean, Mountain R&D is going to be a completely different game when you do have Barbados, Exia, and Zaku 2 melee, that death ball, especially on this map. So many tight corners to play around, so many tight quarters. as well. We did get to see that during Halloween Havoc, when it came to the Pale Rider meta, having that dominance over the high ground is super important. Well, all three of those units are so good at disrupting it. We got to see even Ashmar's coming in play. Even in our highlight reel there, the Ashmar punch just to displace people off that high ground and then go for the engage. It's going to be an amazing tool. But again, we don't know exactly where this meta is going to settle before we go into season 2.
Yeah, well, right now, I think we know where this match is going to settle because the second map picked is going to be Thermal Plant. So we've got two tight domination maps here where we're just going to have a lot of chaos. We're going to have a lot of, you know, quick little battles. This should be a pretty fun first set for sure. But this is the only time, you know, just looking back to last event, we didn't see, I don't think, a single match as far as I can remember that actually went to 2 domination maps. Every single one was like domination, destruction, domination, point capture. But this is going to be a first, and this is a heck of a way to start it off. So I do expect that we are going to see some more chaotic teams, you know, some different team comps. And I did like that we kind of settled down on like a little bit of a meta, some core units last time. I think we're going to see a lot of the same, but I do hope that we get to see some different things. Obviously we will with some Zakutu Melee. And if anybody's not familiar with Zakutu Melee, I'm sure you're going to be very familiar with it by the end of today.
Yeah. And right now, so we don't do the next ban phase until we actually finish off these maps. And the thing about basically what's been going on so far in Halloween Havoc, I don't believe we went to a map 3 until we got to the lower bracket finals and our grand finals. And so we might just be able to run through, get 2-0s all the way, but we'll see. I mean, this is going to be interesting again. There's no way to tie on these maps, so there is a huge possibility that we do end up going to a third map for this one, but I'm really surprised that, yeah, we are starting off on double domination. I don't think we had any of our series start off on double domination. So both teams are feeling kind of risky and they want to just go for these team fights. And I think with the activation of Zakutu Melee, you might as well go for it at this point.
Yeah, I have seen so many times the stronger teams, or even honestly not stronger teams, just even like platinum level players on ranks that just go for the full death balls on a lot of these maps. I'm on R&D. The range is just so good for Zakutu Melee. It just pops off so well on that map in particular. Like almost every single zone, you can enter in some sort of angle that it just allows you to just perfectly like hit your shots while not exposing yourself to too many like far range gunfire. Like angles. We did see a lot of people, especially, you know, we are going to first be going, of course, into this Mountain R&D lab map. So we can talk about it. A lot of the games were really decided on who took that high ground first on either A or C, and who could kind of stand up on that hill, because you can jump from that hill to B to the other side of the map, you know, to either opposite A or C just immediately. It literally takes you like 3 seconds to get from one side to the other. So we did see that a lot with that previous meta where we had a lot of tanks where if you took that high ground, it wasn't as easy to push it. But with potentially a more melee meta, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot more play inside, for example, like the angles like below where there's that like big health pack and you can kind of pop up and like sneak up onto the point and get some hits off and then come back down and heal and not expose yourself to the like longer ranges. But we might, you know, I don't know. I actually have no idea if we're going to see that, if we're going to see people still stay on the high ground or what, because we saw some really strong players play on that map, but totally different meta.
Yeah, again, I don't know if it's going to be completely Pale Rider that comes in as our standard DPS for this one. I know Exia was also basically 100% pick rate last time around, but Pale Rider, I don't know if he currently has the DPS to try and deal with the death ball. It becomes so incredibly difficult that you might not want to run it at all. We'll see if that happens. One of the strongest points that we saw when it came to Mountain R&D as well was the Ashmar pick. Not just for the punch and trying to displace people off the high ground, but that initial fight there you were talking about, that if this starts off on A or C points, that Ashmar, along with that initial napalm, could do wonders to just push the team back enough for you to have that presence to go ahead and push up with the Sazabi. Again, we don't even know if there's going to be Sazabis in this set.
I know. I'm really excited to see today. It's such a big change just overall. We learned so much just about how a lot of these top teams are going to be playing last time. And this time we're going to see so many different things. But I do think we're almost for sure. There's a few things we're going to see, right? I think Exia is probably going to be an auto lock no matter what. That is still considered, you know, potentially the strongest suit just in most maps. It can do everything from so many different ranges. And actually, we're going to get a chance, I think, to see very soon what these teams are picking. The other one I was going to say is Ashmar. Ashmar is just so good on this map. map. And already we are going to see actually a very similar comp to what we saw last time from TEKKA. We're not going to see the Zakutu melee, at least so far. Of course, they can still change for about 9 more seconds, but it's not looking like it, and that's pretty surprising.
And the big question is, are they going to be sticking with, never mind, I believe the Exia swap-off has happened here, and here we go, going in. It's going to be point C, so that high ground fight is going to be super important here. Early Sazabi acts in, but it looks like they were able to just get there first off, the first pick as well, taking out the enemy Ashamar, and now they're fighting after the Sazabi. The tank's dropping down low, but it's a little bit too aggressive, and TEKKA will be able to secure the point first. Once it unlocks, they've got the huge man advantage and that high ground.
Yeah, that's why that high ground is so huge. We saw the Sazabi push forward, and it was just, you know, it couldn't catch every single angle, right? It was just hitting from behind, and you have to make sure that you're standing, for example, in that doorway, like we're seeing the Sazabi do right now. But yeah, that is going to be, again, a similar playstyle, it seems like, to last time. Neither team going for the Zakutu melee, which is very surprising to me. And so we are going to be seeing a lot of fighting for this high ground. However, it does look like this team is going to be fighting for kind of this right side and not quite so much the left side high ground. But it's not really working out for them, as it seems like TEKKA is just going to be holding on very well.
Yeah, and even though they might have the added pressure of the Hyper Hammer, they just haven't been able to utilize it quite yet. They do trade Sazabis for Sazabis, as they find one more, the Gundam going down, unfortunately. But they are onto the point right now. It is getting stalled out, and it looks like we won't get full value off of this, but as point A changes, or as it changes over to point A, we're going to have a little bit more of the same here for the second point.
Yeah, this is going to be probably very similar. As I mentioned before, we often see teams jump all the way to the other side. Now, I did see like C was grabbed very, very quickly just for a quick moment. I'm not sure if that's because TEKKA did rotate all the way over, or if maybe they did lose a team fight. It didn't seem like too many people went down, so I'm going to assume that they had already just rotated over. And yeah, we do see a lot of them kind of already in position. We're seeing some very forward holds here from the Sazabi and from the Dom, and then we've seen everybody else on the high ground, and they are just harassing.
Oh man, you do not want your Dom to go down first here. He pushed out so much damage, as you can see from the TEKKA side now. They're going to go ahead and push them all the way back towards spawn, and they should be able to take the point first. Someone trying to back cap for now. They will back away. Dom dropped down to 46 HP, but he has that health pack to stay up top. And so it looks like another dominant point here for Team TEKKA, and this will go over to point C once again. So just flip-flopping sides right now. It's been TEKKA that's been dominating basically on these outer points.
Yeah, that 12% is just because they left the point pretty early to kind of get in position, which they maybe could have held a little bit longer, but doesn't really matter. And again, the fight here up on the high ground, we are going to see a pretty decent push this time around. We're seeing the Trans Am activated. It does look like it got at least maybe one KO, but maybe not quite enough. We saw the trade with the G maneuver from the Unicorn, so that was going to be at least G maneuver from G maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Gundam pick overall, especially when it comes to Sazabi, but having to flex that out for your Exia seems a little bit problematic. But right now, they do have a lot of G maneuvers available to them, but do they really want to commit into this, as point C will unlock in 30 seconds? You can see now the transition coming out. They might actually lose out on 2, and that's a huge pickup for TEKKA Clan.
Yeah, especially just getting rid of at any point in this map, Unicorn is extremely valuable for this kind of death ball-ish style. And here we go. They're just holding this high ground. They're getting so many single picks, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest issues here that Portland Burnsiders needs to work on, is that they are not pushing together as a team and committing. You know, for example, we see the Gundam peeking out, we see the RX-78 peeking out, getting picked off. Now they have to wait for it to respawn, and then everybody moves back, and then everybody gets hit a little bit, and it's like, do you go back and heal? And they're just getting staggered in this way, but we are going to see some damage.
Yeah, but a lot of G maneuvers were used for that Gundam Unicorn along with the Hades here, and you can see that on the other side for TEKKA Clan accidentally popped one G maneuver for themselves, and I believe it was their Hades, but they'll have a Screaming Nimbus along with the funnel bits coming in for that Sazabi, which is a huge combination. You get the Screaming Nimbus to just displace everyone and give the extra movement speed for your Sazabi to go in with those bits and just basically AFK destroy everyone, or you can just do it dry up here on the high ground, losing out on one, and now you can see the Sazabi drop down to 10 HP, will fall.
Almost made it to the health pack, not quite. Maybe gonna get the res off. The res did go off. They traded it down for it, I believe. The Dom is gonna get the down there, but oh, the Exia coming in. Wait, what was that? The Exia was just sitting there for a second. I got a little bit scared, but I think they just had to wait a moment for their shots to recharge. And sometimes those combat res are just not gonna pay off. And this is, look at this huge kill streak up above, and this is going to be it as TEKKA takes game number 1. There was that one good push from the Portland Burnsiders. They used a lot of their G maneuvers, which is understandable, but I agree with you. I'm surprised that we're not seeing the Exia, especially on this map.
I mean, yeah, again, the hyper hammer along with the pressure that you can apply onto a Suzabi is great, but the problem is they weren't able to get that much value off of it. You saw that red protocol maybe went down 3 or 4 times in this entire round. So I want to see possibly if they feel comfortable to go off onto that Exia, because you're just not getting that same value on Gundam. I know that the RX-78-2 is fantastic on this map because its damage drop-off is almost negligible in the ranges that you're fighting here, but you get so much more value off of that Exia, being able to stay mobile, have that flanking route on basically every point here. So maybe we see a swap off from the Portland Burnsiders.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I think that the RX-78 is like a good pick here in general, but maybe not to give up maybe give up a different suit for it. Maybe don't give up the Exia for it, because that's just an even more valuable suit. And yeah, since there's nobody using Zakatu Melee, again, very surprising to me, it is going to be so much about who wins these tank battles and who can break the other tank faster. And, you know, I mean, Hyper Hammer's good, but Exia can do it so many times in so many different ranges. And here we go, just trying to take this high ground again. TEKKA really understanding how to play this map, and there's going to be a lot of damage already on the board for Portland Burnsiders.
Huge compositional change for the Portland Burnsiders here, and might actually work out. The Mahiru finding 1. That's going to be red protocol going down. They'll be able to get the res onto him, but that Gundam Unicorn on the other side ends up taking out Blessed, and so there's a little bit more fight for the Portland Burnsiders here on point A, but it will be TEKKA actually getting it first, backing away, 182 HP. But he will be able to get that health back, get right back into the game, and it looks like that res onto red protocol is going to be massive now as they end up cleaning the Portland Burnsiders up.
Yeah, like you mentioned, they've just had such a tough time taking him down. And here we go. He's going to see the Suzabi versus Suzabi fight here. But we do have the Mihiru on the back line. The Mihiru can wreak havoc if it can get into that short little lane. But right now, it's trying to fight against everybody in the high ground. And it can miss a lot of grenade shots if you're shooting up there. It can potentially just not do the damage that you want it to do. It is going to have the scan. It is going to know where it needs to shoot. And right here, I think this is the greatest spot that you can be as a Mihiru. But can the team take advantage of the damage?
You can see that they're not really clumping up on the other side for TEKKA Clan. They're doing a great job of maybe keeping 3 up top and then 3 below. Oh, and here's the flank out from the Ashamar Lecrum, picking that one up, taking out the Mahiru. And here's the problem. Mahiru, he got buffed for the next season, and you can see why. That you don't really have the detonation range on his basically primary fires, so teams are struggling with it, along with the points that you mentioned. I mean, out here, when you're not playing down on the low ground and Mahiru has the position to just fire down, you're not getting that same kind of value. For now, it's just going to be all dominance coming out from TEKKA Clan as, again, we have another point C.
Yeah, the high ground is just proving to be exactly what we expected it to be. They are going to be pushing for it. It does look like we have the Mihiru on the other side, the big punch, and that's why Ashamar is so good on this map. That is the perfect angle, the perfect range for the punch, taking out both of the suits, pushing that high ground, and they're just totally taking control of C. It's going to be a 2v3 or even a 2v2, and I expect that we're going to see a little bit more of an aggressive hold as they've been doing, trying to stop them at their base.
And it looks like we're never going to see point B, because we're going back to point A for the next one. It's changing in 30 seconds. And this is just so unfortunate, because with the Mahiru pick, you would love to be playing and fighting in that B side, especially with the Zakutu range. We haven't even talked about that one. Zakutu range is in. He's got his Heat Hawk ready, but you can see how spread out the rest of them are. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Crowd ends up going down here, but we'll see if they can find a little bit more. Excuse me, Crow goes down there, but you can see that the fight and the defense is there. They're going to go ahead and transition. They'll give away a little bit of percentage on point C because they want point A more.
Yeah, that's been a pretty significant thing for them, is that they move really, really quickly over to the other side of the map. They're like, you know what? If you want 5%, take it. I don't care. You're going to have to approach us from a very awkward angle, and it's been working out really, really well for TEKKA Clan, and they are looking really close to closing this out. If they close out here, we are going to have literally never been on B this entire game, this entire map, not just this game, but we're getting close to it here. Yeah, we're going to see at least two suits getting picked off. The Dom's going down. That's going to be huge. Dom can do so much damage on this map where everybody's grouped up. Look at this aggressive push all the way back to their spawn. That's a lot of confidence.
And that's why the timing is so important on their transition. They all got set up here as a full 6-man, and then you saw the kind of bleed coming out from the Portland Burnsiders, all coming in one by one and then getting picked off. They do find I believe one knock at the very least. No, never mind. That's going to be one on their side. The Mahiru going down. And you can see once again that dominant positioning coming out from TEKKA Clan, and the Trans Am to finish things off. That's going to be a 2-0 for TEKKA Clan here on Mountain R&D.
Very, very strong showing on the first map of the day. And honestly, again, this is, I don't know a whole lot about Team Portland Burnsiders. I did send out, again, a little questionnaire. They haven't had a chance to get back to it, of course. I sent out a little bit late. That's definitely my fault. But we do know that TEKKA, for sure, has been playing in every single one of these events and been practicing together as a team for quite a while. So we can see a lot of shades of them playing like a lot of the other top teams have been playing on this map, where you take that high ground, you focus on it, you kind of hold them off aggressively a little bit more towards their spawn, you move over to the other spawn very quickly, to the other point very quickly, and you just essentially, repeat until it stops working, which it pretty much never stops working. On the other hand, Portland Burnsiders, they may be a newer team. I'm not 100% sure. I would really love to know. If anybody has information on them, please let me know. So maybe they're going to learn a little bit more from this, because we did see that last month, right? We saw, especially in Mountain R&D, we saw some teams that were playing not exactly this way that we saw TEKKA just play, but they started adapting to that style over the day, because they're like, hold on, this is looking really good. Like, maybe this is how we should play the map. And that's one of the biggest advantages of these tournaments. You don't have to be the best team in the world, but you're going to learn a ton regardless.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Powerpuff Girls, we saw them growing and developing throughout the day. So that's what I love when it comes to these tournaments, is just that it's an opportunity to develop yourself, especially as a player and as a full-on team, but primarily as a player overall, just because, ranked isn't the same kind of experience that you would have when you have all 6 people actually calming and throwing out really good relevant information, instead of just, there's a guy over here, right? I mean, it's completely different settings. So hopefully when we go over to Thermal Plant, they'll have maybe a better grasp of how to try and play this one out. Maybe we will see the Exia, if they have an Exia player coming in for this one, but it was a very dominant showing coming out from TEKKA Clan there, and they were sticking to old true that we saw in terms of composition last time around for Halloween Havoc, the Sazabi along with the Pale Rider, and basically just building that composition around the Pale Rider and giving him space to be able to be basically what he has been for the last season of Gundam Evolution, which is the highest DPS mobile suit in the game.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing pretty soon, a little bit under a week, we're going to see a little bit of a damage nerf on the suit, but hopefully it'll still stay quite strong. And it has been such a core member of every single one of these teams, especially when you have the ridiculous players like Tizim, for example, just with unbelievably almost looks like it's hacking. That's how good the tracking is. I actually told him directly, I was like, I thought you were hacking for a second because your tracking is just too good. But we see a lot of shots missed, showing that it's not. But that just becomes such a key part, and I think it's going to be a huge it's a hugely important suit on every map, but especially here. Thermal Plant does have, I would say, some really strong high ground spots that are not as accessible to melee. We do see, of course, Exia can basically access anywhere, but I think we're going to see a lot of these high ground spots, for example, the upstairs on B, or being able to kind of sit back a little bit more towards your health pack on C, or just sitting by the door in A, anything really, where I think the Pale Rider range is really, really good for this map. So I expect it to be very important, but I want to know if we're going to see the switches that we saw before. The Mahiru actually has a lot of really good angles on this map. It's hard to hit people that are high ground on B, but I really like Mahiru on this map and for a few situations, and Zakutu ranged is maybe my favorite suit, even though we don't see it all that often, so I just want to see it more.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, there is a pretty marked difference, right, between Mountain R&D and Thermal Plant. The fact that Mountain R&D is basically just 2 points, B and A and C, right? A and C are just completely mirrored. Essentially, they play out exactly the same. But here it is 3 separate points for a domination map, which all play completely differently. I forget if it's C or A. I believe it's C that has the 2 levels that you can play off of as well. They can still cap from below. And Mahiru, like you said, will be fantastic. A lot of choke points for you to completely spam out as well, if you want to stick with that right now. But again, until I see those Rendo grenade buffs coming in, which will be in season 2, I don't know if he's going to be that big of a pick. Again, the cone can be strong for the information. We saw a lot of, actually, a little bit of Mahiru, I believe, during Halloween Havoc. But, you know, right now, he's just not fulfilling exactly what you want, especially in a very brawl heavy where teams want to just kind of death ball and push onto you, not giving you the time to try and spam them out first. So we'll see. But again, last time around, we saw that basically this map stayed standard in terms of compositions, no real big changes. Maybe we'll see turn 8 Gundam. I think Zaku 2 melee is fantastic here as well. So many flanking routes. So maybe on this map, we see the Zaku 2 melee.
It's possible. I would still be really surprised if we saw Zaku 2 melee here and we didn't see it on Mountain R&D Lab. That would be surprising to me, but it does seem like Portland Burnsiders are willing to mess with their comp. And yeah, I agree. If you know, if you're really looking to win at this point in time, maybe hold the Mahiru for next week, you know. And but I just want to see it, right? I love Mahiru. I love Zaku 2 range. So they might try some different things though. You know, Zaku 2 melee, like you said, extremely strong on this map. Pretty much every single point is a really good option for that Zaku 2 melee ult is one of the biggest things here, aside from, of course, having just all those great flank angles and making it's pretty hard to take out Zaku 2 melee on this map. There's a lot of corners that you can push around, but we'll see if they do end up changing. I mean, I think TEKKA at this point, they're probably just going to stick with what they had. It makes a lot of sense. They just did so well in that first game. They just kind of like outpositioned, outshot the other team, and they probably just want to keep going with it. But I don't know. I'm still just why do you have any idea why we wouldn't see Zaku 2 melee? I do know that some people have said it might be a little bit weaker. We haven't seen it in the tournament since its last nerf, but I still feel like we see it a lot.
Yeah, it's weird because it is still receiving a nerf for season 2, I believe, on its mobility. It's getting nerfed by 4 seconds, I believe. So it's going to be a 4-second longer cooldown on its mobility ability. So maybe players, maybe they're just kind of getting ready for that, or the fact that because we kind of settled on this meta and you know, having the unicorn player, having the Dom player, and having the Exia player, maybe they're just not ready to they don't have that extra DPS that can just pull out that Zaku 2 melee. There's a lot of possibilities that come out here, but it looks like we are ready for map number 2. It is TEKKA Clan currently leading 1-0, and it's going to be point C unlocking first.
All right, are we ever going to see a point B today? The answer is maybe no. We are going to see, wow, we're going to see Gym Sniper. We're going to see, Exia. I'm sorry, not Exia. We're going to see, oh my gosh, turn A. We're going to see Zaku 2 range. This is the strangest team comp we've ever seen, and I love it.
And there's the first pick going out, and they've already lost out on 2 as the point unlocks in just a few more seconds. But you can see this power of the Zaku 2 range, getting that instant 1 clip onto 1. But this Zabi is not who you want to face off against. He has to use that smoke screen, but he's still getting chased down, and he will get finished off. This Zabi taking him out as they're going to go ahead and push forward. Now TEKKA Clan now with the lead. We see the Ashmar coming back in to try and get them on the rotate out, but it looks like Bless went a little bit too far and got taken out himself. Again, you know that when it comes to these points, you only need one body to try and delay, and you still have the Suzabi playing inside of that choke.
Yeah, especially on this point, you need one body that can be up or down. Oh, wow, such a good knowledge right there. Already knew that Zaku 2 range was going to be there. We've seen that so many times so far that when there are these really strong flanking suits, the really coordinated teams are just not letting them run free. But right now, it does look like Portland Burnsiders got a pretty good team fight as that Zaku 2 range was kind of harassing from the back. Doesn't look like the Ashmar had a chance to be there, but they do retake. I would have loved to see what happened right there, but it looks like TEKKA is going to be holding on to this towards the end, and we are going to see a point B.
Yeah, they get a nice stagger on him, but the Ashmar going straight into the back line here as the teams rotate in for point B. Right now, Suzabi taking that high ground. Crow, the first one to go down once again, unfortunately, for Portland Burnsiders. You can see the Suzabi is playing like an assassin here in the back line, not able to hit his shots, though, unfortunately, and that means that a lot of his teammates are going to go down. And so now here comes the resupply, basically, from the squads as they're just going to go ahead and push in point B, unlocking now.
Yeah, this is, again, the Gym Sniper suit that we saw only picked on Harbor last time. You can get some really nice angles here, especially on B, but it's really hard to get 100% of your suit's worth. Ooh, that was a really nice shot, though. That's going to chunk the Exia for a solid amount. However, it's not going to go down, and that's one of the biggest issues of using Gym Sniper on this map, is that you can't guarantee finish people off unless you're landing all your headshots. And look at this, you can't really push up that ramp either. I mean, you're a sniper.
Yeah, the nice thing about Gym Sniper is that if you have the follow-up of a Zaku 2 ranged, it works out extremely well, right? You just body someone, you do massive damage, and then the Zaku 2 ranged has an easier time trying to get that one clip. But you can see how quickly that TEKKA clan are ready to push up and try and punish that. Point B is going to go almost entirely the way of TEKKA clan. It doesn't look like they're going to give up a single percentage. Now we're going to swap on over to point A, but Zabi, you can't get staggered here. You can see now TEKKA clan are going to take advantage of that tank being down.
Yeah, and this is actually really scary. We're moving over here to point A, and we do have the Gundam Unicorn G maneuver available, and this is one of the best spots on this map for it. There are two really, really clear lanes, especially if you can hold a team kind of outside of their door. That G maneuver can chunk their entire team at once, and they're already getting into a really good position for this. Again, the Exia, just 15 player kill streak, is so dominant on this map, so dominant on most maps, but especially this map, and it's such a key suit to have.
Yeah, they got the Hades ultimate going down there. The G maneuver has been utilized as they find Lacrum one more time. Staggering in is the Portland Burnsiders here. Now they ultimately get blessed, but again, he's already used his Hades. Don't really need him now as the Trans Am will get popped. 178 HP, and he does not have a worry in the world. No one's even shooting at him. He actually got a little bit of a heal throughout all of that, somehow taking no damage. And that's going to be TEKKA clan with a dominant 100-11 on our first round here.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Zaku 2 range try to make it in. Wow, didn't even make it onto the point, and that is the level of coordination that you've come to expect from these top teams, and that's why we just don't see those flanks like that. I mean, we see Exia as a flanker because Exia is just honestly so hard to lock down. If you have the right angles and you know where you can jump over with walls, with the E, with the command dash, then you are just not going to be easy to take out. But Zaku 2, you have to zoom around and you have to kind of put yourself in a vulnerable spot, even just for a few seconds, right? And normally, if you play like a ranked match, sure, yeah, a few seconds, nobody's going to take you out. But against teams like TEKKA, who has proven that they are a top team, a solidly top team for now every single event, you are just not going to have that level of freedom as a flanker like Zaku 2 ranged. And that was incredible. They actually took it out before it even got to the point. Tried to get that little bit like extra few seconds of time, but no overtime for you. So I want to see again if we are going to see a team comp switch. Of course, with TEKKA, we're seeing what we expect, and they're just going to stick with it.
Yeah, it's the old tried and true, and really nothing was going wrong with their composition. They were basically playing everything out perfectly. The few times that they ended up getting punished was when they went a little bit over aggressive, but even then they were able to bounce back and make up for that mistake, and ultimately only gave up, what, 11% in the last round. We're going to be starting off on point C once again. You can see this poke battle is just so huge. You have basically one less player to poke out with that Zaku 2 range on the other side. And so you know that TEKKA clan should be winning out in the Suzabi shield battles. We do have a fight below now, as it looks like they're going to be able to catch him out. The turn A gets one at the very least, and now they're going to go ahead and push forward for the point, but the Exia is there getting one down. They're going to be able to trade back. No, the res does not go through. They finish off that downed unit now. See turn A pushing forward. He's got his heels up as three members turn around and take him out. And it looks like, despite getting that point, never mind, they don't even get the point for themselves. The point unlocks, and it is going to be TEKKA clan once again with control over it.
Yeah, that's the problem with pushing down on that bottom side, is that everybody can just shoot you from above, and TEKKA, they waited to push until the very final moments. Very smart. I love this spot. This can be such a dangerous spot, especially if you're flanking like that. Always look up. Everybody watching this, if you're playing ranked, if you're playing in the tournament, always look up on that site. Even if you're on the top, you just always look above you, and you can see how well that can pay off. But again, TEKKA's just going to be holding this. Only 15 seconds left on this particular points, and it looks like they're probably going to hold it for the entire time. We're going to be moving next to B. They don't have super far to go to. I'd expect that we're probably going to see them move over pretty quick, but they're actually going to get almost a full team wipe in the meantime. I mean, that's one way to get to the position faster. Just take out the entire team. Whoa, okay, that was just flexing right there. That G maneuver, it was just flexing.
Well, it was flexing, but also it's Ashmar. He builds it up so quickly,
Yeah.
right? He's kind of like in the same vein as the Zaku 2 range that like both of them are able to get their Jui maneuvers up extremely quickly, but ultimately it was a 2v1. It's a 2-for-1 exchange for them. And so they'll take that every day because again, TEKKA Clan understands the importance of early positioning, but unfortunately end up losing out on one. The Exia swap off actually paying off just a little bit. Never mind. They still don't have the Exia subs. I got him confused just there for a second. Trans Am coming out now for the TEKKA Clan as he gets into the back line, but he does not really get anything. But the Hades is there for Blessed to pick up 2 more.
Yeah, let's all be super thankful that we're getting a spectator mode soon. But okay, we are going to see again a pretty aggressive hold here from TEKKA. They push really far forward. They got the entire team kill. They've got so much time here on this point. They've got 71% to 0. They've got basically everything, positioning, the lead. Wow, that was a really nice shot. We got an 11-player kill streak. And again, you can just really see that Portland Burnsiders are getting a little bit too split up in these team fights. Their pushes are good, but you can tell that they just don't have that level of coordination of positioning of the death ball style that we see from TEKKA. I mean, they're not exactly a death ball, but on this map, you kind of got to do it regardless. And we do see, oh no, I'm sorry, that was the RX-78 just pulling out the shield. But this is just going to be such a tough spot. We're going to go to one last point here for C, potentially one last point, unless we can see something amazing from Portland Burnsiders.
Yeah, ooh, they do end up actually catching out one, but they've got the Screaming Nemiska along with that Ashmar punch to utilize here for this last fight. Quite possibly Turnade dropping low, has to use that nanoskin to get himself topped off, but he's getting chased down. He will fall. Again, it's about finding these stragglers, finding these outside fights, and now they've got the Screaming Nimbus themselves to try and come back along with that Unicorn G maneuver. So very similar how this fight can break out, but most importantly, it's about just keeping people off the point for Team TEKKA Clan now, and they're pushing completely towards spawn. It's 99% extra time ticks down, and that will be Team TEKKA Clan taking to 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, a very, very dominant match. But, you know, it wasn't that Portland Burnsiders wasn't making the right push. I think they just need to lock down a few more things. We've seen this from a few different teams right here where it's like this is, I think, the first time that they maybe have entered, at least definitely they've entered one of these tournaments together, and they had a lot of really strong plays. But I think that they could work on their team comp a little bit. And again, this is a new game, right? We're only a few months into the life of Gundam Evolution, and you love to see that kind of stuff here, right? Where we've got players that are trying out in these tournaments, and they're going to learn a lot from what they are experiencing, and hopefully, you know, they can lock it down and maybe figure out who's going to play on what role and what suits they really want in each situation, and they're just going to keep on you know, going on from this a little bit stronger. But they're not out of it yet. Of course, this is a double elimination tournament. TEKKA, though, moving forward, and they are, I think, what I would say for sure one of our strongest teams for today. They had really close matches all last month, but we didn't get to see them quite as much on broadcast. I think we're going to see a lot more of them this week.
Yeah, and you know, importantly for Portland Blazers, this is a double elimination. They're just sent down to the lower bracket. They'll have another opportunity, so maybe we'll see them a little bit later on today when we go back down there and check out those games. But there is definitely a lot to be learned, and we can see why the strength of the Exia and basically overall this same composition that we saw during Halloween Havoc is still remaining to be true here. It's just such a good overall composition, right? You have the consistent damage that comes out from the Pale Rider, and then you have the burst and flanking potential coming out from the Exia, along with the staying power of having the Dom, the 1200 HP from him, along with the Suzabi and that armor gun. So this is just a really good overall composition. So I'm definitely not surprised that it's sticking around, but I'm definitely surprised that we didn't at least see maybe that Zaku 2 melee coming out from the Portland Burnsiders. It is a nice Hail Mary. We know how strong that the large Heat Hawk Axe ultimate or G maneuver is, that it can just win a team fight by itself, that you don't even need a team behind you. You just 1v6 with it.
Yeah, it's true, especially on some points. But, you know, that was, of course, only the first match of the day. So we are... I want to say we have a pretty good chance of seeing at least that a little bit later on. But while we do get our next matches of the day set up, I want to say congratulations, of course, to our first winner, TEKKA. But we're going to be taking a short break to get everything going. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to return with more Gundam's Grace right after this.
to fall back. The XA uses Trans Am on the offensive side, but unfortunately he will fall to Nico, in which popped his own Trans Am, gets 2, and now the offensive side with 25 seconds left, it's looking pretty scary for them on Harbor.
You have to put yourself into potentially being sniped out when you go for the repairs. You can see them start to just try and move forward. Meth to the ultimate. The Dreams comes in with the punch, and it's absolutely wrecking his opponents.
The defense side, but Calvin trades back X-Ray once more. On the other side, Red has got X-Ray again. He's killed them 3 times, but the Resurrect has been there every single time. And now the Barbados is in on his face. Illusion goes down to Dreams, and the offense is thwarted here. Kyler gets the Resurrect onto Glitch as well.
It's the mix, and there's no ultimate on the side of Bork. They're done for.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, they have to run down. Oh my god, this Pale Rider ultimate on the other side. He's just shredding everybody on the defense, or on the offense rather. 1 second left, extra overtime goes down. Alrenet comes through onto X-Ray. The time is ticking down. It's just him on this point. It doesn't look like he's going to do anything here.
Hit those melees.
Yeah, he's going to have to go hard right now, but Cocky got 2. X-Ray with a huge rocket with the 2K, and they can actually get the capture point off of this as well, as they just need to hit a couple more shots to get a full team wipe. The X is back, gets the stun, but it's just going to... This has used his boost, what I'd assume to be is the Zaku ranged, and it's just Glitch on this point with that ultimate, but no! Dream with a huge ultimate stops the Sazabi in its tracks, and nobody else at Bork Gundam can actually delay this point.
Attacking team to be able to get on top of them sooner.
Sniper vs sniper in the main of the objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes through into Legacy. Nice shots from Dream. Does take him down, but the 8 point is now under contest, and Dream hits those shots. Once more, he gets slick. So that's 2 down, but is that enough to really hold this point? Has to jump pad over the top side.
Does go down to the methods of Goose, as we can see Dreams on that Ashmore just trying to go in super deep to be able to buy themselves the space to go for that plan on towards B. They've been able to get it, but it is going to be Nico with the G maneuver. The Hades coming through from the Pale Rider. Brute force through this funnel choke. They're going to have nothing. So when the faster respawns come through from the defense, so it can't be a full dump. And it's going to be so much committed.
It's Carl Sagan again. 3K before he goes down. Traded out in the back line, but what a huge ultimate from the Zaku to melee of Team Vacuum's team.
Get stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan!
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku to melee G maneuver.
But it looks like they will actually get caught. That's going to be 1 going down, 1 more possibly. It is the Ashmar falling in. Oh no, Casino was caught off guard too. So now only 3 members up, but they're in the middle of the rest of the team here. It's going to be a full 6-man. Oh, you gotta be careful. You got the energy cable, you got the repair cable, along with the heal being used early on. Hades will get popped. They're not actually using the Methasol. They don't have it, or they might have actually popped it on someone else as they charge forward. Now Ashmar punch being utilized as well, and the screaming Nimbus, everything being used from the defense here. 20. They were trying to play for that drop down to respond to either a point A or point B push, but now here's a concerted effort coming out from Sucky, but they're not even going to be able to make it over to that waypoint. They already cleaned up. Trans Am, I believe, might have been used here. We do have the Unicorn ultimate going down, picking up 2, and now that's going to be the clean line. You can see they're trying to measure the defensive push, and now they end up losing out on their Sazabi, but the Hades has been used from the defensive side. They're at least bleeding out some of the ultimates, and with the time advantage that they had on point A, that's actually kind of good for them. Bleeding out 2 ultimates. Nimbus, they've got the Hades along with Trans Am to play off of here, and put the initial pick onto Batty, and there's the screaming Nimbus coming on in. They want to play off of this to just create some space, allow their team to come on in, maybe even pick up 3 there for Casino on the dom.
You know, I was talking about the on points, 23 seconds left. They do have the mobility to seek somebody behind, but I don't know if they want to use that right away and split their team up. But this is the turret, got 2 kills. The turret from 2 kills from Memphis.
Yeah, set up though expertly by that Ashmar punch, who was just waiting around the corner that entire time. You get once you capture the points. Turn A Gundam has his butterfly ready to go, but he doesn't need to quite use it. We'll go ahead just in case. He'll have time to try and build that one up as he clears out 2. They find 2 more picks here. So they're not going to risk anything at all whatsoever. They've got the huge man advantage, and now he gets one last over.
Right, there's 4 minutes left. That is a huge amount of time, and all they need to do is just get 2 more ticks. But that's one thing that I really like about Guntank, right? Armor gun on Exia makes Exia so hard to kill. Already, it's a slippery target, but giving it that extra health that's like, I mean, it's already a high percentage of its health that it's getting extra. It becomes like this 2-man just killing squad. It's ridiculous, but oh, that was a nice chunk directly on the leg.
Back, he will have that faster charge to try and knock them back. It worked with that Ashmar punch, but instead just the presence alone. Transam has been used. They find 2. Listic has gone down. They need to get a man on the point now, and somehow Powerpuff Girls keep this alive.
And welcome back, everybody, to Gundam's Grace, presented by the Gundam Evolution Newtype League. We are back a little bit early because we cannot wait for this next match. We are moving into what is one of the, maybe the most high-profile match that we're going to have leading up into at least our top 3, where we're going to have Team Sucky Vacuum going up against Team Powerpuff Girls. 2 teams that we, well, okay, not the 2 teams that we've seen in the last tournament, but 2 of our top teams that we've seen in the previous tournaments.
Yeah, and again, the names on Team Sucky Vacuums, the people that they're able to pick up is absolutely insane, but you cannot discount Powerpuff Girls when it comes to this matchup. We saw them leveling up throughout the course of the day when it came to Halloween Havoc, and I feel like they're going to be able to rise to the level of competition once again. This is, of course, going to be a very, very tough battle for them, but we saw them having some good, scrappy battles, I believe, when they were playing up against Inarizaki in the lower bracket during Halloween Havoc. So really going to keep an eye out for this one. Big question. We didn't get to see what their matches were like when it came to the quarterfinals, but with I would say, you know, some inclination or some determination from Team TEKKA Clan. I mean, it looks like it's going to be the same kind of meta when it comes to these matches.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for anybody who wasn't here for the opening, this is Team Sucky Vacuums, which was our champion for for our first event of the Gundam Evolution Newtype League series here. But this is a very different version of that team, right? They've got two of their remaining members, two amazing players, Legacy and Carl Sagan. And then on top of that, they have, I believe, 3 players from Inarizaki. They've got Listic, they've got, I'm going to have to look. I don't actually have it up, but they've got 3 players from Inarizaki. I'm gonna have to see exactly which ones they were. And then they've got Tizim from Bozos. So this is, again, players from 3 of the best teams that we have in the series, and they've all combined to make this sort of all-star team. But the big question to me is, if you are all all-star players, but you haven't actually played as a team for very long, obviously they haven't played as a team for more than at least a month now. I'm not sure how much practice they've gotten within the past month. There've been holidays, for example, but how well will they gel together against a team like Powerpuff Girls, which we saw extremely in sync with each other? Again, they're friends. They're from the different games. I think they play a lot of arena shooters, which is really cool to see. So they definitely have that synergy. So it's going to be synergy versus just some all-star, like, ridiculous shooters. I'm very excited to see this one.
I mean, one thing that we have to note, though, like when we were, I think, watching Team Bozos, is just that because we do take their perspectives and we can listen in on their comms, we heard a little bit of it during the last event, and for Team Bozos it was very calm, and so I think that's one skill set that we talked about, not at length, but it is going to be a skill set that's going to be super important when it comes to a 6v6 shooter, being able to have a very clear voice in your shot caller. And I think Team Bozos, some of the players might be able to bring that for the squad. But taking a look at the bans, no big surprises here. Harbor City, one of the first. Oh wait, never mind.
Oh yeah, maybe
the last pick and ban phase. Let's go ahead and take a look at it in just a moment. So for Team Sucky Vacuums and Powerpuff Girls, it looks like the first bans are going to be coming in. The first one actually is going to be Quarry.
Yeah, interesting. I am not sure that we've seen too many Quarry bans in general. That's usually a little bit more of like a neutral map that's just not picked until later. So I'm a little bit curious on that one. I do expect, though, that we might see some closer maps. You know, we're talking about how we haven't seen a whole lot of Zakutu Melee, but Carl Sagan, especially, you know, in that very first Pilot Showdown tournament, was the all-star Zakutu Melee player. Just so incredible, just like an absolute team destroyer. And so I do hope that we get a chance to see that again. Again, it's a very different Zakutu Melee from back then. Still strong, but different. So we will see if we end up on maybe some more domination maps like we saw in the first set of the day. Quarry ban, though, and Ministry of Defense ban. So now we see that bans twice in a row. Again, somewhat understandable. That is a very chaotic map. We only saw it one time last month.
Yeah, and our first pick is actually going to be Harbor City, and that one's going to be picked up by Powerpuff Girls. So we did get to see, of course, GM Sniper coming in for this map. I don't believe it was a 100% pick rate from either side when we did get to see Harbor City, but we know this is one of the strongest maps, especially on point A when it comes to the initial openings. From the offensive side, you just have so many sight lines, and the long run back, if you can find that initial pick, it becomes so valuable.
Yeah, and then our second pick is going to be Mountain R&D Lab. So we're going to get some very, very opposite maps here. Maybe the closest range map in the entire game versus maybe the longest range map in the entire game, at least if you count the very first point on Harbor City. But I'm not too surprised that we're going to see the Harbor City pick coming from Team Powerpuff Girls. That's where we saw that amazing last-second clutch win from them with that huge play with the Gym Sniper like boost pad jumping over the wall. It was just so well coordinated. Still my absolute MVP play of the entire last tournament. So we know that they're very comfortable on that map. They have had a previous tournament win on this map in the series. So that's just probably a comfort pick for them. On the other side, like I said, we're going to see from Team Sucky Vacuums, I think maybe a little bit more of an aggressive build, like aggressive team comp. We'll see if that's why they're choosing Mountain R&D Lab, but we're going to see a lot today probably. And I kind of miss Flag Fort. It was our friend. It was our solid rock, you know, but we haven't seen it at all today.
Yeah, I think importantly, especially when you have like these roster swaps, is just that flak fort, especially on point A. If you want to try and get that defensive hold there, it is going to require a lot of communication. Playing that one expertly, we saw teams how they want to play it out on flak fort. It was play inside of point A, allow the opposing team, allow the offense to come in and try and pick them apart from there. Really utilizing that high ground for your Pale Rider. But it took a lot of communication, having to deal with flankers, Exias coming in from so many different angles. And so I kind of can see why teams are trying to stay a little bit more away from flak fort right now. And we're seeing a lot more of the destruction maps. Really, when you go mano there on the destruction maps in particular, it does really kind of prove like, hey, who's just a better team fighting team? And in our first match of the day, luckily we were able to see 2 of them in a row, and it was Team TEKKA that was able to take that. But for this one, Powerpuff Girls versus Team Sucky Vacuums. Like you mentioned, there were some heroics that came out from Powerpuff Girls when we got to see them in Harbor City during Halloween Havoc. But surprisingly enough, this was actually a pick for Team Sucky Vacuums. It was Powerpuff Girls actually deciding to start off on defense. So really surprising there because, yeah, I thought it was a Powerpuff Girls pick as well.
Yeah, I guess everything backwards from everything that I just said, then that is pretty surprising. But at least at the very minimum, we do know that means that both of these teams are going to be pretty comfortable on that map, which is good to see. There are a lot of teams that they really don't like that map. They're not a big fan of it. They try to just ban it out more, and they don't really take the time to learn exactly how to make all the pushes. Again, for anybody who's new, again, the game is very, very new. The infamous, there's two kind of infamous spots on the Harbor City map. One is the very first big angle going up to point A, and it is maybe the longest, like most open kind of area that we see. There's a few others that are kind of similar, but it is very, very infamously open, very good spot for the GM sniper, and it is one very, very long push. But then the maybe more infamous spot is there's a choke point going from point A to point B, which we will all see. It's kind of, you have to go over a little bridge over the water, and you have to go kind of around this turn, and that is where so many teams get stuck. So being able to have a strategy ready to just in the middle of a match be ready to make it through that point is very important. We saw at a point a lot of people were choosing Gundam Unicorn. Sometimes people make plays like Powerpuff Girls did, where they jump over the entire wall. Sometimes they'll try to flank with flyers, which is a lot more difficult in a tournament setting like this. But clearly these teams, they have some options. As we're starting up this game, I got to point out, I've been thinking so much about how much the new Gundam G maneuver is going to help with this push in particular, and I really wish we got to see it today, but of course we got to wait a few more days for that.
Yeah, very similar. Basically, like a mini Sazabi ultimate G maneuver as well. It's always funny when you see in a Gundam series whenever a mobile suit has a funnel or a bit system, right? You know that that's going to be absolutely monstrous, and it's going to be a raid boss at some point. It's always the case, and I feel like New Gundam will definitely slot in, especially as a nice mid-range offensive unit itself. So really excited for that one. Also really excited for the new map. I mean, we were talking about it, Harbor City, last time around on Halloween Havoc. We mentioned how, hey, we love seeing these buildings kind of giving you the real scope and depth and kind of putting all that into perspective of how large these Gundams actually, or mobile suits actually are. But the next one, the colony trading post, that one's going to be amazing because you're actually playing, I believe, on an actual side, on a colony, and it's going to be basically urban warfare. I can't wait for that one.
I know, me too. It's exactly what we were asking for. I was actually thinking of it as I was watching the trailer, but here we go. We're starting off on the second set of the day. We are going to see Team Sucky Vacuums going up against Powerpuff Girls, and we are currently looking at, I believe, Powerpuff Girls, or Casino, still named Casino. They confused us with a different name in the actual Metrino bracket, but Casino is MVP of a lot of those clips that we've been seeing during the breaks and a lot of moments that we saw during the entire Halloween Havoc bracket, but we are going to see them hold with a pretty similar comp as usual. No Zakuto melee at the start here, but I believe that that's pretty, I would say expected, right? Of all the places to see Zakuto melee, this first point would not be it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think for this point in particular, Zakuto melee isn't great on A or B for the defensive side. It's a great swap off when you're trying to maybe delay on point B and you're trying to come in for staggers and pick up some few kills. You have that armor, you throw that down, you can try and delay itself, but it looks like the point has unlocked, and now here we go. It's going to be the first push on out. You can see the defensive hold usually here on point A is going to be to try and fall back here. You have multiple health packs to go through. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Glitch has gone down, but he's able to take out the tank on the other side, and that might just be a worthy trade.
Yeah, that was a really strong push. They just took full advantage of the Sazabi. They do have the Gym Sniper, who is going to pick off the Exia on the side of Zyros, so that is huge. All you need is just a few picks, and oh my gosh, we got to see a little sneak peek of the Sniper right there, just right in our faces, but it does look like this push towards A is going to work extremely well. I'm not sure if we're going to see anybody from the side of Powerpuff Girls try to challenge that. You do tend to give that up pretty quickly as soon as people start getting on point. So here we go, down to this choke point, but a very strong early push from Team Sucky Vacuums.
Yeah, now they still have to worry about the constant threat of that Gym Sniper. Again, just so many units here that just cannot survive that one headshot. The only two is going to be the Dom and the Sazabi at this point. So you have to play this one expertly. Nice Molly down. We'll be able to take out one. There's a second. Listic does get res back on up, but they're still playing into a 5v6 here. Their spawns are extremely close, but I love how they're playing this. They're not over peaking. You can see the really low, the squishy units are not allowing an opportunity for the Gym Sniper to find any kind of value.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough spot. A lot of times I do see people that they really like to try and hold on to Gym Sniper for the second point until they get their ult, because the ult can be very strong here. But a lot of times we do see the instant switch off. We didn't see that yet, though.
Yeah, we do have that first peek out. Carl Sagan will go down. Focus does trade away as they go 1-for-1, but they're going to be able to get the res onto him. He was just behind cover, might have been able to use a dash there. You can see now they're going to push forward with that man advantage. Again, it might be time to swap off that Gym Sniper. If you're not getting initial value, as you know, in ranked and even casual play, teams are going to ask you to just swap off.
Yeah, and you know, in ranked this can work for sure. The Gym Sniper's still on this point, but oh wow, great shot right there. You can see that extra health from okay, we're gonna see the Screaming Nimbus. You can actually knock a lot of people into the wall here, into the water. Regardless, it doesn't even matter. That's going to be essentially a full team wipe. That was disgusting.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful response. They heard the Screaming Nimbus coming in from the other side, and well, what's the response? Counter with the exact same ability. That's what happens a lot of times when it comes to these ability shooters, when you have very mirrored compositions, especially with the Doms. You just go ahead and answer the Screaming Nimbus for the Screaming Nimbus. On the side of the Powerpuff Girls, they do still have two ultimate G maneuvers up, and that's going to be the the Unicorn actually popping his one down, and you can see how quickly you can pick apart the team when they're playing into those chokes. It's such a good maneuver to have there. And they'll have the, I believe, it's going to be the Trans Am available along with the Sazabi funnels ready to go for the next fight. So a beautiful hold coming out from Team Powerpuff Girls, who didn't put up much of a defense on point A, but like you mentioned, this choke point in particular is so infamous.
It is, and the synergy of the team Powerpuff Girls has been so good. They have been using one G maneuver at a time, or maybe, you know, two at max, just to kind of hold everything off. But here we go. We are going to see a pick now from the Gym Sniper, and we're going to see a huge push. They are going to push in. They're taking advantage of that. They're going to get the repick on the Dom. The Gym Sniper is going to go around the side, and this is their big push. They had so much extra time from capping that first point so quickly. They're going to be on point. They're already going to start with potentially at least one tick.
Yeah, they have 4 units here, but they still need that long run back to try and get back onto the point. We'll see if anyone can get onto B. No, the second tick actually comes in, but the Powerpuff Girls are here for the defense. So they'll put a stop to this for now and send them packing with only 2 ticks there. You can see they find one more. So they're going to be sticking with Carl Sagan on that Gym Sniper, getting a little bit more value here, but how much further can it really go? No one's on the point quite yet, so they're not accruing any more value onto this. It looks like the defense will hold for now and send them back.
Yeah, but 2 ticks is great. This is very often a point that you don't get entirely one push. It can be very vulnerable if you can't hold down those 2 entrances quite in time. But just 2 ticks with 3.5 minutes to go, that's still really good. And again, the defensive team is not in position to hold that choke again. So we do see a pretty quick push back through from Team Sucky Vacuums. They are going back through that left side again, right side, I guess, for the defenders. And oh my gosh, it looks like we saw the Screaming Nimbus from Casino taking out quite a few. And that is going to be at least another hold. But again, 2 people down now here. It looks like that probably at least one's going to be picked back up.
Yeah, that was just a great Screaming Nimbus. I mean, it was almost a panic G maneuver coming out from him because he was dropping low, but ultimately being able to follow up and get the rest of those kills now gets them into position back onto this choke point where they were succeeding. Again, they're not over peaking against the Gym Sniper. They're not allowing the free picks to come out, but that's going to be a nice little push coming out from Team Sucky Vacuums. You can see even this Gundam Unicorn getting chased down. can see the power of the dueling capability of our Doms right now, but this Dom will fall, and now Carl Sagan picks up a little bit more, and now gets his team on the point. Third tick coming in, I don't even know if they're going to be able to touch this.
I don't know. I mean, this is obviously going to be on point, but it's just so hard to get an angle where you're on point and you're not just going to get hit from behind, and it doesn't look like there is a chance, as round one is going to go all the way for Team Sucky Vacuums with only, I did say, about like 2 minutes 30 left, which is pretty good for this map. Unless you're going to pull full push in like one single push, which is very, very rare against a good team. That is, I would say, overall pretty good. It's a pretty different map, I would say, from, for example, Flak Fort or really any of the other point maps, because you kind of expect that at a point, especially with how quick A can go, you might get the cap. So I think we're going to have to just basically see how fast, or if at all, I guess, we see the cap from Powerpuff Girls. But I think there's a really good chance that they make it.
It looks like Powerpuff Girls actually might be starting off with double sniper. They're going triple DPS. They got the Turn A Gundam along with the Pale Rider and the Gem Sniper, and Exia still locked in. So they might just try and steamroll over this first point, and I agree. You're not usually playing the neutral up against a Suzabi when it comes to point A. And so if you could just dish out extra damage, more damage than the opposing side, this is a completely valid strategy to go for this first push.
Yeah, I really like the sniper picks. I was actually surprised we didn't see a sniper pick on defense at all. We did see that come out of, I think we actually saw it out of Powerpuff Girls last month in Halloween Havoc. I think we at least saw the Turn A. That was one really interesting thing. But I mean, obviously we're seeing that right now again, but we didn't see it at all on defense. We saw their very, very normal comp on defense, which it did work out pretty well. They held for a decent amount of time, but point A was not the place that they held. So we'll see if we do see a sniper on the other side. Of course, Carl Sagan was just absolutely killing it on that GM sniper. Yeah, you got to check that corner, but against a good team like this, I don't think they're going to be holding that super far forward corner. There's a sniper. We can see it.
Yeah, we can see it's going to be the same defensive hold coming out from Team Sucky Vacuums. They're holding back, not playing that initial corner, playing actually the second bend there. But right now, it's all about trying to find that initial pick. Get some headshots, take an axe to the face, and get taken down. But Maddie will be able to get res right back on in. And now they're going to start posturing. You can see the ranges that they're playing at. They don't want to play up against this zombie close range. They're going to go ahead and poke across, maybe try and get this team split up, which they successfully have, and then initially push in for the rest of this. You can see now coming into the back line, it's going to be Zacius up against Listic, and Listic ends up losing out on that fight. And so the Dom going down is huge, but he does end up getting res though throughout all of this. So they're unable to follow up and finish him off. And now you can see the Turn A trying to go for that overhead throw, but the Exia is out with the extra maneuverability he has. Nice turnaround of the Zyros, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Exia for Exia. Yeah, the long run back is going to favor the offense overall.
Yeah, that was a really nice track on that Exia, just barely clipping at the very end. We're going to see the Gym Sniper moving back a little bit. Nice. That sounded like a headshot to me. Of course, not quite able to one-shot a Suzabi and the Dom. All the high health characters are saying, hey, you know what? Let's just run at this sniper. But there's a lot of damage, and the damage adds up super, super quickly when you're on offense here. You just need to find one single pick, and you push forward really far. They've already gotten past their first choke point, so they just need to find one tiny little pick. It can either be with the sniper, with Zyros on that Exia. The Dom is in a pretty good position to potentially flank. This is all looking really good, but I really love this hold actually from Team Sucky Vacuums. They are not letting them just run on point for free.
Yeah, right now, Team Powerpuff Girls are just trying to cut off the zones, right? They forced them basically back onto only playing off of 2 health packs, one completely in the back, and then one also a little bit more forward there. But oh, the Exia going on in. They've gotten 1 knock at least. There's a second Kaiser going down. You can see it might be time to make the swap off. They need to start fighting for the neutrals. They need something to deal and soak up some damage, so this zombie might actually have to come and play. There's a 2 minutes and 45 seconds now left for the Powerpuff Girls, but they haven't even touched point A.
Yeah, that was a huge, huge round for Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan took out 3 people in a row, and that's why I was saying I really like the sniper even on defense here. It really does work out. This is such a wide open spot, and it is clearly proving to work well. Wow, we're going to see the Screaming Nimbus come out. Oh, the overhead grab is going to connect, but they are going to be punished for it, probably trading 1 for 1. That is usually a pretty good trade, just as long as you can get rid of that shield, especially if you don't have all that much on your team that can deal with it otherwise, which they currently don't. But it wasn't enough, I don't think, to really push forward, because because they got picked in some other spots. So they just need to find a good, again, just one good pick, just pushing together as a team. Team Sucky Vacuums, though, they're just so good at just shooting in general. You know, as a team, it's so hard to find a good moment for them.
Yeah, they are starting to force them back. They should have the man advantage now, but Carl Sagan is the first one to fall, and that's going to be the Gym Sniper down. You can see them being slowly picked apart. G maneuvers being used from either side, but it looks like the Exia actually went out on this one. Glitchstream picking one up for himself. Legacy finds another, and that's going to be another beautiful defensive hold. This time, they do at least touch the point, but they don't even secure a tick for themselves. Time is starting to run out. We're now down to basically one final push, quite possibly, with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is actually a really long run for offense on this map as well. I mean, just long runs for everybody, but getting to this point A, it takes you a while. It's not like you're just going to respawn and just immediately be there, but here we go. We're going to see the turn A. Oh, didn't even get a chance to do anything. I didn't even get a chance to finish saying G maneuver, and it already went down. That's an issue with it on this map. Not only just this map against good teams, and that is going to be nearly a full team wipe. Focus is going to catch 2 people out, but taking down, and there's not enough people left for a push on the side of Powerpuff Girls.
Oh boy, and they just swap. They finally make the swap on over to Suzabi, but it might be a little bit too late. They were close to the G maneuver before that swap off, and so now they're really only going to be able to rely upon the Hades, and that might be enough, but we see how good Team Sucky Vacuums are about playing around these pushes. They are a team, or at least the players come from teams that are so good at being able to bend and not breaking. They allow the team to overextend themselves, and you can see when the G maneuver gets popped, there's no one available for him to actually shoot. No one has gone down. The Hades has gotten no value for them whatsoever, and that's almost the entire duration of it. Streaming the misuse from the other side, along with Legacy going ahead and popping those funnel bits, and that's going to be a full hold coming out from Team Sucky Vacuums, not allowing Powerpuff Girls a single opportunity basically onto that point. 4 seconds remaining, and they know it's GG.
Well, we can definitely see why Team Sucky Vacuums picked this as their first map of the day. That was a great showing. And like I said, we know Powerpuff Girls is one of our best teams and is one of our best teams at that map from just how they've played it before. So that is very surprising to see. But again, I was really curious how Team Sucky Vacuums, with this new combination roster of 3 different teams essentially, was going to work as a team themselves. I would say clearly pretty well. I think the biggest indication for me was the moment that we saw that turn A G maneuver, everybody just looked up, and all at the same time, boom, it was just immediate just coordination. And you know, we do actually have the ability this time around. We haven't used it yet, but to listen to team comms. So I'm going to try to listen to team comms in this next match, because we are of course only 1 map into this set. But this team looking as disgusting as it seemed like it was going to.
Yeah, it's going to be Mountain R&D for our next one, and we got to see Team Bozos really. They were another squad throughout the day that were just getting better and better and better as their cohesion came together, and they were getting more familiar with basically playing things out in that specific meta, which is, it looks like it is remaining to be true. It's going to be the same 6 core, right? I believe we might have had a Methus at some point for them, just to have a little extra healing over the Unicorn, because of how low you can find healing on this map at some points. But overall, I mean, it was the same 6 core, other than the Gym Sniper coming in for them, which is very, very map specific, and particularly for Harbor City.
Yeah, now, you know, it might be the same 6 core, but, you know, going from that map where we are going to see, of course, Carl Sagan on the Gym Sniper, and we're going to see a few other people on the Gym Sniper, for example, like we see Casino on the, or I think it was Casino that was on the turn A. We might see a very, very different team comp, right, from both sides. So I think if we are going to see, okay, I'll put it this way. If we're not going to see Zakutu Melee today, then we're not going to see it in this map. That's going to be the decider. But if we are going to see it today, this would be definitely the time to do it, especially when you have great Zakutu players on the teams. But yeah, this is going to be a huge change of pace, of course, going into this tiny little domination map, and I'm excited to see it, because this was also another map that we saw Powerpuff Girls do very strongly in. Of course, Casino on that Dom was just absolutely key to a lot of their victories here. Dom has a lot of really good angles, especially a lot of top-down angles, if you can get this high ground really well. And Powerpuff Girls showed that they were really good at, even when they lose the high ground, fighting back for it. Maybe more so than most of the other teams that we've seen. So I'm excited to see if that can continue. But this is already looking so good. Seriously, I'm very impressed, as I expected to be impressed, but I'm still very impressed by the new Team Sucky Vacuums. I almost want to call them like Team Sucky Vacuums All-Stars.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more, especially with the defensive hold that was coming off from Powerpuff Girls. You lose point A, you expect that. I mean, a lot of teams just kind of forego point A a lot of times when it comes to Harbor City. Their defense, though, on point B looked quite stellar. It looked like it was maybe unfortunate timing, because we saw that one fight where they were able to reestablish themselves on the choke point after utilizing the Screaming Nimbus. It just all came down to timing on that fight. I feel like if they were able to build up a few more G maneuvers after that fight, they could have actually maybe gone for the full hold and had better standing. But again, when you swap it around, the defensive hold coming out from Team Sucky Vacuums was completely different. A full 4-minute hold coming out from them on point A. Very few teams end up getting shut down like that on point A of Harbor City. And so I'm surprised. It looked like it was going to be a much closer match with how the first half started. But again, like we said, Powerpuff Girls, when it comes to their backs against the walls, they are a team that do rise to the occasion. So yeah, when we go over to Mountain R&D, they should be able to play a little bit more standard. And when we get back over to basically the neutral game for the Sazabis, that's where teams really get challenged.
Yeah. This is, again, it's going to be a completely different game, so I'm very excited to see it. But we're just so used to seeing like this core set of like units, right? But we also don't know if the I guess like the new team of Sucky Vacuums is comfortable all using that same exact meta, right? Like, for example, in Arizaki, I believe we saw in Halloween Havoc, there was like a dedicated, like more mostly dedicated Barbados player. We've seen a few teams where there's like a certain player who is specific to a certain suit, and we've only seen them on this weird map so far. So there is a chance that we are going to see some sort of like double overlap or some sort of slightly different strategy in general, just because of like who the players are. And that's another thing that people are still trying to figure out in this game, right? There are a lot of people who are like, yeah, I'm really, really good at, let's say, I don't know, I'm really good at Ashmar and I'm really good at Mihiru. I don't know, I'm just making up random things. But your team already has an Ashmar player. Like, do you really want me to play? We gel, we get along together, our comms are good together. But do you really want me to just sit here and just play Mihiru? So like there's a lot of things where like people are trying out new suits, or you really got to figure out if somebody's going to fit on your team. Sometimes it's more worth it, right? Sometimes even if you don't have as optimal of a team comp, especially this early on with this pool of players, you're like, yeah, it's still worth it for you to be on my team because we just get along so well together and you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think in particular when we look at Powerpuff Girls, one of the big ones to note is when you go for that Churn A, they're swapping off Dom players, right? But we know how strong a Dom is in compositions. But hey, it looks like we're going straight on into it. This is going to be map number 2, Team Sucky Vacuums, starting it off here as they get the knock onto Batty and onto Casino. It's going to be an outside point as well. Point C. Legacy overextends just a little bit, might create an opening here on the run back.
Yeah, we'll see if the rest of the team can take advantage of it, but it looks like we are already, C is just getting opened, and we are going to see it get picked up off the bat by, it looks like it's Team Powerpuff Girls, I'm assuming using the turn A. But again, this push, oh no, that's actually not, I'm sorry, Powerpuff Girls is not using turn A, so we're going to see Team Sucky Vacuums actually on that. I'm wondering who's going to be actually playing that. I'm looking at the kill feed right now.
Yeah, someone needs to get Casino up, but he's in such an awkward spot that you can't really. And so now they just have to wait things out as Team Sucky Vacuums just maintain position. They've got 25 seconds left to go here, and it will be a point B, so we will ultimately be able to finally see a point B here on Mountain R&D.
Yeah, after only like 7 switches, we're finally going to see point B. But I do like seeing point B because that's the time where things really get shaken up on this map. And ooh, that might be a little bit of a push right there. Too much of a push. And yeah, great tracking here from the Gundam Unicorn. It's going to take that Dom very, very low. And this is already a really strong hold here on point B. And getting a position here, of course, is going to be extremely important as well.
They've got the Ashmar punch ready for the drop down as well, but 20 seconds left to go. They're still waiting for their Sazabi to get back into point. Batty ends up going down as Glitch finds 2 himself. Actually, that's going to be the turn A, finding one more. So this swap off, not playing off the Methods. That's so surprising because we know when it comes to the neutral fight, to the high grounds, the Methods is so strong trying to fight for that. But it looks like it's going to be a full regroup coming out from the Powerpuff Girls. They're going to try and go for the drop down, maybe utilize this Ashmar punch to get that initial opening.
Well, they've got one big chance here. The target is going to switch in still over almost a minute, so this is a huge big push in. They're going to at least one pick, but they're trading 1 for 1, and this is where everybody just gets split up. We are just going to be seeing everybody go down. The Gundam Unicorn G maneuver, though, taking out 3 suits of its own, knocks on that Gundam Unicorn, and that is going to mean that it is going to be a considerably longer hold on the side of Team Sucky Vacuums. But also, noticing that Nox is on the Gundam Unicorn means that Nox is not on the Dom, which means somebody else is on the Dom. So then who's on the turn A? Who's on first? I don't know. The whole team shifted for Team Sucky Vacuums, which is really cool, and they're playing so well with it.
Trans Am and the Gundam Unicorn G maneuver are up. We'll have the Screaming Nimbus, but I mean, it's going to change on over to point A. So yeah, they're not even going to go fight for this one. They're going to try and see if they can find a pick here, have that initial high ground for themselves. We'll see how Team Sucky Vacuums decides to rotate for this one. Do they want to just go straight up from the neutral, try and play for that high ground, or will they come in from underneath, transitioning over from point B? And it looks like they will try and come from spawn, or maybe even go for flank.
Yeah, this is a very split push. I'm surprised. I'm excited to see if this works, but we've seen that this is going to be very, very difficult to... Oh, but there we go. A bunch of G maneuvers. We're going to see the Screaming Nimbus. It's going to work out. We're going to see Carl Sagan, I see, on the turn A. That makes a lot of sense, and we are going to see almost an entire team wipe with just 2 of those G maneuvers.
The beautiful thing about turn A in this one, as opposed to what we saw when it came to Harbor City, is just that you have so many different angles that you can approach from, that you have cover from, that you're not caught in that animation. You're instantly taken down to about 400 HP before you even do any damage with that ultimate. You saw instantly him getting value there, and that will be, of course, Team Sucky Vacuums taking round number 1. Now they're sitting on match point.
Yeah, with almost a perfect, really, right there, almost a flawless win. They are just looking so in control in just every single situation. Again, their team comp, they switched up a little bit, so I'm gonna have to assume that still glitch on the Exia. Carl Sagan's playing the turn A. Listic, they still had I think they still had a Pale Rider, right? Legacy, I don't know. Honestly, I'll wait and I'll see, but I'm still trying to figure out who's playing on what, because they did switch around so much. But it's so impressive to see that they played really well in slightly different positions, but also like in a completely different map. It's very, very good sign, I would say, of good synergy.
Yeah, if we can, I mean, I know we just got straight into this match, but this was one point where I did want to get the listen in. So when the point unlocks, I would love to join in on them. We don't see the turn A swap off coming out. It looks like for Team Powerpuff Girls, they're going to stick with this standard. But we'll see if the Ashmar can get that value, or if it's going to be the turn A on the other side for Carl Sagan. But as we start off round number 2, let's go ahead and join on board with Team Sucky Vacuums again to listen in with them.
I'm going down, absolute.
I'm rearming.
Someone's one on height.
My shield's back, we can push with this.
We're up 1, we're up 1, we're up 2, we're up 2.
Look at Saz point, look at Saz.
Dom in the back. Just
No, Saz
Dom one in this corner.
Saz one. Cap.
Got him. The cap.
Nice.
Look, Ash half, he's 1.
Let's take your low,
Just
okay?
hold high.
Yep.
Hold high right now. We're all good. We don't need to commit to too much here. Just hold high.
Okay.
That
All right, yeah, we could hear their comms in there. That was good to hear. I'm so glad that we get a chance to see that this time around. And they seemed pretty well coordinated. There was a little bit of talking over each other, but as soon as it got into the good moments, like there was clearly some shot calling when there was a little bit more free time. So I like to hear that.
Yeah, a lot of target basically recoordination there. Who to focus next? As you can see, that high ground fight, they're trying to play on the other side, and I like how Powerpuff Girls are approaching this. You know, it is basically what they learned from Mountain R&D, that you don't want to try and re-challenge from that low ground. It's going to be much easier for you to re-challenge on the opposing high ground. But they just don't have the G maneuvers to do it. They will have the Ashmar punch fairly shortly. He just needs to get a little bit more damage, but we're now going back on over to point C now. So swapping sides basically to the other side of the map. And here comes the rotation out now from the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, and they really need to make this count. They need to find some sort of footing, but Team Sucky Vacuums is so good at defending this high ground from this infamous spot, the other, side push, which has worked so well for the Powerpuff Girls and a few other teams over the course of the past few tournaments, the past few months. But if you can hold it well, this is exactly what happens. And now look at this. The entirety of Team Powerpuff Girls is staggered. They've got 2 people running back right now, and they just are going to have to find maybe just a different path to push in, but there aren't that many good paths here, and that could be what's so tough about this map.
Again, Team Sucky Vacuums are just so good at responding to what their opponents do. They see them trying to take this high ground, and they start unclumping, right? They're not allowing themselves to just get one shot by that Ashmar punch. Nice Trans-Am engage there. It's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange, but throughout the fray, it is going to be the Team Sucky Vacuums coming out on top. You might just get full value off this point. There's still 25 seconds left to go, but we need a full regroup now coming out from Powerpuff Girls as we swap on over to point B.
Yeah, they do have the Hades, which we've seen, of course, be potentially an entire team wiper, but oh no, this is getting really close to being a pick right here, and that's why we see these really far forward holds. Okay, really nice job to not get split up, to not take too much damage, recover what damage you take, because you really get one more big push here. They are going to have to fight for this positioning and take B and then just hold B basically for the rest of the game. They're really not going to have any more options. And they do get pretty good positioning on B, but this is going to be a corner-to-corner fight. And especially with the nice little AoE damage you can get from that Gundam Unicorn, that could be a lot, but here's the Screaming Nimbus.
Yeah, and it's coming from so far. You can see them instantly responding to this one. They get the first pick, though, on Tism, and Glitch goes down. So it looks like maybe, quite possibly, a first team fight win going on over. They still have 3 G maneuvers. Never mind. Carl Sagan, the unseen threat with that Gundam Unicorn butterfly. I imagine it was just above ground because it does. The nano bots do end up penetrating there. But ultimately, Team Sucky Vacuums will give up a few ticks there. But now it's at 96%. Gundam Unicorn G maneuver being utilized. Screaming Nimbus for that take coming out from Ballistic as well. And it looks like it's going to be another dominant map win coming out from the Powerpuff Girls. Zyrus is going to try his best to try and delay things. At 99.9%, and all it takes is one last kill. Kaiser going down, and that's going to be Team Sucky Vacuums taking a 2-0, setting the Powerpuff Girls down to the lower bracket.
What an absolute momentum killer. That turn A G maneuver, unbelievable. It was looking so good, right? We were like, okay, this is it. This is the moment. Yeah, that is a well-earned MVP, Carl Sagan. Yeah, we were like, okay, this is it. They can take B right here. They've taken down 3 different, they've taken half of Team Sucky Vacuums. They're in position. Everything's going good. And all of a sudden, it's just like tick, 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 boom. The entire team is just like dead. And it's like, where did that even come from? Like you said, all the way above. We've seen actually 2 good examples of the safe place you can use that G maneuver and the unsafe place you can use it. The unsafe place was on that A point, which they kind of had to on Harbor City, but right there, nobody can shoot you. They can't shoot through the ceiling. That would be very scary. And you could just absolutely, especially with coordination, right? If you know exactly where people are, which corner they're in, you can take out an entire team. And that is why that can be such a good suit on that map. But Team Sucky Vacuum, looking, like I said, I'm just going to repeat exactly what I said earlier, looking exactly as disgusting as it seemed like they would. And I say that as the ultimate compliment. That is a ridiculous set of all-star players.
Yeah, and, all credit to Carl Sagan. He did an amazing job on turn A, but he wouldn't be able to basically do what he does without the space that's created by the other 5 players. This is a team game overall. And so it came down to just basically his team doing a great job of just not getting picked, also being able to play around the engages that came out from the Powerpuff Girls. We mentioned it on both maps, on Harbor City and there on Mountain R&D, that they were really disciplined about not clumping when they knew a G maneuver like that was going to come up, right? When you see that turn A Gundam, they all split. They were playing split over on Harbor City defense, and they focused him down, and so he got no value off of that. When they were trying to play for the high ground there on Mountain R&D, when they knew that Ashmar G maneuver was up, they weren't going to allow him to just come in. They actually engaged before he gets value off of that. It was just beautiful play coming around from all 6 players, like you said. Just absolutely MVP roster studded right there for them. So it was a well-earned victory. They will be moving on to the winners finals.
Yeah, and we are going to see Powerpuff Girls, of course, be moving down to the losers bracket. However, they were one of the teams that really improved over time, and they got stronger throughout the tournament last time. So I think there's a very good chance that we could see them again. Despite that showing right there, I mean, still they were playing well. They are still just one of our best teams. But we are going to be moving forward in the bracket. Before we do that, though, we are going to be taking another short break to set up our next two teams. So don't go anywhere, because we are moving further and further in this bracket for day one of Gundam's Grace, presented by the Gundam Evolution Newtype League.
Can you feel that?
Being sniped out when you go for the repairs, you can see them start to just try and move forward. Max 94% to the ultimate.
Objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes. The 8 point is now under contest. And Dream hits those shots once more.
It's stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan! Oh
Carl
my
Sagan
God!
coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku to melee G maneuver.
Welcome to the Gundam Evolution Breakout Series. This video will explain the format for competitive Gundam Evolution across the North America and European regions, and how you can become a participant in the series. Teams will participate in the Breakout Series for a chance to compete in the Gundam Evolution Newtype and Academy Leagues. The Breakout Series will include 2 regions, North America and Europe. Over 4 months, teams will fight to gain points based on placements in each event. Teams will compete in 6 total events to gather points to qualify them for the Newtype or Academy Leagues. Each event will host a 2-day double elimination bracket where the top 8 teams will gain points towards their qualification into the international leagues. At the end of the series, based on the rankings, the top 8 international teams would automatically qualify for the Gundam Evolution Newtype League. The following 4 will automatically qualify for the Gundam Evolution Academy League. For the Breakout Series, we will be implementing a map ban system. Teams will pick and ban maps based on the pool vote via the community. The maps that will be rotation for the Breakout Series are Underground Command Center, Harbor City, Mountain R&D Lab, Thermoplant, Quarry, Flag Fort, and Ministry of Defense. Additionally, we listened to feedback from the community, and we will be putting Zakutu Melee in the competitive quarantine. This means that throughout the Breakout Series, Zakutu Melee will not be allowed to be picked within competitive play. Next, let's talk about your paths into the Newtype League. Following the Breakout Series, 2 open qualifiers will be hosted for a chance for pilots to participate in the Academy League. Teams will participate in a double elimination style bracket, with the top 8 teams qualifying for the closed qualifiers. The top 2 teams at the end of each closed qualifiers will be invited to participate in the Academy League. The Academy League will feature 8 rising teams competing to hone their skills and play for a chance to promote onto the Newtype League. The Breakout Series is the beginning of an ecosystem where competitors across North America and Europe can compete to prove they are the best of the best. We look forward to seeing you compete, pilot. It's time to earn your stripes.
Welcome back, everybody, to Gundam's Grace, presented by the Gundam Evolution Newtype League. I am Evan Wonder Chef Hashimoto, joined by Jamerson Lee. Oh my gosh, I'm just biting my tongue here as we speak, but it's because I'm excited because we've got so many good matches still to go. We just saw two of our best teams play, but now we're going to see one of the teams that we did see, in fact, already. TEKKA is going to be taking on Team Bork, which is a team that we didn't get a chance to see last month, but we did get a chance to see before.
Yeah, it has been all 2-0s basically down the bracket so far throughout the day. We'll see if this one remains to be true here in the semifinals. It wasn't until we got to the winners finals and the grand finals and semifinals, or excuse me, the losers finals, where we got to see 3 maps and 4 maps taking place. So for right now, it's basically coming down to who's going to be facing off against Team Sucky Vacuums there in the winners finals tomorrow. It's going to be Team TEKKA, it's going to be Team Bork. And I'm really excited to see this because, again, I'm not as familiar. I wasn't there when we saw Bork initially playing with this roster. And so I want to see what they have in store for us, especially after having missed out, I believe, in Halloween Havoc.
Yeah, they did. But they did really great job in the EGL tournament as well. So we know that they're a really, really strong team. And they encapsulate one of my favorite things about what we currently have in the Gundam Evolution scene, which is that we have so many different teams coming from different games. As I do know a lot of Team Bork is a team that comes from Splitgate, which is a shooter that I don't know all that many teams from. So it's really, really cool to see that. And we actually got a little bit more info over the break. So, for example, Team IQ, who I believe is still in the losers bracket, they come from Battlefield, which is a game that we saw Team Gundam Unicorn last month in Halloween Havoc come from. And then we have the team that we saw, Portland Burnsiders. They actually come from TF2. We just learned it during the break. So huge shout outs to them. So we've got teams, from there. We've got teams that come from, Overwatch. We've got some Overwatch players. We've got just all across the board, so many different games. Of course, Powerpuff Girls, a lot of those players played a lot of arena shooters. There are a lot of old guys, which I respect. Please keep us old guys relevant. But yeah, it's really cool to see so many different teams from so many different games come together to play this sick game about Gundam.
Yeah, and again, we just have so much more in store for us, right? A new unit's coming out, a new map as well in just a few more days. Big changes as well to the spectator client that's going to be here in custom matches just in a few more days. So count as blessed for that. I can't wait for it. I love that they're actually incorporating a lot more features that we're seeing in other games as well, right? So we have the coach slot that's going to be coming in. So that's going to be such a valuable tool for teams when they're going through their scrims, for their coaches to be able to just go through and check out every single POV throughout. So that's just such a strong tool that'll come in that really just raises the bar in terms of the skill cap for our team. So I'm really excited about the changes for season 2.
Yeah, it's so exciting. And also, just as a reminder for everybody, of course, out there, the Gundam Evolution Showdown is happening in the official tournament. So you, of course, can sign up for that. I'm, of course, going to be watching that and rooting for every team that's been playing in these tournaments. We're all crew together. We're all learning together. So I'm going to be rooting for everybody. But here we go. Our second winners semifinals match of the day. We're going to see what the first picks and bans that come in are. Are we going to see, okay, Thorough Plant immediately banned, not a map that we've seen banned so far. I wonder if we're going to see some more open maps this time, or if we're going to return to that Mountain R&D lab.
Yeah, I mean, Mountain R&D so far has been our favored map. We've seen it in 2 matches. Ministry of Defense getting no love whatsoever once again. Very similar to what we had during Halloween Havoc. Now it all comes down to the pick. Where are we going for our first map? Is this going to be another 2-0? And well, no surprises there. It's going to be Mountain R&D lab for our first map for this set.
Yeah, I guess this is the new, we saw with Flak Fort last time. This is going to be the new kind of first map going on here. We've seen it now every single set. But the question is, are we going to see, well, we can't really see another domination map, but what are we going to see again? We're probably not going to see Harbor City. I feel like that's a really rare pick that we are seeing from a few players. But finally, we're going back to Flak Fort, the other map that we saw so many times in Halloween Havoc. And it is one of my favorite maps, quite honest, especially to watch. You do get to see that team coordination. Of course, we see so much Mountain R&D lab. I almost feel like we don't have to talk about it quite as much, but I'm excited to go back to Flak Fort for the second game.
I do love it. Just again, because it's a good measure of how strong teams are on their defensive side, right? On point A, teams generally will give that up after about 1 or 2 fights. That run back seems so long, and it's just basically a straight shot for the offense if they need to resupply and get more players back on in, right? And so if they can hold it well, and we have seen a few teams being able to full hold on point A before, that's a really good sign for their overall play style and their play level. But Mountain R&D, when it comes to these destruction maps, it is basically just going to come down to who's better at team fighting at this point. And we've seen some different looks coming out from different squads, right? I mean, one squad that we weren't expecting to go for that turn A Gundam ended up going for the turn A Gundam in our last match.
Yeah, and it worked out extremely well. Definitely in contention for my play of the tournament already. We got my play of the tournament on day 1 of Halloween Havoc, so we might get the same thing here with that turn A G maneuver that was just so good. But there's still plenty of time, of course, and of course we're gonna have a day 2 as well. But this time around, I'm really curious again what we're gonna see. We did see from TEKKA, this is the only team that we've seen so far previously on broadcast that we're gonna be seeing again, so I do expect them to go pretty much the same route that we saw before. We saw them, of course, the double domination map, and they just stuck with their guns. They stuck with their usual, like, kind of Sazabi and Exia and Pale Rider and just the usuals. Got a lot of Gundam Unicorn, which makes a lot of sense, of course, on domination maps. We might not get a chance to see, we'll at least see on Flak4 if they switch, but probably going to be the same there all around. But Bork, like I said, they're a very, very strong team. I think they actually had an overlapping tournament in the last time, so that just kind of goes to show how coordinated of a team they are. They play in a lot of tournaments for a lot of games together, and I believe they got second in the Pilot Showdown and third in the EGL tournament, or maybe it was second as well. I don't know. My memory's gone, and these happened a whole 2 months ago, and I can no longer remember that long. But regardless, I think they were in the top 3 of both at minimum.
Yeah, so TEKKA are going to have their work cut out for them. I don't know. I don't expect this match at all to go just 2 maps. Hopefully this one goes to 3. Hopefully this one goes to 3 because I want to see as much as possible before we head into the grand finals or the winners finals and our lower bracket here. Really only getting 2 maps to try and get a good measure of teams. It's not the most effective way to really be able to measure their basically play level at this point. So hopefully we can go to all 3. Hopefully we get to see some different maps as well. I mean, like I said, I love Mountain R&D and I love Flak4, but I want to see a little bit more out of our squads when it comes to basically our map pool right now. It's down to 7 maps. It's not the usual 9 that you have in regular, in casual and competitive play. And so our teams do get to kind of like hyper focus on these 7, but again, so many of them just play so differently.
Yeah, and I love seeing more of like what the teams can do, but I also love seeing what the teams can do on different game types and different strategies and different lengths of maps. We haven't had a single destruction so far, a single destruction mission, which is we saw, I would say, not a ton the last time. It's definitely been mostly point capture and domination, even within Halloween Havoc, within Pilot Showdown, but overall this is still a pretty, it's not an uncommon game type, right? It's not like people are like, oh, I just hate destruction or anything. It just happens to be that we've seen so many dominations this time around that we haven't had a chance to even go over there. So I would love to see like at least one game type from each of these teams as the day goes on. We'll see if they do though. It seems like it's just interesting because we see the meta shift as far as maps. I thought it was going to be because of like a meta shift with suits and Zaku 2 melee being back, but it's not that at all. People just are that much more confident in domination this time around.
And I think when you have the level of Pale Rider players, you really do want to kind of build around that composition. I mean, Pale Rider, just because of the consistent damage it's able to put down, you want to really be able to secure that spot and then play around it. And so I like that you have the Sazabi for it. You have the Unicorn to try and play a little bit more death ball as well. But the Dom itself, it's not just a support. It is a damage dealer. It's honestly one of the best duelists when it comes to these games. And that's why I think you're not seeing as many flankers. You're not seeing as many of the triple melee compositions right now, just because if you try to go for the flank, the Dom can answer it in kind, along with the Ashmar. Ashmar is also a really high burst duelist himself. So I guess at this point, I am no longer surprised why we are still sticking with this Pale Rider core composition.
Mm-hmm. I would like to see it still be. I would like to see some changes attempted at least, but I do get it. I do get it for sure. But yeah, Sazabi. I mean, the biggest thing for me is that every team has an answer to Sazabi, right? And I think so many of the Exias now are so excellent at Exia that they are almost an answer within themselves. And the team no longer has to be like, well, we need a Zaku 2 melee to just cut through that Sazabi, because the Exia can sit outside of that shotgun range. It can dash attack in. But we'll see if these teams have the same feeling. If they're going to switch things up, looks like we're getting into our winners semifinals match. And no, that can't be real. All right, it's an exciting lineup right there, but they're still picking. I think they're just getting in. Although as much as I'd like to see the okay, there's the Mahiru's gone, and yeah, we're gonna get a little bit more normal. Although I am a little bit surprised that we are going to see. Oh wait, maybe not the Methis. Ooh, maybe a disconnect. We'll see.
Oh boy, very unfortunate. But I think at this point, because it's so early on, hopefully we can get a call, maybe get a restart, because definitely don't want to start off like this. And so hopefully our competitors do call it, just get the restart here. Very unfortunate that they ended up losing out on 2. We don't even have we're going to be getting match pauses, I believe, in season 2 as well. So again, another great addition that'll be coming in. For right now, we are making do with the tools that we currently have available to us.
Yeah, and let's be thankful that this is the Gundam's Grace here. Let's be thankful that that match was at least crashed before it started, like literally like 3 seconds before it started. But that's a very important 3 seconds. The teams didn't get to see each other's rosters. They didn't get to actually start their the entire thing. So could be a lot worse. And yeah, let's be also thankful that, like you said, we're getting match pauses, we're getting the coach slots, we're getting the spectator. That's all really, really good news, and I'm super excited to like explore that when it comes out in just a few days. But we can talk a little bit about what we saw as far as starting rosters there. We did see before the crash, at least we saw the pick over the Methis, which you were mentioning. Methis is so good on Mountain R&D at taking that high ground, and assisting like the Ashimar and being able to get those little angles kind of up to the high ground, setting the turrets in some sneaky spots. So I'm surprised that we haven't seen any Methis at all today. It's been a lot of Gundam Unicorn, but I do like that we're seeing that out of Bork.
Yeah, I mean, trying to utilize like the armor that comes out from the Unicorn and the Dom is all well and good, but you have to realize that when you play for that high ground, you basically only have access to one health pack, which is the one that's behind you, or if you want to try and make the run for it, the one that's on the low ground. But of course, if you go for that lower ground health pack, that means you are giving up the height. So having that Methis for a single target heal, especially onto your tank, onto your Sazabi, and try to focus him and keep him topped off, allows you to play that neutral a little bit more aggressively. But again, I feel like the Unicorn and the Dom armor gun is going to be enough to really keep them topped off. If you haven't won the neutral and you haven't been able to push and maintain that high ground after those cooldowns, or at least the armor gun cooldown is used, something's going wrong there. Someone needs to be dishing out a little bit more damage. There needs to be more focus fire. So I think that's more of a playstyle shift instead of necessitating a compositional shift.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love the fact that we do see such a, it depends on the map, of course, but we do see a good amount of switching between Methis and Unicorn, usually as like more of like the support role picks, and it can go really both ways. I like the fact that it's not just like one set in stone all the time, and sometimes we see teams that go for completely no support. I feel like that's a really cool kind of aspect to this game, that it's not going to be like one particular hard locked, hard healing support. It allows a lot of flexibility as far as like how confident you are with your team and what kind of damage they're going to be taking and in what area they're going to be taking damage. And it's I don't know, I just really like it a lot. We get to see it a lot from these teams. I think it was Team Gundam Unicorn last time that, ironically to the name, they used no healers. They used no support at all. They didn't run Gundam Unicorn, which is a lie. I'm going to call them out on that. You can't be named Gundam Unicorn, not run it. And they didn't run Methis. They just ran the Gundam instead. Just I don't know, it's an interesting strategy. It worked out really well for them. They almost won the tournament, but it means that there is that level of flexibility even within like a pretty established meta.
Yeah, I mean, also one thing we have to note is that the Pale Rider does come in for a lot of heals as well, which is why they are targeting that in particular. Instead of the damage aspect, they realized, hey, he should be good at only one thing, not both. Having one of the highest heals, I believe, even in Diamond Plus ranked. So they are cutting that one down. I believe it's the overall healing duration and the heals per second that will be going down for that one. And I completely agree with it. It shouldn't just be able to top off an entire team every 13, 15, or however many seconds it is. So I like that they're targeting that instead of the damage. It kind of cuts down on its utility, even though it did receive a slight buff as well, I believe, in the last patch to its EMP grenade, which is still something that's not as largely used.
Yeah, we see some of the really good Pale Riders use it like against maybe like Exias when they think that the Exia is like right around the corner. They'll just use it in spots where they don't actually have line of sight to anybody, just to kind of like hit around the corner before they push. But yeah, it's definitely not a key part of the kit. And yeah, that heal is pretty ridiculous for sure. And we saw a lot of that being used very, very well by a lot of the teams in the previous months. But it'll still be, I mean, it's still wild that it's like one of the highest DPS units, and it is going to have an AoE heal that only heals you. That's pretty impressive as far as the suit goes. So I'm sure that'll still be a very good suit, even with the nerfs going in, as we have seen Pale Rider in pretty much every single team today, as far as I can remember. We might have seen some weird switches off. I don't know. We saw some strange comp switches for just like a few moments in the rounds, but overall, Pale Rider, I mean, it's nice though, I think, to have that kind of like level of like a solid, like this is your solid DPS pick. They're going to be really good at fighting at like, you know, most ranges, so you can't like just get caught by surprise by like flyers or by you know, people who are a little bit further away or people who are really close. Like, you're not going to have that really big weakness as long as you have a Pale Rider. But it's I mean, hey, it's really good, and it's showing up very strongly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good multi-tool, right? It provides offense, it provides defense as well, and just consistent damage. I think that's the most important part, being able to get consistent damage across in this game, where heals overall are very limited. You have to really play around health packs, and so there are openings and windows that you can really punish teams as long as you're dishing out that consistent damage. And then, of course, kind of setting up the Exias. That's why we're seeing it, right? We have the burst coming out from the Exia along with the consistent damage from that Pale Rider. And that's why they are basically our core duo when it comes to DPS. The Ashmar really filling out and helping out, dishing out the extra damage along with the Dom. That's what I love about this game right now, that, like you said, supports aren't hard luck. You're not just a heal bot. You're not just a damage boost bot. Right, in this game, you have to be able to aim as well when it comes to playing support. And support just really honestly just feels like more utility than anything else. It's not the additional healing. You're just going for the extra utility, which is why Dom is so good. Being able to get that extra burst damage, being the nice duelist in case a backliner comes in, controlling a space as well with the mines, and having that huge screaming Nimbus, which we got to see in all of our matches today, become such a huge G maneuver that you can just win a team fight with one. But it's not like, you know, it's not the large heat axe of the Zaku 2 melee, right? Your team still has to follow up with it. The screaming Nimbus itself doesn't win it out. It's a tool for your team to utilize to win a fight.
Yeah, I know I always go back to my my ranked escapades, but I gotta say, like, Screaming Nimbus is easily one of the best, like, competitive, like, coordinated G maneuvers in the entire game, right? Free. Like, it enables pushes, it pushes you know, it enables pushes on offense. On defense, it pushes everybody off the points, it splits teams up, it stuns people, you can knock them off of, you know, ledges or into the water on certain maps. But if you have nobody to follow up, you just sit there and you just run around in a circle, and the whole team's like, huh, why is that person sitting there? And then you just die as you get out. And I definitely have had that happen far too many times. So it is not the best. I mean, it can still have a lot of impact, of course, but it just hurts when you're like, you see these teams and you're like, wow, this really has so much impact. One of the best G maneuvers as far as just team play. But then you go in and you're like, oh, well, I tried. I did my best.
Yeah, again, I think there was a reason why when I initially started playing the game in beta that I just immediately fell in love with Dom. Like, a lot of times when it comes to swapping games, for me, it's just like, I understand a lot of people are going to want to play DPS. I get it, right? So I'll just play the support role. And the first support I ended up picking up, I stayed away from Methus because I thought, you know, too much like Mercy. I don't want to be a heal bot. And so Dom was the first mobile suit that I ended up picking up. Eventually, I did learn how to play Methus myself, and I think Methus itself is also incredibly strong. I think maybe the energy cable could use a slight buff overall, but Dom, with its overall utility, with its ability to duel, I just instantly fell in love with that unit. And of course, coming back, like Dom itself, it's a completely nostalgic mobile suit for me because, yeah, watching all the original Gundams way back in the day, I just love the design of it. Honestly, everything from Xeon, like, even though there's like some sort of weird alienish look to all the mobile suit units, Dom just looked the coolest. So it had this weird movement where it's like floating around, and you would always see them, of course, like roaming around in like threes and stuff like we have in the play of the games, or MVP screens and stuff like that. And it's just such a super cool unit.
Yeah, can we talk about how well they implemented the like glidiness, the like floatiness of Dom in this game? It's so cool. Like it's a really unique like level of mobility, like holding on to that momentum and sliding slightly. And I feel like if it was done wrong, it could have been really annoying. But also during the beta, I ended up playing, well, for the first half of I think the beta or the network test, I played Dom because I was like, wow, this feels really cool, like being able to slide around like this and hold on to momentum. Then I played Zakutu ranged because also mobility was really fun. But yeah, I think it's really cool how they like made it and gave it one dash, which is obviously that can be like a real downside, but you have to use your extra momentum for things. And it's just, I think it's one of the coolest designs, like within its like support, its utility, and its damage, and the fact that it's like a big projectile, you know, rocket damage dealer. I love a lot of the designs in this game, and Dom is for sure one of them. Hopefully we are getting these players back into the lobby pretty soon. I know we did, of course, for anybody who is tuning in and wondering why we're talking so long, we did just, of course, have a crash right before the match started. We are having Team TEKKA versus Bork, Team Bork, as we are going into the winners semifinals to see who is going to be going up against Team Sucky Vacuums in the winners finals. But we had a little bit of a crash. One of the players DC'd or crashed 3 seconds before the match started, and now we're trying to get them all back in. So it looks like one of the players is doing a full restart. I'm seeing in the chat right now. So hopefully we can get them back in all soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing like, who was it? From, I believe, Team Bozos, where they were constantly playing as was it Spoo?
It was, yeah.
I remember Spoo, who almost every single match, except for when we went 5 maps in the grand finals, who didn't disconnect once, but in every single series leading up to it, they ended up getting DC'd, having some ISP issues. We do have a quick video segment, though, that we're going to throw it on over to while we try and get this issue resolved. So let's go ahead and check that out. But it looks like they will actually get caught. That's going to be one going down. One more, possibly it is the Ashmar falling in. Oh no, Casino was caught off guard too. So now only 3 members up, but they're in the middle of the rest of the team here. It's going to be a full 6-man. Oh, you gotta be careful. You got the energy cable, you got the repair cable, along with the heal being used early on. Hades will get popped. They're not actually using the Methasol. They don't have it, or they might have actually popped it onto someone else as they charge forward. Now Ashmar punch being utilized as well, and the screaming Nimbus, everything being used from the defense here. They were trying to play for that drop down to respond to either a point A or point B push, but now here's a concerted effort coming out from Sucky, but they're not even going to be able to make it over to that waypoint. They already cleaned up. Transam, I believe, might have been used here. We do have the Unicorn ultimate going down, picking up 2, and now that's going to be the clean line. You can see they're trying to measure the defensive push, and now they end up losing out on their Sazabi, but the Hades has been used from the defensive side. They're at least bleeding out some of the ultimates, and with the time advantage that they had on point A, that's actually kind of good for them. Bleeding out 2 ultimates. Nimbus, they've got the Hades along with Transam to play off of here, and put the initial pick onto Batty, and there's the screaming Nimbus coming on in. They want to play off of this to just create some space, allow their team to come on in, maybe even pick up 3 there for Casino on the Dom.
I was talking about on point, 23 seconds left. They do have the mobility to seek somebody behind, but I don't know if they want to use that right away and split their team up. But this is the turret, got 2 kills. The turret got 2 kills from Memphis.
Yeah, set up though expertly by that Ashmar punch, who was just waiting around the corner that entire time. You get once you capture the points. Turn A Gundam has his butterfly ready to go, but he doesn't need to quite use it. We'll go ahead just in case. He'll have time try and build that one up as he clears out 2. They find 2 more picks here, so they're not going to risk anything at all whatsoever. They've got the huge man advantage, and now he gets one last over.
Right, there's 4 minutes left. That is a huge amount of time, and all they need to do is just get 2 more ticks. But that's one thing that I really like about Guntank, right? Gun on Exia makes Exia so hard to kill. Already it's a slippery target, but giving it that extra health that's it's already a high percentage of its health that it's getting extra. It becomes like this 2-man just killing squad. It's ridiculous. But that was a nice chunk directly on the leg.
back, he will have that faster charge to try and knock them back. It worked with that Ashmar punch, but instead just the presence alone. Trans Am has been used. They find two. Listic has gone down. They need to get a man on the point now, and somehow Powerpuff Girls keep this alive.
They have to fall back. The XA uses Trans Am on the offensive side, but unfortunately he will fall to Nico, in which popped his own Trans Am, gets two, and now the offensive side with 25 seconds left, it's looking pretty scary for them on Harbor.
You have to put yourself into potentially being sniped out when you go for the repairs. You can see them start to just try and move forward. Meth 94% to the ultimate. The Dreams comes in with the crash, and it's absolutely wrecking his opponents.
The defense side, but Kyler trades back X-Ray once more. On the other side, Red has got X-Ray again. He's killed them 3 times, but the Resurrect has been there every single time. And now the Barbados is in on his face. Illusion goes down to Dreams, and the offense is thwarted here. Kyler gets the Resurrect onto Glitch as well.
It's the mix, and there's no ultimate on the side of Bork. They're done for.
Yeah. And meanwhile, they have to run down. Oh my god, this Pale Rider ultimate on the other side. He's just shredding everybody on the defense, or on the offense rather. 1 second left, extra overtime goes down. Alrenet comes through onto X-Ray. The time is ticking down. It's just him on this point. It doesn't look like he's going to do anything here.
Hit those melees.
Yeah, he's going to have to go hard right now, but Sucky got 2. X-Ray with a huge rocket with the 2K, and they can actually get the capture point off of this as well, as they just need to hit a couple more shots to get a full team wipe. The X is back, gets the stun, but it's just going to... This has used his boost, what I'd assume to be is the Zaku ranged, and it's just Glitch on this point with that ultimate, but no! Dream with a huge ultimate stops the Sazabi in its tracks, and nobody else at Bork Gundam can actually delay this point. They
Hacking team to be able to get on top of them sooner.
Sniper vs Sniper in the main of the objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes through into Legacy. Nice shots from Dream. Does take him down, but the 8 point is now under contest, and Dream hits those shots. Once more, he gets slick. So that's 2 down, but is that enough to really hold this point? Has to jump pad over the top side.
Does go down to the methods of Cube. As we can see, Dreams on that Ashmore just trying to go in super deep to be able to buy themselves the space to go for that plan on towards B. They've been able to get it, but it is going to be Nico with the G maneuver. The Hades coming through from the Pale Rider. Brute force through this bundle choke. They're going to have nothing. So when the faster respawns come through from the defense, so it can't be a full ult dump, and it's going to be so much committed.
It's Carl Sagan again. 3K before he goes down, traded out in the back line, but what a huge ultimate from the Zaku 2 melee of Team Vacuum's team.
Get stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan! Oh
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku 2 melee G maneuver.
All right, welcome back everybody to Gundam's Grace. We do have the match that is getting started. Thankfully, all of the technical issues have been fixed, and I think these players have waited long enough, so let's get them going. I'm excited to see this match finally started. We got to see just a little preview of what they were going to be running. Of course, as a reminder, we are in the winners semifinals. This is going to be Team Bork versus Team TEKKA, and we are on Mountain R&D Lab for the first game, and second game is Blackfort? I actually forget. Wait, what did they pick for second?
Yeah. I believe it was Blackfort. Really excited about that one. We were talking about it at length, I believe. We did have some weird bug that was going on in the lobby, so thank you all so much for your patience while we were getting that one sorted out. But here we go. We are getting started. It's going to be starting on point A. For this iteration, and our first iteration is actually going to start on point B, and I was really excited for that one, but it's going to come down to the neutral play. We've got the Methus along with the RX-78 coming in, so they're going to have that single target healing, but they don't have a Sazabi, so it's going to be interesting to play around. Hopefully they can dish out the damage to deal with this right now, but you can see that Methus doing a lot of damage with that flame. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to be enough as they charge on forward. D ends up picking up 2, and they will be able to force them back and now secure the point for themselves.
Wow, what a strong start. Yeah, you know, you said they don't have a Sazabi, and then right as you said that, the other team suddenly didn't have a Sazabi for a different reason, as it got just immediately melted. But we do see, yeah, such a strong push from an interesting team, like you said, not using Sazabi. On the other side, we are going to have a pretty core unit, a pretty core set of suits as we expect, but they're going to need to get another push. The Exia versus Exia duel, and that Exia is just not going down. Oh, finally getting it, but that will be a trade. Did manage to finish off the suit on the other side, and right now TEKKA is just not alive at all. They've got like one suit out there, not finding the push.
Yeah, and honestly, like if you could just take out the Sazabi, take out the shield with that Hyper Hammer, that's the value gained. We didn't get to see PPG, I believe, able to get that same kind of value when they were trying to fight for that. But right now, you can see the Exia now going in for the flanking route. There's 17 seconds left onto this point, and it looks like they will get the full 46% here on point A before we swap on over to point C. So it's going to be more of the same. Now TEKKA needs to find an opening here. They need to figure out what to do up against this composition.
Yeah, this was a very, very strong start, a very dominant start, and they are going to be, you know, throwing some pot shots over the walls at the point. But again, so much of this comes down to which teams can successfully push. Oh, are they going to be able to destroy it? No, not quite in time. But oh, we saw the Sazabi jump over it, and it didn't quite work. But the punch from the side, and this is a very aggressive hold with almost a full team wipe.
Yeah, and that's going to be point C unlocking in. Team Bork, Bork Gundam just taking that easily. So will they be able to get the full 90% before we swap back on over to point A? What do they have on the other side for the defense? We do have 2 G maneuvers up now. It's going to be the Hades along with that Screaming Nimbus and even the Trans Am available for them. But honestly, they should just be able to win this one out with any single one of those G maneuvers for themselves.
Yeah, this is just such a good spot to hold. Yeah, it looks like, again, the Sazabi is going down instantly. We're going to see the Gundam Unicorn potentially going down, and we are just seeing so much damage coming out of this Pale Rider with the 17 streak, but that's a good way to end that streak. We got the Trans Am, however, I don't know if there's going to be enough on the other side to follow that up, and we even get the res. So that Trans Am going down in a moment that it was really important. I think maybe could have been held out a little bit longer, or maybe it was popped and then just the entire team went down. It's very unfortunate.
And was that just a complete dry fight coming out from Bork? I don't believe they used any G maneuvers in that one. So that's a strong statement to be made. And now, as they secure 93%, the point will be swapping on over once again to point A. But Bork have already made their transition. They're already pushing aggressively onto them. Regalia has gone down. There's a second one. Escape falls. Now with only 4 members remaining, the RX-78-2 ultimate going out. It won't get them value, but it does buy them a little bit more space there. They do end up losing out on their Methus as Strife does get healed back on up. The Hyper Hammer just narrowly missing. They find one more knock. Will that be the final opening? No, there's another finish. As from the long range, the RX-78 is able to get that kill, and they can't even go for the res. They have to go for the point.
Oh, yeah, there's just not enough time. They are going to have the high ground, but standing on point to try and contest and get a little bit of overtime can be such a dangerous position. You can see that. Somebody got super lit trying to go for it. There just needs one person on the point. They're not going to find it. They had it for a moment, but like I said, if there's still people left, it is nearly impossible to retake one of those points without just getting completely destroyed from the sides. And that was a perfect round on the side of Bork. What a match so far.
Yeah, and honestly, they were the squad that was going to zombie-less, and so they were doing a great job playing around it. They were staying spread apart, and you can see how much the damage differential there is, right? When you have that RX-72, it basically negates the Suzabi shield, and so that's another 1200 HP that you don't have to chew through. It's just the additional damage that you're able to put out, along with that Methus pick coming out from them. Even though Gundam Unicorn has extremely high DPS, so does the Methus, really, that a lot of times people can underestimate the damage that the Methus can put out.
Oh, yeah, it can do so much damage, especially, too, the fact that you have two flyers with these pretty strong AoEs on a map like this where everybody's pushing up together. That can do so much with the, like, alternate fire, really, from both of those suits, both of the transforming suits, Methus and Ashamar. But this has been so interesting. I mean, we see Red Protocol, a very strong Sosby player, but just melting instantly in almost every single fight. It's an interesting strategy, just solo target it, try to get out of the way. We've seen some hyper hammers hit, but we've seen Bork just so good at coordinating that damage.
He tries to take that 1v1, but he ends up losing out there. And so now, this time around, it's going to be Bork Gundam actually getting the first picks, and as that point B unlocks, they should be able to secure a little bit of it as soon as they finish off this Exia. That's Exponent going down. So that's going to be a nice little pickup for them, and they will start it off with the first ticks.
Yeah, this is, I see Red Protocol there. This is TEKKA just holding this B in the perfect way. And that, I think, it's partially, in fact, to their team comp. But wow, they get picked. That's the problem. I was going to say the team comp, but they're not hiding behind the Suzabi. I think maybe they're getting flanked a little bit. This is looking like a really great push now on the side of Bork. Just managing to split up their team and go through two different directions. That's why it can be very hard to hold a forward position on point B right here.
Still, though, no one able to get onto position there, and so now it's going to be continually ticking up for Team TEKKA right now. As Bork, they will try and reestablish themselves. It does look like they're trying to find a flank. Someone was trying to get an angle, that the Ashmar player actually coming in. We've got our first sightings, though, of the Zaku 2 melee coming on in, and that's going to be courtesy of Strifey charging in with the axes, trying to hunt down one. That's going to be a Dom actually backing away, and the Rage Armor has been utilized there. He's got the healing of the repair cables as well as he tries to chase down this Pale Rider, but he's taking so much damage, and somehow the Pale Rider gets out alive, while the rest of the team, though, still putting in work, finishing off 3.
Yeah, but, you know, the Zaku 2 built a ton of rage, managed to survive, got the health pack, managed to push entirely off position. I do have to say how funny this is, though. The moment that we saw the switch to the Zaku 2 melee, we also saw the switch off of the Suzabi. So maybe that's the entire point of the Zaku 2 melee, and it hasn't actually come to fruition. But here we go, gonna absorb a lot, gonna be at full rage, and this is where it gets very scary with those huge chunks in the middle, but wow, instantly melted.
They back away from that fight. They don't give him the space that he really wants to play off of, as now the push to the back line comes through. Regalia, we'll see how much more he can get, but now this Zaku 2 needs to find some value. He's only at 62% towards that G maneuver. Might come at a crucial time, but for TEKKA Clan, they're trying to tie things, for Team Bork, they're trying to finish things off strong here. As right now, you can see the Exia getting a little value, trying to pick them apart. Nice little dash on in, but he's not able to finish him off, and he will go down.
Yeah, that is not a great position to be in against that level of that many people all in a row. And we are seeing now just such a good position to hold. Oh my gosh, just almost within the base. You didn't quite make it back to safety. But yeah, this is such a good spot to hold forward. We see this a lot. And one of the interesting things about holding so far forward in this position is that you actually get to steal your opponent's health pack. Their really strong health pack right at that wall near their spawn. That becomes your health pack. And that's very useful.
Now Bork just 17% away from walking away with this first map. They do have the Ashmar punch actually dodged out, and now Red Protocol will end up falling as the Ashmar will just run, tuck tail behind, and try and maybe find another fight. Again, it's going to be point C unlocking, and they just haven't been able to find an opening whatsoever when it comes to these outside points. Team TEKKA Clan really struggling here in this regard as they're going to go ahead and push out. They've got 3 G maneuvers activated here, but will they be able to get any value? They might even buy enough time for a 4th G maneuver in that large Heat Hawk slash, but they lost out on 2. Regalia and Red Protocol going down, and it looks like Team Bork are about to get the easy 2-0 here on Mountain R&D.
Yeah, pretty clean sweep here. TEKKA found that really nice early fight, but then just wasn't able to fully take advantage of it. And look at how far forward at least this Exi is holding, but that's what they've been doing the entire time. And we are going to see an attempt to sneak over. It never works. It never, ever works. I mean, I get the idea, right? You got to actually just get on point no matter what. And if you don't try, you lose. But we're just going to see them kind of flopping in and just not managing to get any real damage. Oh, we did see an attempt right there, but that is going to be, like you said, a clean 2-0. Despite that first early team wipe on the side of TEKKA, it was looking really good, and then immediately we saw the switches. And I wonder if the Gundam, or sorry, I keep calling it Gundam 2 for some reason. The Zaku 2 melee made a difference.
Yeah, and this is so incredible because we saw like teams when they try to run Suzabi lists, sometimes you can really go to bite them in the back, but having the option, having that hyper hammer there ready to deal with it, we know all from casual and from ranked play that the hyper hammer is incredibly strong in dealing with the Suzabi and dealing with that shield, and they were able to neutralize that one extremely effectively, so much so that, you know, on the other side for Team TEKKA, they were like, okay, maybe we don't try to run the Suzabi at all, and we try to answer DPS or DPS. It really did kind of feel like a little bit more of casual play, right? And in the lower ranks as well, in ranked, where it's just everyone wants to play DPS, and you can see why. There's just so much damage that can be put out.
Yeah, you know, on any map, though, I could definitely see it here. We see a lot of spots where the Zabi is really strong on this map, but it can also be flanked, right? If your opponent's team is really, really good at getting around it, and they have so much anti-Zabi stuff like the RX-78 and the Hyper Hammers, then I could definitely see this being one of the maps where you kind of go a little bit wild, and it looked like Bork was really confident to do that from the get-go, right? Not having the Zabi. It was really interesting seeing that we saw like kind of the switches midway through. I'm curious what would have happened if it had been a little bit earlier on the switch to the Zaku 2 melee, but I guess we'll not quite get a chance to see that as we're going to be moving to a larger map. But still, this is such a good showing already just from map number 1 of how strong of a team Bork is, even though we didn't get a chance to see them in the Halloween Havoc.
And I think this was just a really good display of why it's so difficult to play flankers, right? We got to see a little bit earlier on when we saw the Zaku 2 ranged coming out, that teams are ready to respond to it instantly. Whenever you try to go in, find an opening, they get spotted out and they get focused down. The only reason why that Exia is able to do what it does is because, well, first, a lot of our Exia players are some of the best Exia players in the world right now, but also he has a lot more mobility than the other units currently have. He's got the vertical mobility as well that a lot of them are lacking right now. Having the 3 dashes along with the 2 additional ones essentially in the kit, it just allows them to survive a little bit longer, and it has a smaller hitbox. So even though, you know, all of our players are extremely proficient at aiming, it's still one of the smallest units right now in the game, and so its survivability is incredibly high. So Exia still stand out, one of the best flankers, but he doesn't play like a flanker right now. He just pokes and prods. It's not the one like the full committal that you kind of need to play when you're on a Zaku 2 range, because really, if you want to be able to kill anything, you need to be in someone's face as a Zaku 2's ranged. As an Exia, you just need to kind of pull them back, and you can do that without the damage drop off on your daggers.
I know, it's really funny that you take a look at like what they're actually called, and it's Zaku 2 ranged, but it's actually one of the closest range suits in the entire game. It is like more melee than most of the other melee. Like you can do more damage from mid-range with Zaku 2 melee than you can with Zaku 2 range, which is pretty funny. Of course, the damage can absolutely melt people if you are really good with Zaku 2 ranged, but it really is in its own weird way a true melee suit. And on the other hand, Exia, which is very melee based, like it uses a lot of weapons, actually is in its own weird way. Okay, I mean, don't take this wrong, but in its own weird way, it's like one of the strongest sniper weapons in the game, right? Like you can actually chunk people from literally any distance, and it can play effectively from so many different distances. You know, it doesn't have to be a flanker. It doesn't have to be in melee range. So it's really funny to kind of like look at the difference between those two, and you're like, you know, they're kind of backwards in a way, but I mean, I do like the designs of them all, of course. I mean, you're going to see a few balance changes on both of those to make Zaku 2 range a little bit stronger, and Exia I think a little bit weaker. I think got some buff on something though. Oh, it's the mid Trans Am dash attack, I think, or the F. I can't remember, but one of its melee moves got a recovery reduced. So we're going to see some changes. Regardless, I totally agree with you. That's why we don't see Zakutu range as much, and Exia is free to live its best life on any map in this game.
I'm glad they actually like at least addressed it. They said, you know, a lot of the community feedback is that we want to touch, or you should touch the damage attenuation when it comes to the range of Exia. But for right now, we're just going to keep an eye on it. We're going to touch other parts of its kits first before we try and touch that part. But I honestly do think that the fix would be if there's at least some damage drop off to those daggers at range, because again, the primary fire, like you said, if you're hitting the triple dinks, you're doing so much damage. The secondary fire as well does tons of damage. So he has that option to play far range. He has the option to play close range. And of course, he has an amazing burst along with just survivability and mobility. So we'll see if he does get touched. I mean, no surprises whatsoever that of the really deathball-y mobile suits that are usually played, he is the one that survives because of it is basically coming down to the survivability, right? I mean, even though Barbados has one-shot capability here, that's not what you're looking for. You're looking for a constant contributor in team fights, and that's what Exia excels at.
Yeah, it really can. No matter how much you have to reposition. I'm interested, of course, though, to see the non-Sazabi team. You know, just to switch gears a little bit. It was really interesting to see that. I do know that for a while, I haven't kept up with the entire Japanese scene quite as well recently. I've been a little bit busy and haven't been able to be up at the times to see a lot of like what they've been doing. But I know a lot of the Japanese players and Japanese strong teams were not fans of Sazabi for a while. So I don't know if that's changed or not. But it is interesting to see a style that is maybe a little bit more like that, or maybe has evolved to be similar to that in general. And again, you know, we're going to Flak Fort. This is going to be, I want to say, like the most mid-range of any of the maps that we've seen so far. Because we've only seen basically domination maps and Harbor today, and Harbor, of course, is a very polarizing map in the opposite direction. So this is going to be the first time that we're going to see kind of just like a normal mid-range-ish map, and I'm interested to see the team comps and the styles, as I've said before.
I mean, a lot of the geography of the map outside of the initial bridge on point A, they do create for those mid-level or mid-distance sight lines. And teams don't even play on the bridge anymore for the most part, other than chasing down the offense after they get a team fight win on point B as a defensive side. So even though I like in your casual matches, you're going to see a lot of gym snipers getting picked up for that first offensive side. It does not seem to be something that teams are even considering here. Almost every defensive team plays inside of point A. They maintain that high ground for their Pale Rider, and we know exactly why. Our Pale Rider players are absolutely insane. So again, you play around them, you build a composition around them, you make sure that they can succeed. And so we're going to be seeing, again, a lot more of that mid-level play. I could still see the RX-78-2 coming out here in favor of the Sazabi again, because like you said, or like we were talking about, the mid-level distances, it's basically well within the damage drop-off range of the RX-78-2.
All right, well, it does look like on defense first, we are going to have Team TEKKA, and they are going to be sticking with mostly what they've been using. We are going to see the Methis over the Unicorn, which was one of the switches that they made before, but we're going to see the same core as usual of Ashamar, Dom, and okay, you know, you're talking about seeing the snipers, and this is something we expected to see a lot last time, but we are maybe going to see it. It does look like they're just sitting here. Maybe they're just using the jump pad for funsies. There's 12 seconds left, but we've got potentially 2 snipers now on the side here, or if you count Exia 3.
Yeah, if they go with the turn A, I would not be surprised if they stick with it. The gym sniper, I think it might just be an opening, just in case someone plays on bridge. Catch someone out like that, quite possibly on that rotate out. And the Ashmar, what are you doing? You got to be careful. You are so low now, as he does back away into that health pack, but at least a little bit of that is known. Now we'll see, though, if they want to stick with this gym sniper. I imagine if he doesn't get the initial opening, he will go ahead and swap on off. But having the turn A here can be incredibly strong for them. Lose out on Dark Infestor first, though, and that's going to be the heals. They're going to have to rely upon these health packs up top now. You can see that Pale Rider backing away, Dom in the thick of things, pushing forward. He's going to swap out for 1, but again, without that Methis there for right now, they have to play off these heals, and that's what's going to keep him alive. But for the time being, it looks like the duel is going to go the other way as they push forward onto point A.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty nice hold, seemingly. They have, again, used that the top corner very, very well. There's a lot of really low suits, though. They're not able to quite take advantage of it. What was that? Was there somebody in there? I don't even know what that laser was quite aimed at. Yeah, it looks like they are going to, of course, circle around, try to get that recap, kind of. They just weren't quite able to close out a lot of these. There's plenty of time, though, of course, to attack A. And I wonder if giving up this position was good. I mean, I guess you don't want to get caught out of position, get staggered, so I kind of do like that. But here we go. We're going to see a huge push around the side on the ramp.
Yeah, and it's the swap off. They're no longer on that gym sniper. Nice snipe in with that laser, though. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. And now it's going to be a 2-for-2, but they might be able to get the res as well. Methis with that cable is going to get a free one at this point, and now it looks like they have been able to crack open point A. The first tick about to come on in. You can see now the Dom is there controlling it for himself, but oh no, what a turnaround. The Exia coming in, taking out Moist there, and now they've got to be careful. The Suzabi is low. You can see why Dom is such a strong force on any composition.
Yeah, and the dueling Doms. I would honestly totally watch a 1v1 Dom tournament. Like, watching Dom's duel is just too fun. But right now we can definitely see which one won, and we are just still continuing to hold on to this point. We're going to get to 3 ticks. It looks like, oh, what a great dodge. Great dodge in the overhead grab.
Yeah, that turn A tries to get on in and pick him up. And that's actually pretty crucial because I don't believe that turn A has their ultimate yet, but the G maneuver can be so strong in breaking this choke point here. A lot of teams are going to try and play on that hill, but the turn A will have the free cover to play off of it, and he does not have his G maneuver. If he was able to get that overhead, he'd be so close to it. Right now, they've got the energy cable along with Trans Am to utilize here. The first pick, though, goes on to their Ashmar, and unfortunately, they lose out on one more. So a nice defensive hold coming out now from Team TEKKA Clan as Bork is still answering back.
Oh, and you could just see these Exias. Well, I was about to say these Exias just live forever when they're good players, but of course, finally going down. But you could just see it was kind of just standing almost in the open, just using its mobility to become such a difficult target and just doing so much raw damage, you know, just dashing, attacking in when it can, throwing the daggers when it can. And there's a reason why this is such a strong suit. But here we go. They're kind of pushing back up. They're going to try another huge push, but the Screaming Nimbus coming out.
Yeah, it's a Screaming Nimbus for a Screaming Nimbus again. Once again, these Dom players know. I mean, whoever's the first Screaming Nimbus user, it looks like that team's going to end up losing out, but they ultimately are able to get that G maneuver for Bitey up. That turn A Gundam only gets one throughout all of this, but it's about securing that team fight win and finally breaking the hold on the hill here. And now they're going to try and establish themselves onto this high ground, allow their Pale Rider to really utilize that Hades. But unfortunately, Bless gets picked off, and you do not want to be losing out on your Ashmar this early. It's an Ashmar for an Ashmar, though, as now Bork Gundam, unfortunately, not able to get onto the point. They do actually pick up one tick here, and it's a fight for the high ground. You can see teams really valuing this position, but that means the defense ends up giving up 2 ticks.
Yeah, and here we go. We see actually the Methis boosted Exia here, but not able to get anything as we see 2 picks from Bitey on the turn A, 3 picks now from Bitey on the turn A, and that might secure them the final spot, but this is a spot that is very, very easy to get a contest on if anybody's even within range, and A just went down at the perfect timing. You can see just a foot away from being able to contest. We very often see just one person get in and then another person get in, and that spawn can be very, very close, but that was a great job from Bork Gundam, and Bitey in particular just wiping the entire team at the end there, saying, you know what, I could use my G maneuver to wipe an entire team, or I could just shoot really well.
And that's the nice thing, right? You don't really have to worry about the damage drop-off when it comes to that turn A. So at any range that you're fighting at, you're doing full damage. And if you get that charged up ADS fire in, you can, of course, get the collateral, get the penetration damage throughout. So Bitey just doing a great job on that turn A. It was a little bit tough goings at the beginning for him, but once he started going, it looks like they were able to really carry forward with that momentum, especially even utilizing the butterfly just to get that one last pick, just to make sure they break through here. That even though sometimes it might be like the sunk cost fallacy, hey, we use so many G maneuvers here, we might as well use one more. It did end up paying off for them. They were able to get themselves onto the point and have a good amount of time, I would say. Yeah, 3 minutes and 47 seconds after taking point B. So that's a huge, huge lead to be starting things off. Now it's going to be Team TEKKA on the offense, and we'll see. Again, it's the Suzabi-less composition for Bork that's still working out for them. Maybe Team TEKKA can try and replicate that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting overall to still see that being used. But I do got to say, before this round starts, that last push in the previous round was so good because they attacked the high ground and just left a few people on the bottom. And I really hope that we can see TEKKA kind of do that same push as well. But let's see now where Bork is going to be holding. It looks like there's a few random shots in. Yeah, they're going to be holding in the building. I like that. That's a common thing you see, just some random shots towards spawns to try to build a little bit more G maneuver. But they are going to be holding the usual spot a little bit lower maybe than usual. We are going to see a good amount of TEKKA push onto this left side ramp as usual, but it looks like there was already a pick. They did get the res, but they're a little bit split up. Their positioning not bad though.
Yeah, they lost out on that Exia though, and so that's going to be the flanking threat out, and the Methus does end up falling, and here's the finish. Methus v Methus, and again, these duels are so important here. Not picking up the unicorn for themselves, having that extra kind of death volley heal with the armor, but the defense will be able to hold this one, so it's going to come down to at least another push for TEKKA Clan to try and find their way on in. Again, it's about trying to find value with this Suzabi, but they really haven't been able to so far. You can see Exponent trying to get a little extra G maneuver built up for himself, and it might be the Ashmore that gets that first punch.
Yeah, you know, honestly, though, the interesting pick here still is the turn A, and that can be a really good counter to Sazabi in this particular spot, because there's a lot of blind corners you have to turn, pushing in with Sazabi on this map, on this point, and you can just get yeeted.
Yeah, and they've already picked up two. Again, that's going to be the Methus and Regalia going down. The Exias not able to get much here for their squad. The Methus res will not be there as they focus him down, but if he finished off the rest of the team, well, you don't have to worry about the run back, but here it is. The offense trying their best to get stabilized and try to make another push. We're now down to, what, about 3 minutes remaining here as Red Protocol ends up going down with the Suzabi. So another huge stagger, and honestly, I would say this is the biggest weakness right now that's coming out from TEKKA. They've been staggering across a lot of our maps today. They get punished off of it. They're going to try and push forward without the Suzabi, and you can see how much damage they take for it.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage just pushing up. You can already see as we do see the Exia going down and the punch to trade Ashmar for Ashmar. Wait a minute, this could be actually okay. Ashmar is going to get picked up on the side of TEKKA as they're pushing in, and it may be an opportunity to push. I'm not sure exactly who else went down aside from the Exia. Oh, wait, no, was it the other way around? Was it the, that might have been the Ashmar actually from Bork getting picked up. But wow, just knowing that the Sazabi was in there, and that can be a really tough spot. That might be a pick, yeah. You got to turn around. You got to try to at least use that shield, but against Exia, good luck with that. Doing actually not quite the full thing. Wasn't quite able to get the full combo off right there. Took a solid amount of damage from the shotgun. So just going to be staggering a little bit, which is good. I mean, that tells me maybe shouldn't have quite been there alone anyway.
Exia able to back off in time, and unfortunately for Team Bork, they end up losing out on one of their own, and that's going to be the Methus player, so it's going to be a 5v6. Transam has come through, and the Hades is going to be able to let them hold in a 5v6 throughout all of this. 3 G maneuvers have been utilized by them, but hey, if they can try and delay this one, try and get their 6th player back on in. Unfortunately, we still have to wait a few more days for that match pause feature to come in here in Customs, so we're just going to have to play this one out with that without that 6th man, but Bork are making it work.
Yeah, they're working at work extremely well, and regardless of what happens here, they have held A for so long, and they are going to have a huge advantage going into, B, even if they do end up losing this point, which is definitely not assured, but the Trans Am is going to be a great start. Unfortunately, not quite hitting the targets that it needs to, taking a solid amount of damage. The health pack's already down. It's going to be able to get the flank at the very minimum on, I believe, the Ashamar, or the turn A, I think it was, but still, I'm not sure if this is going to be enough for a push.
Yeah, it looks like it might actually just be a hold. It does seem like the Methus player is back on in. You can see the Pale Riders fighting 1v1 up top until the Methus comes in to help him out. And they're still delaying things for as long as possible. Someone needs to hop onto the point if they want to try and delay a little bit more. But there's the 3rd tick, and it looks like it's not going to be a full hold, but things look a little bit troubling for them, having so much difficulty actually pushing in 6v5, utilizing their G maneuvers, utilizing a Trans Am. But for this next push, they're going to have 3 more minutes now to try and take point B. They've got the Screaming Nimbus along with that Ashmar Punch. Both great tools to try and create an opening, and they do find 2 picks and the Screaming Nimbus to follow up to get them immediately on point, and they are taking apart Bork. They want to try and match them for time. 2 people on the point right now about to secure their first tick.
Yeah, 4 people down immediately, and we see the punch from the Ashmar. It does not work out super well. It actually just knocks the Ashmar into an unfortunate position, but this is looking really good. Already getting to 3 ticks, just picking off these players one at a time. The exit come in is at least going to trade. It is going to be nice. Any trade on defense here is going to be positive, but they've got to make it count really, really quickly. This Ashmar is just raining death from above and not letting anybody come in effectively.
It's the unicorn on the low ground once again, proving to be the MVP so far now for Team Bork, coming up clutch and holding it down. So it does look like overall, if this point gets taken, it's still going to be Bork now with that lead. You can see now Bork on the defense, trying to get proactive, but a little bit too proactive, and that Exia almost falls. He's able to back away. Unfortunately for the TEKKA side, they were so close to securing 3 ticks, but they did not get it. So they're only halfway there, and it's still a long ways to go as they are pushed back to this choke once again.
Yeah, Dark Infestor going down, but this is 3 picks now on the side for TEKKA. We are going to see one of them get picked back up, but that is a really good opportunity to potentially push. They are not going to have too many more opportunities. They are getting actually a lot of mileage here. It looks like we are seeing the Sazabi G maneuver at least to get this team kill, and they're going to have one big attempt to stop this from being the full cap. They're already so far in. We are going to see the Trans Am activated, but not a ton of mileage. The auto res is going to go off potentially, and we are just seeing them staggered. A very, very healthy TEKKA, as it looks like they just need one more pick, but this is what can happen. This is what almost happened last time. That's still going to be enough. Still, you know, staggering in could be a whole lot worse, right? At least you're going to get some more of that time off the board, and you're already winning in time, so you just got to do what you can, but a very nice push regardless from TEKKA.
Yeah, Bork are going to end this half or end this first few stages with a 2-minute advantage, and that's pretty massive, especially with how strong Bork were actually able to hold down on point A with 1 minute and 47 seconds left. I mean, I don't know. TEKKA was struggling in the first 2 minutes of point A. I believe it almost came down to their final minute on point A to crack that one open. And of course, we have to mention it. It came down to it being a 6v5 in their favor because of the disconnect. And so things are looking really strong for Bork on their point A defense.
Yeah, I mean, of course they did a great, amazing job of taking advantage of the momentum from taking A, and then it was 6v6 after that. So they did, you know, they took that, they picked off a few more people on the way there. They never stopped, like, just basically blitzing point B, and it worked out very well for them. So really good job to take advantage of that as well. But like you said, they were just so hard pressed to find that first push into A, even at a 5v6, so, or a 6v5, I should say. So we'll see if they can this time. Of course, it's important to remember that in overtime, you do start with 50% of your G maneuver meter. So even if you have a like higher G maneuver, like, I guess, move, right? If you take, say, if it takes more meter to fully charge, there we go, that's the best way to put it, you're gonna have a higher gain at the start. So if we see some really, really powerful ones off the bat, that of course can immediately lead to a push, or it can lead to just enough hold, because like you said, there's not a ton of time. We're going to see that 1 minute 40 on the clock. That's like 2 pushes at best.
And immediately, the strongest effect you're going to think about that when it comes to the G maneuver meter is the turn A Gundam on the other side. It's going to be so strong. You can see that's why he's the ones taking the initial pot shots. He's going to try and back away, though. They have to be careful to Axon in. It's going to miss, but if he can get that butterfly up, the butterfly just wins a fight itself, and that's all they need. Losing out on Skate Duck is not what you want at all whatsoever, and TEKKA has been plagued by getting staggered through all of this. You can see now they're trying to take advantage. They've gotten one more pick onto Regalia, and now you can see this Zabi has nothing to work with. 400 HP. He's getting chased down by Amethyst of all things, and things are looking dire now for Team TEKKA Clan, who are already down 1 map. Now things are looking so bad. It's just a few seconds left, but Bork basically just recreating the defense they had initially there. It's just such a strong hold. The butterfly coming in at the last second there, and that is going to be a complete hold. Oh, these are looking so dire for them, Wonder Chef. Does seem like we might have lost out on Wonder's audio real quick. There we go.
I am back. Yeah, that was strange. I must have double clicked it, but my bad. So yeah, what I was gonna say was, yeah, I totally agree with you. That's exactly what you want to see as Bork Gundam, but not as TEKKA. That was a very rough time to have. Like I said, it was enough for, my exact words were, 2 pushes at best, and unfortunately it wasn't quite 2 pushes. It was like a push and then getting staggered and then not quite being able to get back. And you know, even just like a full 2 minutes might have given them enough time to regroup and get that one final push. But that's why it's so important to do well in that first essentially like the first rounds, right? In the non-overtime, the regulation rounds. And that's why we're going to have more time here on the board now on offense for the side of Bork. And it looks like we might see, I actually really like this a lot, we might see the Marasai, which is not a pick we see often, but let me tell you, in that building, that Marasai Sea Snake ult or G maneuver, just destructive.
Yeah, the Sea Snake snare is, I mean, yeah, the lightning, I believe, is so incredibly strong, especially when it comes to just that entire skill set for Marasai. When you can predict exactly what angles teams are playing. And again, it's the same positions coming out from everyone, right? It's either this high ground or the other high ground. And so being able to just spam that angle and know that you're basically going to have a 95% success rate, it's so incredibly strong. And all they need is that one pick. They have 3 minutes and 47 seconds, and all they need is one tick here on point A. And here comes Team Bork pushing up. They've already gone the first knock. That's going to be Skate Duck going down, and instantly they'll take the height. That's another one. Dark Infestor is out, and Team Bork are on the verge of sending TEKKA Clan now down to the lower bracket. Just like that, they just need to finish off. It looks like a few more units. They kind of swapped positions, strangely enough, on the defense and offensive side. But Bork Gundam are bleeding out just a little bit. They still have to be careful in how they want to take this. Barbados coming in as well to try and finish things off. We'll see if he can get any value here. Still needs to heal up, as he's going to get that passive healing from being out of combat. And they might have just been able to do it. They might have been able to delay long enough, but no, another pick comes on in. That's going to be Bork Gundam securing this in just a moment.
Well, there is one person on point, but I would have to say with this run back, this is just not going to happen. Yeah, they just need to get a little bit more, and that's going to be that. The suit switches were pretty fun, but that was a very strong first push. And so much of it was, again, they got that first pick and they just ran with that momentum. They were very, very ready to all focus on that Ashmar that was sitting in that building. And they just, I mean, they focused it instantly. It was like it was one big bullet that just one-shot it, but it was just everybody's bullets combined. And that was a great showing from Bork Gundam overall, who will be moving to our winners finals. And now both of the teams in the grand finals have been looking really dominant. I am very excited for that match.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess, you know, it still reigns true. We're just going to get 2 zeros throughout the winners bracket until we get to the grand finals. Once again, I mean, same thing happened in the lower bracket where it's just 2 zeros up until our losers semifinals, I believe. And I was honestly expecting this one to be a little bit closer for TEKKA to put up a little bit more fight, but we saw the problems that were plaguing them. When it came down to losing one initially in a fight, they end up staggering a lot, and you know, that's something that they have to learn how to deal with. If you end up losing on one, you have to learn how to stabilize, regroup, and not stagger. But they were constantly getting staggered, unfortunately. Part of it was due to Bork being proactive. Once they found that pick, being able to push out and stretch things a little bit further. And so Bork did an amazing job throughout all of that. It looks like they will give Sucky Vacuums a run for their money now in the winners finals.
Yeah, two extremely strong teams. I'm really excited to see that. I think that's going to be tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. I'm actually not 100% sure, but I do think so. We are not done yet for today, though. Of course, we still have got a pretty big losers bracket with a lot of really strong teams. Like now we see TEKKA in the losers bracket. Now we see Powerpuff Girls in the losers bracket. There's some other teams that we haven't seen yet, like IQ, for example. And we will be getting to those matches. But before we get to those matches, we're again going to go to a short break to set them up. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to return with more of Gundam's Grace right after this.
But it looks like they will actually get caught. That's going to be one going down, one more possibly. It is the Ashmar falling in. Oh no, Casino was caught off guard too. So now only 3 members up, but they're in the middle of the rest of the team here. It's going to be a full 6-man. Oh, you gotta be careful. You've got the energy cable, you got the repair cable along with the heal being used early on. Hades will get popped. They're not actually using the Methasol. They don't have it, or they might have actually popped it onto someone else as they charge forward. Now Ashmar punch being utilized as well, and the screaming Nimbus, everything being used from the defense here. Sucky, they were trying to play for that drop down to respond to either a point A or point B push, but now here's a concerted effort coming out from Sucky, but they're not even going to be able to make it over to that waypoint. They already cleaned up. Transam, I believe, might have been used here. We do have the Unicorn ultimate going down, picking up 2, and now that's going to be the clean line. You can see they're trying to measure the defensive push, and now they end up losing out on their Sazabi, but the Hades has been used from the defensive side. They're at least bleeding out some of the ultimates, and with the time advantage that they had on point A, that's actually kind of good for them. Bleeding out 2 ultimates. Nimbus, they've got the Hades along with Transam to play off of here, and put the initial pick on Sabati, and there's the screaming Nimbus coming on in. They want to play off of this to just create some space, allow their team to come on in, maybe even pick up 3 there for Casino on the dom.
You know, I was talking about the on points, 23 seconds left. They do have the mobility to sneak somebody behind, but I don't know if they want to use that right away and split their team up. But this is the turret, got 2 kills. The turret got 2 kills from Memphis.
Yeah, set up though expertly by that Ashmar punch, who was just waiting around the corner that entire time. You get once you capture the points. Turn A Gundam has his butterfly ready to go, but he doesn't need to quite use it. We'll go ahead just in case. He'll have time try and build that one up as he clears out 2. They find 2 more picks here. So they're not going to risk anything at all whatsoever. They've got the huge man advantage. And now he gets one last over.
Right, there's 4 minutes left. That is a huge amount of time, and all they need to do is just get 2 more ticks. But that's one thing that I really like about Guntank, right? Armor gun on Exia makes Exia so hard to kill. Already, it's a slippery target, but giving it that extra health that's like, I mean, it's already a high percentage of its health that it's giving extra. It becomes like this 2-man just killing squad. It's ridiculous. But oh, that was a nice chunk directly on the leg.
Back, he will have that faster charge to try and knock them back. It worked with that Ashmar punch, but instead just the presence alone. Transam has been used. They find 2. Listic has gone down. They need to get a man on the point now, and somehow Powerpuff Girls keep this alive.
Welcome back, everybody, to Gundam's Grace, presented by the Gundam Evolution Newtype League. I am Evan Wonderchef Hashimoto, joined once again by James Jamerson Lee, and we just set up our 2 teams in the winners finals, but it's time now to move down to the teams that have already lost once and are fighting for their lives.
Yeah, Skill Issue versus Powerpuff Girls and IQ versus TEKKA. Those are the 2 matches that'll be taking place in the lower bracket quarterfinals. Of course, they still have long ways to go before a rematch between either Team Sucky Vacuums or Bork, who one of those teams will be sent down, and I don't know who to call. They both played immaculately, and so that's going to be a tough task when it comes down to it, but they've got to get through the low bracket first.
Yeah, maybe they'll just keep tying against each other until we just have to give up and give them both the title, because that's how it looks like they've been playing. They're that good amongst the matches today, at least. But unfortunately, I feel like you've cursed us with a bunch of 2-0s because you mentioned it at the start of the day, but it was the curse of last time too. We're just seeing a lot of 2-0s. It's the truth. And we'll see if we do finally see some game 3s down here in the lower bracket. We've got some teams that we've seen, and we've got some teams that we haven't seen quite at all. So we've seen TEKKA and Powerpuff Girls. We've seen TEKKA actually a lot today, and we may see them a little bit more, but Powerpuff Girls we also did see on stream. But Skill Issue and IQ are both teams that we have not had a chance to see on the broadcast. And I did mention earlier that IQ did fill out the survey. I was trying to figure out a little bit more about all these teams, and they are a team where it does seem like there are some Gundam Evolution kind of endemic players, but they are a set of them that come from, I believe, Battlefield. I know that IQ, the player on IQ, is a very competitive Battlefield player, which is something that we saw from Team Gundam Unicorn as well. They were also Battlefield players, so they're coming from that. I'm excited to see how they work together as a team. Skill Issue, I know a whole lot less about, so that's exciting in its own right.
I mean, that's the nice thing about these tournaments, that we literally have so many dark horses, so many teams that we don't know anything about, so they can always surprise us. Here in the lower bracket, anything that happened, we know that across the board, regardless of the game and the game type, right? That just the lower bracket just kind of does something where it just reinvigorates players. So we'll see if they have any surprises in store for us. Right now, it looks like our map bans and picks have already happened. So let's go ahead and take a look at what our teams have decided on. We got a lot of mountain R&D today. We'll see if that remains to be true. Let's go ahead and check out our map bans for this lower bracket match. And our first ban coming in, well, surprise, surprise, we're actually not going to see any mountain R&D for this game, as it's the first ban coming in.
Wow. Finally, somebody's like, you know what? We've had enough of this. We've had absolutely enough of this. But, that's kind of cool. I like to see more maps, of course. I love seeing Mountain R&D. Those are really exciting, chaotic matches. But we have seen quite a bit of it today. So I'm actually pretty excited to see that. We're also not going to be seeing Harbor City. So this was actually Powerpuff Girls' first 2 maps of the day, and now both of them are banned in their second match of the broadcast, or at least of the broadcast, right? So they're going to be playing something completely different, and we are going to see Thermal Plant.
Yeah, Thermal Plants as our first map, and it's going to be Skill Issue actually deciding, well, I mean, never mind. I was going to say they're going attack first, but everyone attacks first.
Yeah.
This map, but our second map, when it does go to that, it's going to be flag forward. So kind of similar to what we had in our last match. It was a domination match into flag forward. And so we'll get to see a little bit out of that. And again, I love seeing our flag forward matches because, again, it kind of shows it's a really good litmus test for how good our teams are on the defensive side, especially on their point A defense. That's where it gets tested, I would say, the most. And we got to see how strong a defense can hold coming out from Team Bork there in our match just beforehand. And then, of course, we will do our final map bans if this goes to a third map. So leaving things like Underground, Command Center, Quarry, and Ministry of Defense open. We have not seen any of those maps so far today.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen Ministry of Defense almost not be banned a single time. So just the fact that it's even unbanned is it's a little bit of a win for Ministry of Defense fans. But yeah, I am not super surprised that we are going to see in the Flak Fort. But it's interesting to have banned out Mountain R&D and then go to Thermal Plant. I'm not sure if maybe it was like the opposite teams that banned it and picked it, but that is going to be we've seen it one time today, right? We've seen one Thermal Plant game, and it's, in my opinion, that's my favorite domination map, just because you mentioned this earlier today. Every point plays very differently, and certain teams can be very good at particular points, or their comps can be good at very particular points, but you have to be ready for anything, and you have to really show that level of flexibility. And the points, yeah, they can just be their own really cool, unique, independent fights, and I really like that.
Yeah, on Mountain R&D, if you're the better team on A or C, I mean, that means you're just the better team on the other, right? And so I don't think we've seen teams really be able to kind of flip that, right? Go toe-to-toe on C or on A. It's either if the team ends up winning A and it flips to C, they're going to win C as well. And the big question mark, the big coin flip is when we go down to B instead. There's not that same kind of flip. But like you said, when it comes to thermal plants, every single point is different. It's not mirrored. And so it does come down to just individual raw play. And I love seeing that. We got to see teams try to run the Sazabi list here, and it does end up working out. We did get to see, I believe, some teams, what was it, this map? Where was it thermal plant where teams try to run the Zaku 2 ranged, or am I misremembering here?
I think that it was. I think it was, right? Oh gosh, I don't know. It was one of the, it was definitely one of the domination maps. So I think, yeah, I do believe so. I do believe so, because I don't remember them trying to flank around on Mountain R&D, because that's pretty clear, like, right, when people flank around on that. So I do think you're right that this was where the Zaku 2 ranged showed up, but we didn't see it really do that much. And I think that's why, unfortunately, it's a little bit hard to remember. It didn't manage to get off as much of the flanking ability as it can. I do like it on this map, though. I do got to say, you know, there's a lot of spaces where it can work pretty well, and it kind of has its own unique strengths here. So, you know, not super against, well, okay, you know, not quite Zaku 2 ranged, but we are certainly going to see Zaku 2 here. Wait, that's melee, right?
That's Zaku 2 melee, and
Yeah,
that's not just Zaku 2 melee. It's got the boys, the Bash brothers coming in. You got Barbados, Exia, and Zaku 2 melee. This is a huge just death volley composition. I kind of wanted to see them like follow it up with the gun tank as well, right? Just charge in with the gun tank and then create that opening. It's kind of like a mini screaming Nimbus at that point, but it's gonna be a fight for the high ground now, and you've got a Sazabi on the other side, but they've got a Barbados themselves this time, so it's gonna be triple melee death ball compositions coming up from either side, the Marsai as well. But unfortunately, looks like they lost out on one as they fall back, and looks like it's gonna be a 1-for-1 exchange, but point B unlocks, and fortunately they are gonna be forced back.
Yeah, the Zaku 2 melee was really far in there. It did use the invincibility, but there wasn't quite a follow-up, so it did just end up going down to a really spectacular team focus. And here we go, a very aggressive play from the Sazabi. Make sure it doesn't get picked off. It just needs one more hit against that Marsai. It's not going to find it. But again, this is a very, oh, it found it in the end, all the way around the other wall. Good call on where they were going to run back out, but eventually the Sazabi going down.
Yeah, these are trades, though, and look at the point. It's 11 to 12%, so it's been going back and forth. I mean, this is an extremely brawly style, and that makes sense. You have so many brawlers on one side versus the other here. The trades going out. Once again, the point flipping. So this looks like it's just going to be a war of attrition. The next point we're going on over towards is going to be point A this time, though.
Yeah, A can be actually a little bit more hard to, or a little bit more difficult to like get this kind of like brawling style going on, because you do have your own unique high grounds in here, and the mid-range like shooting suits can actually take a lot of control of this. So I'm excited to see how well they can do with this melee death ball. We see the Barbados and the Exia coming in through the side, which is really commonplace for these melee to come in through. But can they find a hit? I'll tell you who can find a hit. This Exia managing to get a good amount of damage onto the Sazabi and zip around and just live forever, almost forever, as Exias do.
Yeah, and they're trading once again, but the reses, it will not go through. They get the finishes as well, as now they charge on forward. You can see the Exia is going to be coming back to the point a little bit late, but his team is there, still grouped up as a full 3-man, playing off that unicorn, playing around the extra healing from that armor right now, as you do have the unicorn ultimate being used. The funnels is going to be traded back and forth, actually. No one finding a pick quite yet, but they are grouped up here on the right-hand side, and Zeros will be able to find one. Batty finds one more for his squad. And now the Powerpuff Girls, they will maintain presence on point A. They are taking the clear lead now with almost 30 points to their name.
That was the perfect Gundam Unicorn G maneuver. That was exactly the spot you want to use it. I mentioned it before, there can be some really tough spots to use it on this map, but A, you can really get people all trying to funnel in through that one particular door, and it was just followed up so impressively by the rest of the team. That was a great play, one of the best today, I think. But that is, a like you said, a huge lead, and they're going to just continue to hold on to this until we see the switch to B, where they are going to try to get that early positioning.
Yeah, and on point B, we saw that the Brawlers were able to really create chaos in this one, not allowing the high ground control for Pale Riders at any point whatsoever. But if they can find these staggers, that would be huge. Pro Genji ends up finding one himself, but we'll see. He might go down now, down to 163 HP, charging after, and is able to take him out. What a huge pickup for themselves, as now the point will unlock.
Yeah, they're on position, but this is a really tough map to be on position for B for. Like, you have to have somebody down there. Luckily, they do have the Sazabi, but, oh, look at this. Jumping up the side, not quite able to get anything for that Barbados. Just barely outmaneuvering it. That can be a really short range, and the Exia is going to come down and get, I believe, another pick, and this is actually going to be absolutely huge on the side of Powerpuff Girls. Or wait, was this skill issue? No, this is Powerpuff Girls. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls snagging it back. I got confused for one quick moment.
And if they can hold this one down, this could be the finish. But if it's swapped, we will be going over to point A for the next one. We'll see, though. The defensive setup coming out from the Dom right now. He's got the Mara side to back him up just in case he needs the help in a duel. Backing away, never mind. They've already gone 2 knocks for themselves. And really, that should just be it. 99.9% as extra time ticks down. The first round about to go the other way, and that will be the Powerpuff Girls taking the first half of this map.
Yeah, great. I mean, it was a really nice, like, hold, I guess, on A for the other side for skill issue, but aside from that, it just seemed like they had a little bit of an idea of how they wanted to play A, and B, it was just a lot more confident, I think, from the side of Powerpuff Girls. And a lot of it is, of course, again, that team comp. I think this team comp, this triple melee, works pretty freaking well on this map, but not on B if they can, the enemy team can get the correct positioning. And we saw that really well from, for example, we saw Davester on the Barbados that was trying to jump up and like go up the ramps and catch people, but there was so much space for all of Powerpuff Girls to move backwards that they just weren't able to quite get a pick. But we never saw this go to C, which is where I think, for example, Barbados is one of the best. It's one of the Barbados' best spots, right? You can jump up into a bunch of point blank immediate spots that you can't hear him from. You know, you can get some nice spots around corners, but the fact that it was on B so much, I think it was really a boon for Powerpuff Girls. So we'll see where this one goes. It's immediately starting on C, so we can already see a new point.
Yeah, I mean, and on B, you have to realize that there's so many med packs around there that you can really play around. So it's harder and harder for the Brawlers to just go for that chase down because as you're retreating away from the Brawlers, you're healing as well. 2 immediately on the high ground, and of course, you can back away even further. But now, here comes point C. They do have a Sazabi for this time around to try and play around that. As you can see, the Rage Armor has been utilized. They've got one isolated on the left-hand side. It's actually going to be 2, but that Mega Health Pack, keep that Dom alive, but not for long. Really good rushdown coming out from our skill issue squad as the Brawlers do end up finding value for themselves, and they will unlock point C and secure it for them.
I gotta say, I love the style of skill issue. I'm a really big fan. You know, win or lose, I want to watch more of their matches. They're like the ultimate aggro deathball team, and we haven't had a chance to see that as much on these broadcasts. I am loving it. Right now, though, it's working out for them. You know, they're holding on to this spot very, very well. And oh, look at that. They just completely just surrounded the other side, but Be Their Shield actually gonna get a couple picks here, so that's looking pretty good. There's definitely a chance for or maybe like a repick here.
Yeah, it's gone back and forth, but the important part is that they are maintaining presence here. The Suzabi is holding it down. They swap out so he can go and pick up the Mega Health Pack and get back on to points. And I would say for the other side, for Powerpuff Girls, this is more about trying to maybe catch them on the rotation. You can see now the quick movement coming out from Suzabi, realizing, hey, there's 10 seconds left. We need to get up here, but that is why they did not even try to contest for a little bit on point C at all whatsoever. It was point B that we mentioned during the half that, you know, the other side, that Powerpuff Girls were really able to dominate. They've already gotten 2 picks, but they're trading back. Be Their Shield picking up 2.
Yeah, oh, nice. Great angle around the Suzabi. That's going to be enough. Of course, you do risk, of course, that self-damage, and unfortunately wasn't able to close it out. You do all that damage, you're not quite able to close it out. That Suzabi is going to get the, I'm sorry, not the Suzabi, the Barbados is going to get the high ground there. That's a really nice spot for it to have. If anybody comes in through that door, they can just immediately get jumped on. And again, we're seeing some really strong control on the side of skill issue here. It's a very different game than we saw before. I think we really need to see Powerpuff Girls grab this back.
Now, we do have the RX-78 ultimate being used, but they run past it. Never mind. Kaiser runs into it and will go down. And so that'll be another defensive hold coming out from skill issue. Regardless of the heroics that might come out here, even though we've got the Trans Am available, he does not have his team. Want to hold on to that one as he will ultimately fall. So far, no ticks picked up, no percentage picked up from Powerpuff Girls. It's been all skill issue here in the second round, looking to send us to a third round on Thermal Plant. 96 HP is that RX-72, and he does get chased down. Killer Umbrellas will fall, and he gets finished off. Now it's going to be the 6v5 advantage for the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, but this is an awkward timing, right? 9 seconds left. You're like, yay, we got 7 seconds at this point, but realistically, like, it's not quite enough to bring you back. You've got to move over to C, and we already seen how strong C can be for skill issues. They played that one so well, and now it's moving back and forth just between C and B, which is what they want to see, right? That's exactly what they want to see. But we'll see who gets in position first. We're seeing a lot of damage here on the bottom. We're going to see the RX-78 going down. We see 2 players actually holding the bottom angle, which can be tough if you don't have any way to get back up.
Screaming Nimbus utilized by Casino here. He does pick up those 2 that you were talking about that were trying to play lower, and that put them in basically one-shot range of this Dom, and he's still trying to find a little bit more, but the Mega Health Pack is going to get picked up by that Barbados. You got to be careful, and he does back away, and that's going to be the Powerpuff Girls actually gaining position here on C, but they have to scrap tooth and nail. They have to get full percentage here and then get the full percentage basically when we swap back on over to point B. But you can see now pushing forward immediately onto the choke, not trying to cut down on the space that they're playing around, but you can see now that whirling death coming in from Bonekill. He picks up 1. The G maneuver is just proving to be too strong on this brawler composition.
Oh yeah, we have not seen a good Zakuto melee ult in a while, but it is always going to be disgusting when it works. And that was, oh yeah, the gun tank, let's go! Let's go! Oh, fully invincible through the Exia with the Trans Am on. That was an unbelievably fashionable play, but there's a really good chance actually here for a retake. Aside from all of that, maybe getting a little bit too cocky there, playing with your food a little bit too much. I still respect it, but this is really what you want to see.
It was almost every G maneuver used on the Powerpuff Girls side, though, for that. The Marasai ultimate, along with, honestly, I feel like every single one. It was hard to tell because we couldn't see on their end which G maneuvers they had available, but it looked like almost every single one was used just to keep this in overtime now. But it comes down to one final fight. If they lose one fight, it is going to be over for them, as they are trying to chase down 1. The point has been flipped. They need to get right back onto the point, and oh no, things are looking bad. They have to fight on the point up against the brawlers, and that is where they excel right now, as Kaiser does find 1, but Focus and Batty has gone down, and it looks like the Powerpuff Girls might be going down. They might go to round number 3. They've got a little bit of fight left in them. Casino is still alive, along with their Exia, but overtime is going to tick away soon.
Yeah, right as you say that, both of them go down, and that is going to be really exactly how you want that to play out as far as how many times you get C for skill issue. And you know, one thing that actually just confused me a minute ago, I just realized Be Their Shield is on skill issue, wasn't in their original roster signed up for the tournament, but I think there was a last minute switch. Be Their Shield, I think, was the Sazabi player that was on Bozo's last tournament, so that's a pretty big. Oh, and Pro Genji's on that team as well. So there's a few players that I know were in other teams that are on skill difference. So I wonder, or sorry, skill issue. So I wonder if they are kind of like a mix of some other teams that have maybe not been playing together. I'm really loving how they're playing, and like I said, their style's so fun to watch. And I mean, the gun tank woo taunt or spray, I'm all about it.
We had an entire tournament, right, of basically just one composition. So I love that we do get to delve a little bit further into different compositions, into having this brawler style that, I mean, I imagine that all of us are used to when it comes to just playing casual or ranked matches. This is a bit more akin to what we're used to seeing when we're in that setting. And so I'm glad to see that we get to see the clashing styles between the two right now. The swap off, no Sazabi coming in this time around. I imagine 4 Powerpuff Girls that are going to stick with the Mara side. They've got the Dom along with that Pale Rider, and it's going to be this point A push coming out, trying to go for the left to have that make a control, but they funnel themselves in. Davester ends up picking up 2, but Powerpuff Girls still have some fight left, and then they're trading back. Baddie has gone down, Invictus is still alive, and he's got the health pack to play off of.
Wow, yeah, the Barbados 2 for 1. That's a beautiful thing to see. But yeah, this is staying a pretty even fight here on this point. It looks like it's just going to open up and get picked up pretty quickly on the side of, I believe that is Powerpuff Girls. But that was a really tough spot to put yourself in, especially getting rid of, I mean, like, yeah, just 2 units that are trying to push for that health pack too.
And now as it is ticking on up, that's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Davester has fallen once again on that Barbados, not quite finding the opening here. They lose out on 2 more. Zexia, he's just delaying. He really does have to just kind of reset himself, because I don't think there's going to be a chance to be able to win this one out. He does end up picking a pack, but he hasn't found a pick, which is the most important part. And he's just getting chased down. And so he's just delaying at this point here. But at least now you're going to be fighting for point C, so maybe you start positioning for that instead.
Yeah, and it does look like you can see all the little silhouettes running over to C already. Fully agreed right there. But back to C again. And again, skill issue has been playing this particular site very, very, very well. So we'll see if they get a chance to. There is a really strong early positioning from Powerpuff Girls. We see Casino on the point, and we see, ooh, an amazing first focus here. We're going to take down the Barbados before it has a chance to do anything. Walking in, that's why you usually see it jumping up. But the RX-78 probably not going to have a chance to live here. Best of luck, but maybe needed to hit a hyper hammer out of that to try to get the kill itself. And so we're just seeing some pretty tough picks here. No chance to really push. They're just getting staggered.
Yeah, they're finding more and more picks there, and so that's going to be an easy point C take for them, and they are accruing a percentage almost tying up now to 29-29, but I kind of want to see what G maneuvers they have on the other side. Hades here, not the strongest one. The Ashmar Punch will definitely help them out. It's going to be a Transam along with the whirling large heat axe, but they're going to go ahead and utilize that RX-72 ultimate. Did it get cleared out instantly? It did actually pick up 1. And so they're not overcommitting on the G maneuvers. Never mind, they do use that large heat axe there. Davester finds 1 as well onto Kaiser. They're fighting back, but now they need to try and take point 34% for themselves. And now the Trans Am runs out, and they're about to tie things back once again.
Yeah, that was a lot of, I think, cleanup off of the Zaku 2 melee G maneuver, but it just wasn't that many points. I mean, they are going to essentially steal back the lead here, but you know, they only got about 15 seconds for using all of those G maneuvers. And here we go. We're going to see once again just a huge brawl up here, but the fact that we do see a pretty strong hold on top from Powerpuff Girls is going to be huge. That's how they've held B before.
And now the Barbados giving chase. Skill issue fighting 1. That's going to be Davester. Can he find a little bit more? He gets 2 knocks, but he doesn't get the finishes, so they will be able to res up and get them right back into the fight. It's a really good attempt, unfortunately, just not quite enough. And Genji going down along with Evictus. Things are not looking good so far here for skill issue on this point. It's going to be Powerpuff Girls picking that one up. Now it's all about trying to defend this one, but they are staggering once again. Back onto the point, the Screaming Nimbus has been used, and Davester will get cleaned up. But that is a screaming Nimbus down. And honestly, you kind of wanted to hold on to that for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's just gonna like allow them to delay a little bit longer before there's another push here on B. We are going to A next. There's not going to be a chance that anybody finishes here on B, so you might want to, you know, hold on. Maybe there's just confidence that they'll get it back before the end of the game and they get like one final set of G maneuvers. But here we go. We're going to see the push up from the Zakutu melee. It did absorb a lot with invincibility. It didn't go into rage, but wow, just barely escaping on the Gundam Unicorn. Finally getting caught down. Will it get finished? No, I think we're going to see the revive, and that is huge. I mean, that was great aggression, and it did push a lot of people off of the points. There's going to be a little bit more points on the side of skill issue, but not quite enough to tie things up. It will a lot come down to this point A hold.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the final fight. 22 seconds before the point unlocks. We're down to our last minute. Pro Genji ends up getting picked. That's huge now. And again, it comes at such a bad time. You want to be grouped for this. You want to be ready to fight as soon as that point unlocks, but now they're not really going to have that opportunity. We do have, looks like 3 members grouped up here on the left-hand side, try to push and play off of that mega health pack, but as they charge forward, the axe doesn't quite connect. That's the C-snare coming in, and they're able to charge in with that follow-up. Great utilization of that Marasite ult into that funnel, and now it's coming down to the final 10%.
Yeah, that Marasite G maneuver can be so strong used in the correct situations, and against a full team of melee, I'd say it's pretty much the perfect exact situation. We are going to see the Hyper Hammer just slightly miss. There's still a lot of damage potential on board here. 223 HP left. Maybe you're going to need to back up. No fear in the world. Trying to clear out this Ashmore. Can't get the hit. No, hit it. Oh my gosh. Somehow the Ashmore is still up. It's going to fly away. It's going to get to safety.
And they're not even able to get onto the point. Overtime ticks away, and I believe it's going to be Powerpuff Girls taking this 2-1 on our first map. But what a map we had here on Thermal Plant. I was expecting this one to be a lot more even than the matches that we saw so far, but what a way for it to go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was relatively even, right? There was a back and forth for sure. It did seem like we tend to see, I think, on Domination. We see it obviously a lot more on Mountain R&D, but whoever's winning has such a good position for whatever happens next. And we do see it less on here, but it did seem to be similar-ish as far as one team would get the lead and then they would just move and they'd hold the next point and then move and they'd hold the next point. And a lot of that was there was so much aggression in this map that we saw a lot of staggering, I think. But this is going to be a very, very different game for the second map of the set. And, you know, I mentioned a bunch of times, I love watching Skill Issue, how they're playing that map with the full melee, with the full death ball, but I don't know if it's going to be even close to as successful of a strategy going into Flak Fort.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is the nature of the beast, right? When you're trying to play for those flanks, you are going to leave yourself vulnerable to getting caught out and then staggered. And it happened to them more often than not, unfortunately. So we'll see if they can try and clean that one up. Flak Forts, I don't know. It's so hard to tell how that composition will play out up against teams that are holding defensively with the Sazabi, with the Pale Rider on point A. But there's a huge opportunity. If that Exia can get that first flank, pull them apart, kind of distract the defenses, create an opening for the Barbados to get in, it could be huge. I don't know how well the Zakutu melee plays into that kind of defense, but I am definitely here for it to see if that can succeed.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. Again, it's clear to me now that Skill Issue for sure has a few different players from different teams, and they're probably still shifting around some players a lot. So, you know, as time goes on, we're going to see a lot of that. We're seeing that from Team Sucky Vacuums, which is completely comprised of 3 different teams that have already been really strong. But this one containing, again, you know, this is, you know, their Sazvi player is the winning Sazvi player from the previous event, from Halloween Havoc. So it just goes to show you, like, there's a lot of really strong talent out there that's currently moving around in teams, but it's great to see it. And I'm sure there's a lot of flexibility on the team. I would be surprised if they were like actual one tricks. And another fun thing to note, by the way, every single team, all 4 of our losers bracket teams only lost to the 2 teams that are in winners still. Every single one. It's just a path of them all losing to those 2 teams. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, it was very similar, I would say, to what happened during Halloween Havoc. We got to get a great rematch, essentially, when it came to our Winners Grand Finals. And honestly, that's what I love when it comes to double elimination style, is that we do get these narratives that kind of naturally just build itself up. The rematch to see if they can rise through the level of their competitors, and we do see that happening quite often. So I'm really excited right now to see again the evolution of our teams right now. Powerpuff Girls, they are getting challenged right now by skill issue, but both sides are really answering in kind.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, just as time's going on, we're just seeing more and more extremely solid teams, and I love to see it. So many different teams that we're starting to get used to, so many different players we're starting to get used to, and now, you know, teams that we're not used to that are also still just showing up. I mean, there's so many teams that we haven't seen that did show up for Halloween Havoc, and I do gotta say, just as a side note, huge shout outs to everybody who entered this week, or this month. I know that, you know, we're right before the big patch, and it's right after the holidays, so huge shout out to so many people showing up for this tournament. That's so cool to see the dedication of all of these teams and all of these players in the scene in general. But because of that, I'm sure, you know, we're not seeing, for example, teams like Team Gundam Unicorn. We're not seeing, full teams available even for Bozos and for Inarizaki. We're not seeing, there's a few more that I can't think off the top of my head. I mean, I know Koi Boys, they switched their team name, but there's a few more out there that we didn't quite see come back, which is understandable. Of course, not everybody's going to be able to coordinate every single time, but seeing so many new teams, so many old teams come back, all of it together, it's just really great to see. And the meta is just going to keep on, the team meta is going to keep on evolving. So I love to see it. And we've got 4 pretty equal teams, I think, in losers brackets right now.
Yeah, and if you guys want to support as well, make sure you check out the Matcherino page. I mean, if you can access the bracket page, then you can access the Matcherino page, of course. And there are plenty of ways that you can actually contribute without actually having to donate yourself. Just a lot of basically quests on the sidelines that you can do, downloading the app or following certain Twitter accounts, stuff like that. Those are small ways that you can help that will actually monetarily help the teams as well, contributing to the prize pool. So go ahead and check out the Matcherino page there as we are getting set up for the next map. Like we said, it's going over to Flak Forts for map number 2. Powerpuff Girls up right now 1-0, but it was an extremely close match there on Thermal Plant.
Yeah, down to about a 50% difference overall in the final, maybe less than that, even on the final round. But now going into this, so we have experience watching Powerpuff Girls, and we know for a fact that they are going to stick with mostly their guns. The big difference that we saw on that previous map was the Marasai. We know that actually one of my favorite things about Powerpuff Girls as a team is that they're really flexible. They have the ability to play the Dom when they need to. They have the ability to switch off the Dom. They have the ability to bring out the GM Sniper. They have the ability to bring out the Turn A. They have the ability to bring out the Marasai. They have, you know what I'm saying? Like, they just have so many different flex picks while still retaining their same core. And I think that's a really valuable strategy for a team, which is why I like watching them so much. But I expect that we're probably not going to see the Marasai. That was more of like an inside close-up pick. Maybe it's just a counter to the melees, but we'll see if that's even relevant in this next match. But big question mark for me still. Are we going to see the death ball again? I want to see it. I want to see the death ball every single game. Just show it to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about like trying to play Barbados and Exia, right? In terms of melees, they do have that verticality. And when it comes to Flak Fort on point B in particular, there's great utilization of that vertical mobility that you can find an easy flank or disengage out of fights if you need to. And so I would love to see that. And it looks like they are hovering around with it. So we've got the Zaku 2 melee, we've got the RX-78-2, Barbados, and the Exia coming in for them. So it's going to be complete death ball right now coming out from skill issue on the offensive side. For Powerpuff Girls, though, I think they're just going to play this one standard. We're going to see the Pale Rider along with the Exia, but the Marasai is going to be continue to be coming in for them instead of the Sazabi. So I like that. Sazabi, you know, just kind of, it's fodder for a brawler composition, but the Marasai has that opportunity to get one pick, maybe build up the ultimate, and then completely shut down a push with its one ultimate.
You know what I'd like to do, actually, since they're a new team, I would love if we could get a listen in on a skill issue for this first push, just so that we can kind of get a chance to see like how they're communicating and which players are the ones that are talking, if we can even tell. So if we can get a listen in on skill issue here, that would be sick.
Okay.
All right, Bones will cut through as the tank. Go ahead.
Got it.
A couple people
I'm
top.
gonna use my survive as like a distraction.
Thank you.
Yellow. Oh shit.
Yep, I'm up here.
Nice. Ayo, Dom's low. Dom's down. Don't let them revive Dom. Do not let them revive Dom.
Get 3 on site. Get 3 on site. Come back, bro.
They got him up.
I'm low.
I got him down again. Though.
Back.
Axios diving.
Our side's low up top.
Holy shit, Dave. That fucking slam that you did?
I know, I'm telling
Got
you.
him good.
Nice. I'm getting for Ixia. He's dead. Nice.
We pushed.
Okay, that worked. We got to listen to the entire first full point of A. That's how fast they took it, but I am for sure liking their comms.
Yeah, they wanted the tank to go in, but you heard that last call. Hey, I can try and use my armor, super armor here, to try and survive and distract him, and it actually did. He took maybe 400, 500 damage before he got into it, but he distracted long enough for them to try and go for that high ground push now. But as you can see, as they try to approach for the next fight, things not going quite as well. Everything can't just be a snowball for them. It's a nice regroup now coming out from Powerpuff Girls to try and play off of this choke. But this is where you run into a little bit of trouble when you're playing up against a Barbados composition. These walls can really catch you off guard when the Barbados jumps on over. So you have to be ready to dash away from that one. They've already picked up one, and they're doing a great job of just falling back but dishing out damage at the same time.
Yeah, we're going to see 3 players on the side of skill issue go down. 4 players. This is going to have to for sure be a complete regroup. It doesn't look like they're going to be pushing too much further forward on defense. They're just holding this little angle. And this is, you know, if the Barbados, of course, can get to this wall and jump over, it can be very nasty, as we're going to see this positioning right here. We might see the attempt once the rest of the team gets by, but if it can't get to the wall, then it gets to kind of be tough. But here we go. Here's the opportunity. I want to see the slams.
Yeah, the Ashmar, it looks like the smoke, excuse me, the thermite was already used now as he's trying to chase down one, does not connect, but there it is, the sword coming down to take out the Pale Rider, but it's a 2-for-1 exchange, and they're losing out on even more. The Gundam Unicorn Ultimate on the other side, proving invaluable for them, but they do try to answer in kind of with the Gundam Unicorn G maneuvers themselves. Kaiser has fallen on that Mars side, but it's still a war of attrition. And ultimately, this then does end up benefiting the defense as they have the faster run back, and it looks like they will be able to hold it down.
Yeah, and oh, that melt from behind. But, you know, honestly, like, it's just a weird stagger from both sides right now. This is, like, not an entire push, but we are seeing the capture be pushed up just slightly and slightly more and more on the offense. It looks like they're finally going to get fully wiped. There's one more person on the point who's probably just going to try to stay out of trouble. Maybe 2 people over there, actually, but they're kind of up at the high ground. So they did manage to get a full tick. It looks like the rest of it probably isn't going to mean all that much, but it's a nice push. Now let's see what happens when both teams actually kind of re-coordinate.
Yeah, they've got the funnels along with the large heat axe for the Zakutu melee, along with the RX-78-2 G maneuver here. And honestly, that covers the entire point. They can try and cut this one off and bisect the point themselves. Looks like they will go ahead and move together as that full 3-man. The funnels will go out for that Sazabi, and he needs a little bit more clearance here. Takes to the skies with that axe, and you can see now the scans coming out, but Casino's going to be able to clear out 1 with that Screaming Nimbus. That's 3 going down, and only 1 traded ultimately. Beautiful defense coming out from the Powerpuff Girls side, just shutting that one down.
Yeah, I think when you play a deathball team like this, you have to make the assumption, wow, full team kill. You have to make the assumption that if there's a Screaming Nimbus, it's going to be used. You're not going to be able to get the positioning you want, and you might just need to take the wipe and then just push forward again. Because, I mean, a full melee team basically against Screaming Nimbus, that is just its ultimate enemy. There's not a lot that you can do about it. You can't even just like get pot shots off while it's happening. But here we go. Again, a super fast, aggressive push. We've got actually a lot of picks very quickly off the bat. They're just like never taking their foot off the gas pedal, but they're just such good defense on the side of Powerpuff Girls from this angle. You can see the difference between this site and site A as far as getting more range to be able to pick off all these melee units.
Oh, and they're about to get some staggers here as well. 2 units caught out on that Mega Health Pack. There it is. They're going to go down along with that Sazabi, find a 3rd, unless this Zaku melee is able to take out Subject, but no, they're not even going to be able to secure that thirst. And so it's going to be a full regroup. Now we're down to 3 minutes left here as the Barbados does go in, get that kill onto 1. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. The RX-78-2 gets the Dom, but it's, again, going to be another stagger. And right now, at some point, you need to call it. You need to call it on these fights. You can't keep going and throw units into these fights, especially when you're staggering and bleeding time. That's going to be another 30 seconds wasted, essentially.
Yeah, but here we go. We've got another strong push. We're going to use the Trans Am, and that should be able to get the pick right here. Yeah, 2 people down, but there's just so much damage on the other side as well. All right, we are going to see the Pale Rider get picked off, and now the Unicorn. This is looking like a really good push. We're already at 3 ticks. They need to get somebody back on point. They still have 2 of the G maneuvers available, including the Zakutu melee. That might be enough to actually just take this final point if that Zakutu melee can get on point, use that G maneuver, but I don't know if it can before the rest of the team might go down. And
it looks like they're just going to call it here. They're not going to utilize that Zaku 2 melee G maneuver at this juncture. If they can just force them off the high ground, that's going to be important here. You can see now that for the Powerpuff Girls side, they are putting a lot of importance on maintaining this choke here. Again, it's going to come down to Barbados maybe creating the first opening with that sword. If you can get onto one of the squishier targets, getting that instant finish, but a pick off on to the Sazabi, and now onto that melee Zaku. That is huge for them. They might get punished for this, but it looks like they've got the Sea Snake ready to try and shut things down. That's going to be Batty going down, but he will get res back on up for his squad. Now we're down to 1 minute 25 seconds remaining here. They still need to get one final tick here on point B.
Oh, yeah, and that's tough. We do see the Screaming Nimbus up on the side of Powerpuff Girls. That's going to be Casino with that, and that is going to be just so hard to stay on point as a full team of melee. I don't know what the interaction is going to be between that and some of the other G maneuvers, but it's definitely going to be a big G maneuver battle. This is probably going to be the last push with how long this run back is, so this needs to happen right now for Skill Issue. Oh, activates the G maneuver, is going to take down 2 suits with it, maybe even 3 altogether if that was one of an assist, but we still do see Casino up, sitting there on the high ground. We've seen the Ashmar up as well. This is a huge ball for both teams with so many going down.
Yeah, now it looks like they might just be able to secure it, but as the defense comes on back, they force them actually out. It's going to be the high ground once again. Casino and Kaiser on the low with Subject, that Pale Rider trying to dish out some damage. Now it looks like things are looking extremely dire for Skill Issue. They might not be able to finish out this map, and they've only got the 1 G maneuver. They might be able to get the Trans M along with that Gundam Unicorn ultimate up, and those could be the tools they need to break things open. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Dave Star has gone down. Now Skill Issue does get Bone Kill back on up, but he's not finding the openings quite yet. Killer Umbrella has fallen as he does trade for 1. Bonekel is there, getting that Rage Armor up now. The Zaku 2 melee, this is where he succeeds in the clutch positions, but he has fallen, unfortunately, and the defense are coming back in force. Going to shut down Skill Issue, who only secure 3 ticks on point B.
Almost getting the full thing, but not quite. That was a really great hold. I mean, you know, you can't be super unhappy. Obviously, you want to take the point, but getting 3 ticks on point 2 on a map like this, where, you know, we've seen now teams completely hold on A or completely hold on B. So it's possible. It's very, very much possible to just get the win straight away here, or at least try to force a tie. But the question is, how well will this melee team work on defense? I'd have to expect that, honestly, this is going to be a really terrifying team to fight on point A. Getting that first point might be the biggest challenge for Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, the important part is, honestly, like, if they find an initial pick on the defense, they can run them down. That's what the composition is so good at, right? Finding that first pick and then picking apart the rest of the team. They snowball so hard when it comes to that. And so it's just going to come down to Powerpuff Girls being very... just really on point about not getting staggered. We were seeing that kind of issue coming out from Skill Issue. When it came to point B, there was a lot of staggering, a lot of time wasted because of it. They try to kind of throw G maneuvers at lost fights, and honestly, I think that's where they got punished the most, and that's why they really weren't able to finish out. Even though they were able to get 88.1%, I feel like they should have been able to finish things out there. Right now, though, it's all about coming down to this defense, and we have seen teams being able to hold down on point A.
Yeah, just back to the previous point about them pushing point B. One of the greatest strengths that we've seen from Powerpuff Girls in all of our games that we've seen from them, they are really, really good at G maneuver management. They do not pop all their G maneuvers at once. They save them for exactly when they need them, and so they have enough for further pushes, especially on defense. So you love to see it, but whoa, what is this? This is a really fast push through the bottom here with the Dom. So we're gonna see the Dom pushing forward faster than anybody else. Okay, yeah, it looked like maybe that was just like a blitz to kind of sneak up on them, but did wait for everybody else, just showing off that sick, beautiful movement.
Yeah, you can see Skill Issue. They're going to maintain the Sazabi on the high ground right now. They've already lost out 1. Bonekel going down. There's a second one falling. They do trade back at the very least. Marseille and Dom have fallen, but the Suzabi, the tank going down, not what you really want to see. Xe in the back line will fall. Now it looks like Powerpuff Girls should be able to get onto the point fairly shortly here, get the res as well. And that's going to be point A falling really quick.
Yeah, I guess I was not quite right about that. I did think that was going to be a little bit scarier than it ended up being, but they just didn't have the ability to control all of the high grounds that you want to control in A, I guess. And that's how we usually see either the offense or the defense win within that area. You know, when the offense goes up the ramp, they take that little like side platform, then it is their real powerhouse spot. And it just looks like that's kind of what they did. So now we're going to see how the defense works on this even more wide open area. I can't imagine this will be easy either.
Yeah, they do have the RX-78-2 on the left side watching that push, but here comes Xe now, right into the backline, straight on top of the Suzabi, but it's going to be the Gundam Unicorn that's the first one to fall. 2 quick pickups, though, coming out from our melee units. Barbados finds one along with that Zaku 2 melee, and that's going to send them packing. As a skill issue will hold on for now. One last pick off onto Zeros is going to stagger them just a little bit longer, and they need to bleed as much time as possible because for the other side, they got 6 minutes to work with.
Yeah, that's a lot of time. It's a lot of time for them to just sit there and just build up G maneuvers as well. That's one of the biggest advantages of, just jumping over the wall. That's what you were talking about. And yeah, you cannot hold that other side of the wall like that safely against this Barbados. I love the gun tank. That's a perfect little size for that. But all right, we're going to see 2 people now go down just on this side of, of Powerpuff Girls. So not quite able to make the push, but they're actually trading quite well 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, the Ashmark is able to go in, and now the combo missed by Davester gets punished. And that's going to be 2 members down. They just need to stabilize and then start making their push. They've got the 6v4, and here is the Gundam Unicorn. They do end up losing out on Casino, and it does seem like he was completely finished off as well. But winning that 1v1 duel up against the RX-78-2 is going to be Gundam Unicorn. Now, they still have the man advantage as they try and maintain control of this high ground here. So we go ahead and swap on off. Yeah, it looks like we do have some G maneuvers being utilized, and here's the high ground push. Now they've got 3 members up here. Xe now down on the low, facing off up against that Zaku 2 melee, who has already used his super armor, and they are cleaning up. Batty getting rest into this one. This is going to be a huge push coming out from the Powerpuff Girls, securing 1 tick already. Now chasing after these last kills to get a little bit more. Screaming Nimbus to get them right back onto the point as well. Barbados is back, but for how long as that Xe and the Barbados get shut down?
Oh my gosh, this is looking all so good. 9-player kill streak, team kill. Will anybody be back up in time? It's looking like there's a chance for 1 person to at least touch the points. It's not going to be easy, and that they're not going to even have a chance. That is going to be a clean push here for Powerpuff Girls as they're going to close out that map and the set very cleanly. It's looking a lot better for them on this map than it did in the first game, but I guess that's just the nature of the teams, and we're going to see Powerpuff Girls moving forward in the losers bracket.
I'm glad we got to see the brawler composition, but we do get to see some of the weaknesses that come with it. When you're not running a Pale Rider in kind, right? You don't have the same kind of corner pressure. You don't have the range pressure, really, even though if you are trying to run, what was it? I believe their longest range was the Gundam, the RX-78-2, right? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have that consistent fire rate, and his reload time is so long. Even though he got the 1 extra bullet with the last patch, it's not enough to apply that pressure when you're trying to peek corners. You don't have the same corner peaks that we saw coming out from our Powerpuff Girls side. Powerpuff Girls were able to get an errant pick onto 1 member, I believe, just by being able to spam corners. And you can see why it's so important to have someone that, or have a unit that's so consistent like the Pale Rider actually in your composition.
Yeah, and one thing that I was mentioning before we saw a super sick like sword slam from the Barbados was that one of the biggest advantages when you get to that kind of further range point where they're pushing up to B is the fact that the ranged team, the more ranged team, can build up a lot more free G maneuver by just firing some shots, especially when you have a lot of time to kind of freely do so, which they did. They have a lot of time just, like, we'll just fire off shots, we'll wait till we get G maneuvers, and then we can just coordinate them all at once. And your team, you're going to have to wait for us to get close if you want to build any sort of G maneuver power meter, and that did come into play a whole lot. But a really strong showing from our new team, Skill Issue. I'm really glad to see them. I'm glad to see some of the players that we had a chance to see on some other teams joining this, and I really enjoyed watching their play style. It was very much hold forward the entire time, but they're going to be moving out of the tournament now as we see Powerpuff Girls moving forward to take on another team in our next match that we have not seen, which is going to be Team IQ. But before we get to them, we are going to be taking one final break before we get to our final match of the day. So don't go anywhere, because we are going to close out who our day 2 teams will be right after this.
Being sniped out when you go for the repairers, you can see them start to just try and move forward. The map 94% to the ultimate.
Objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes. The 8 point is now under contest, and Dream hits those shots once more.
Stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan!
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku to melee G maneuver.
Welcome to the Gundam Evolution Breakout Series. This video will explain the format for competitive Gundam Evolution across the North America and European regions, and how you can become a participant in the series. Teams will participate in the Breakout Series for a chance to compete in the Gundam Evolution Newtype and Academy Leagues. The Breakout Series will include 2 regions, North America and Europe. Over 4 months, teams will fight to gain points based on placements in each event. Teams will compete in 6 total events to gather points to qualify them for the Newtype or Academy Leagues. Each event will host a 2-day double elimination bracket where the top 8 teams will gain points towards their qualification into the international leagues. At the end of the series, based on the rankings, the top 8 international teams would automatically qualify for the Gundam Evolution Newtype League. The following 4 will automatically qualify for the Gundam Evolution Academy League. For the Breakout Series, we will be implementing a map ban system. Teams will pick and ban maps based on the poll vote via the community. The maps that will be rotation for the Breakout Series are Underground Command Center, Harbor City, Mountain R&D Lab, Thermoplant, Quarry, Flag Fort, and Ministry of Defense. Additionally, we listened to feedback from the community, and we will be putting Zaku2 Melee in the competitive quarantine. This means that throughout the Breakout Series, Zaku2 Melee will not be allowed to be picked within competitive play. Next, let's talk about your path into the Newtype League. Following the Breakout Series, 2 open qualifiers will be hosted for a chance for pilots to participate in the Academy League. Teams will participate in a double elimination style bracket, with the top 8 teams qualifying for the closed qualifiers. The top 2 teams at the end of each closed qualifiers will be invited to participate in the Academy League. The Academy League will feature 8 rising teams competing to hone their skills and play for a chance to promote onto the Newtype League. The Breakout Series is the beginning of an ecosystem where competitors across North America and Europe can compete to prove they are the best of the best. We look forward to seeing you compete, pilot. It's time to earn your stripes.
And welcome back to Gundam's Grace, presented by the Gundam Evolution Newtype League. We are down to our top 4 teams, but only 3 teams can advance to day 2. Once again, I am Evan Wonder Chef Hashimoto, joined by James Jamerson Lee, and it's time to see who out of our bottom 2, out of IQ and oh my gosh, I forgot literally who just won on Powerpuff Girls, who is going to make it to, like I said, that top 3 on day 2.
Yeah, and the Powerpuff Girls, when it comes to the lower bracket, they do not disappoint whatsoever. We've had some amazing matches with them so far. It's going to come down to, well, they need 2 more to make it to the grand finals. And setting in their way, it's going to be IQ, a team that we haven't really seen. We haven't seen on broadcast quite yet. And, you know, after what skill issue we're able to put on display for us, I mean, there's still a lot of surprises in store.
Yeah, and just before we do get a chance to start this set, I want to give a shout out, of course, to one of our sponsors, which is going to be Bloodline. As a card store, you can check out a bunch of stuff there, like the new, I know that everybody's hyped for the One Piece card game that's coming out right now, and then the Dragon Ball, almost called Fighters, the Dragon Ball Z card game. There are Funko Pops. They've got a Discord. You can go to discord.gg/Bloodline card shop, or you can just do !Bloodline in the chat. So it's a huge thank you to them, because we want to make sure that all of this is possible. We want to do the best that we can for this scene, because I freaking love this game, man. It's freaking sick. Also, shout out to the production, just as a side note, because especially Lux is doing so much work switching between all of these Discord POVs before we get the Observer client. That's like the hardest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So I just want to give my own personal shout out.
Yeah, it's always a struggle. You know, at the beginning of a scene when there is no spectator client. I'm glad that we at least have the custom matches in play, and that was like one of the things that I was really praying for when the game initially launched, that we were able to get that. Of course, I was disappointed not having any spectator, but just being able to put on tournaments yourself was fantastic. And so thank you to Bloodline Card Shop for being able to do, for allowing us to do this, being who's been here basically since day 1. So shout outs to them. Of course, like you said, shout outs to Lux and Craze, the guys behind the scenes making all of this possible as well. Right now, we're just waiting for our next match, our next one in the lower bracket, to see who will be facing off against our losers in tomorrow's matches in the winners finals. And we should have 3 amazing matches in store for us to close out the day tomorrow.
Yeah, so this is IQ, is one of these teams here, and like you said, this is the only team that we haven't seen before. We've seen Powerpuff Girls a lot now on stream, and IQ, they all gave me a ton of information about themselves. They're, like I said, a team that for sure has some competitive background. Some of them have competitive background with Battlefield, and they've played together, but then there's some other players that have said that they are new to this. You know, I'm looking over at my survey right now, but my favorite thing was that you know, I asked them all for their little fun facts, and we have Saris, their Methis player, who said Chaotic is the best Barbados player in the world, and then their Barbados player, who is Chaotic, said Saris is the best Methis player in the world. So there's a lot of love within this team, and I love seeing the love, but I don't know how they're going to actually play. I think these are probably still the bands from last time around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the bans from the last one. We're going to clear this real quickly. We are getting the map bans done, but I mean, that was still a huge surprise to us, seeing Mountain R&D getting banned out, the first ban as well. And I don't know if that's going to remain true, but it does look like we do have our bans coming in for this match right now. Powerpuff Girls versus IQ, and our first ban, well, never mind, it's going to be Mountain R&D getting banned out first.
I wonder if that was the same like basic ban as the previous match. I actually need to pull that up, who banned what, but Powerpuff Girls, you know, maybe not having so much success on that today, but they are moving forward regardless of it. So I'm thinking maybe they're like, you know what, let's rethink our strategy there. Let's not play that for the rest of this tournament. But Mountain R&D, we've certainly seen it enough, so I'm not super sad that it's banned. I do hope we get to see at least one of the other maps that we haven't seen yet today, or at least at the very minimum tomorrow. We know that Powerpuff Girls is a pretty flexible team, and on the other side, again, IQ, we have no idea about, so I'd expect that we might see at least one bigger stage this time around.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Ministry of Defense ban coming out second for Team IQ, and their first pick, it's going to be Quarry. So you got what you asked for there, Evan. Our first map, or our first sighting of Quarry throughout the day here on the broadcast, and Quarry was an interesting one to say the least when we got to see it during Halloween Havoc. some teams a little bit more successful on that first half hold of the map, but we know how difficult it can be once a team establishes itself on the offense, gets the waypoint, and is able to try and push for either sites. I think we had a little bit more success on point A more than anything else, especially due to the sight lines that the Pale Rider is really able to play around once it comes down to getting the bomb plant on that A side.
Yeah, and it does look like our second map of this set will be going back to Flak Fort. Again, not super unsurprising. We've definitely seen that the pattern overall of the maps that we see most often are going to be Flak Fort and Mountain R&D over the past 2 tournaments at least. We'll see if that changes within the next patch, but we are going to go back to Flak Fort. No big surprise. I still want to talk about Quarry though. Just like all the stuff you were saying, we saw it actually a lot more. It was like one of the most common maps that we saw on broadcast in Halloween Havoc. Not this time around, but we do at least get to use all that knowledge for our own. One of the big things that we saw a lot was we saw Bozos playing very well on that map, using kind of like a death ball on defense for the very first point, the very first waypoint, which worked really well for them. They even switched over to that Gundam Unicorn, which gave them a little bit more defense in that death ball area. But we saw some other teams that were holding slightly different. For example, I think we saw Gundam Unicorn that was holding in Team Gundam Unicorn, which is very confusing, holding inside the actual buildings a little bit more next to the waypoint and using them kind of as its own weird little cover, where you had to figure out which door you had to shoot in and who was in which door. And by the time you figure that out, you might already be dead. So the defense here is really interesting. It's also one of the first A points, the most, I guess you could say the most closed off first pushes of a destruction or point capture map, where there's not huge long sight lines. It's not short sight lines by any means, but there are a lot of corners at the very beginning. So we could also see a little bit more of like a melee comp if we wanted to see that. Something like Marasai, which we've definitely seen from Powerpuff Girls, can get some really nice corner angles on this map. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to see. And again, we have no idea about IQ. I have the list of like who they play. We have like a Barbados player. We have a turn A player, but it's nothing for sure set in stone.
Yeah, again, it is going to be super interesting to see the defensive holds that come out from our squads. Like you mentioned, there are multiple play styles. You can try and deathball it on the low ground. Some teams put a little bit more focus on controlling that right side high ground if you're playing from the defensive side, but also just playing around that mega pack on the bottom right? Typically, that's where you will park your Pale Rider along with whoever's supposed to peel for him, whether it's the Dom or the Sazabi, to really try and establish that position. We know that teams can struggle getting that waypoint alone, and it's not a foregone conclusion that you're going to be able to hold on to that waypoint once you secure it as the defensive side, because we've seen Ashmar players or even Exia players doing an amazing job even after losing that waypoint, just kind of lurking around, sneaking in while a push is going on to just get rid of that waypoint before a fight even breaks out. So a lot of different ways to approach this, a lot of things to consider when you're on the offensive side. But I really do imagine that if we do fall back to that Pale Rider meta, teams are really going to focus a little bit more on that A side plant other than the B side. If we do get something a bit more melee heavy coming out from our offense, then yeah, I imagine it going over towards that B side instead.
Yeah, it really does seem like it depends on like which comp you're using when you want to hold it, which is really cool. I actually really like watching this very first point. There's a lot that goes on within the very first like destruction here, and this map in general I think is really fun to watch as we're setting up these players and getting them in the lobby. I just want to talk also about the second point. Oh, it does sound like they're in the lobby actually, but so we can talk about the second point when we get there, but I really enjoy that too. Another spot where you can really recap the waypoint very easily. But let's see what these comps are. We are going to see a Barbados again. A Barbados, a turn A. I have to assume that this is going to be IQ. Yeah, I do see their names over here. So a little bit or a lot different of a comp. We're again going to see a no-tank comp on their side. A lot of the key units, we're seeing Exia, we're seeing Pale Rider, we're seeing the Ashamar, but we're not going to see any Sazabi. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, one thing I will say is that like Sazabi isn't as necessary when it comes to this, right? When you're trying to do post plant, once you get the bomb actually down, you have so many units that actually have CC that they can just deny the plant by just coming in, going in for the stun, and having them to restart basically that defusal. But it's going to be a far back defensive hold coming out now from our defense. You can see them playing all the way back at the waypoints, and even though they don't have the Sazabi, they still have a lot of self heals to really utilize. They can play around the health packs as well. But here comes out the push.
Yeah, and we are going to see a really far back, interesting hold spot from the Exia. We're not going to see that death ball by the right side box that we tend to see a lot from the other teams. We're going to see, of course, a few people hiding back there, but it's not going to be like literally their entire team like we've seen before. And so we are seeing a good amount of shots just getting picked off here. The Barbados is going to be really scary to actually try to hold that spot. You can get a lot of people down all at once if you're not ready. And you know, we're not seeing Powerpuff Girls, the players, go down, but we're not seeing them like hold their spot either. A lot of them are backing up into the spots I was talking about, into the doors, and we're going to see a pick on either side.
Yeah, so they're just going to have to give up the waypoint here and back away. That Exia needs desperate healing here, and so he falls all the way back basically towards spawn at this point. And now for the other side, they've got their pick of where they want to try and push up, and it looks like they're going to go for that point A push. They weren't able to respond in time. They end up losing out on their Pale Rider, and this is a point where you desperately need your Pale Rider to try and stop this push.
Yeah, this is a really interesting team to hold A. If they can grab this bomb and actually place it down here on A, it feels like it could be really good for them. Just with the fact they've got 2 flyers, they've got the turn A, which is essentially used the same way as you see some Gym Sniper use to defend A once you've actually planted, defend an offense. I know that's weird to say, but right now, I mean, look at how much work it's putting in. Having that 0 drop off, being that essential like sort of sniper that can self-sustain with exactly like this with the nano skin, it is going to make A such a nice target. And while you're really stopping them here at A, there's a good chance that your team could go over to B, which looks like what we're seeing.
Yeah, once you get the plant down on A as well, the nice thing is you've got that penetrating shot when you fully charge. So if a team tries to body block, you can still have access to the diffuser at this point. But it looks like there are going to be a few trades. The turn A will get onto that A site, get that plant down. But while they're doing it, they are bleeding out on bodies. They've got the plant down, but they don't have the bodies to defend.
Yeah. I mean, you might be able to get some really miraculous shots here to stop this. Like you said, you can hit so many people at once. Whoa! So much damage.
That is what I was talking about, the defense coming out. You don't need the Gym Sniper, especially because body blocking is so strong when you try to come to defense. This is one of the few units that has that penetration when it comes to having that full charge shot, and that's what he was able to do there, shutting down 2 units with the 1 shot. Beautiful play coming out, and what looked like a bad plan for them, they have been able to turn around. The turn A butterfly ultimate coming down as well. As this is such a fractured fight. It seems like there's 6 individual fights going on with turn A coming in to clean up all of them.
I know, maybe that's just what Barbados does, but wow, I'm actually so glad that we stuck on this turn A's perspective for this entire push, because this was entirely, it was one person that set up the bomb, it was one person that defended the bomb as everybody else got back, and then it was that big G maneuver that defended the bomb fully from the entire team fight. That was like MVP moment right here from this turn A. I'm going to figure out the name of this turn A player, because that was a beautiful Fusion Black. Really incredible play.
Now, here on the defense, they do have 4 G maneuvers up. That Unicorn G maneuver along with the Ashmar punch can be strong, and this is such an awkward second half of a map or a destruction map because the points are so close together. A and B are basically stacked on top of each other. You have access to B from A, so if you do end up trying to push up there's a way you can try and hold it down. They do have that Exia getting chased down. They will be able to finish him off. That's going to be 2 pickoffs for our defense from the Powerpuff Girls. They did utilize, I believe, one of their G maneuvers, and the Hades is going to go down for them just to clean things up to be safe.
Yeah, looking pretty good, but there's a lot of time that they've got to defend for here. This is what I was trying to mention a little bit earlier, right as we got the game started. An interesting choice here is how you play around the waypoints here, because you can really use flyers to recap it, or you know what, you could just say this is the biggest tunnel of all time. This is literally like the longest choke point of all time. So if you can get your entire team in here, this Gundam Unicorn G maneuver is probably the scariest thing you could possibly ask for. And
Point blank into the dome somehow does not finish him off. There we go. We'll go ahead and take out that Methus, and they will be able to cap that waypoint away from the offensive side. And now they just go ahead and clean up in the back, making sure that no one gets the back plant. What a nice little push for them. And now it's going to be starting off from step 1. Once again, they have to recap the waypoint and then figure out how they want to push. And I think they might have been left with a sour taste in their mouth trying to push through that canyon. And I got to imagine they're going to try and push through main instead.
Yeah, that can be a trap. That really can. You just get stuck in that little spot and you just can't escape. You have to turn physically around. It is unfortunate. So it really depends on how many people are defending each spot. It looks like that auto-res might get off. The Exia might not be able to actually finish, and yeah, wait, no, the res got off? No, the res didn't get off. Maybe the Exia did actually finish it off. It's kind of hard to see from behind, but we've got a lot of people still healthy on both sides, though we're starting to see the picks slowly more and more coming out of Powerpuff Girls. Oh, look at that, so many people in the corner. This is a huge shark shot potential, but wasn't off cooldown. Unfortunate. That would have been huge. Maybe could have taken out 3 people straight. Still, the plant goes off.
Yeah, they got it on A, though, and this is going to be a difficult defense. It's not going to be the same kind of case for turn A on point A on the first half of this, but again, if he's able to get some room, never mind, no room for you. As that screaming Nimbus comes in, he'll utilize the overhead throw just for a few iframes there and avoid a lot of the extra damage. But now in this 1v1 up against the Pale Rider, he just needs to land one more shot. He will lose out on that fight, and that should just be the push done. The defuse should be going down for our defense now, but you can see trying to get bodies onto it. The respawns are coming in. They've got the waypoint here as well. The bomb still ticking down. The Hades is going to be utilized here for the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, you gotta stop this somehow. That's super unfortunate. And there we go again, the turn AG maneuver, and this is one of the best spots in the entire game for it. There's somebody on the point. There's somebody who fell on the wrong side. You just gotta get one shot, and that's gonna be the shot. That was almost scary. But again, the turn AG maneuver. This is, I mean, obviously the play from everybody was really strong, but that was for sure one of those games where you get one player that you can really see their effect on the game, and for sure there it was that turn A. That was great to see.
That's twice that he was really able to utilize that alternative fire, that charged up shot from the turn A to be able to get through the body blockers, to be able to get to the diffusers. What a beautiful play coming up from Fusion Blackie here for his squad. And honestly, MVP of that first half. They still have 1 minute and 52 seconds after that for Team IQ. Now Team Powerpuff Girls, they have a time limit set on them. They need to try and beat out this time to have a chance.
Yeah, we are now going to see this interesting team comp have to play defense. Now, it is a little bit, in a way, similar to the comp that we saw previously from Skill Issue, where we saw the triple melee, but this time around it's only going to be the double melee plus the turn A, which really changes the entire, I guess you could say, like, dynamic of the team. This team does have a lot of strength from further away, and I'm actually really liking that from a lot of teams. We're seeing a lot more turn A this month than we did last month. You can just see how this information has grown and how people are really exploring new things and seeing how you effectively use suits that are a little bit weirder, like turn A. For sure, a weird suit. Obviously, everybody knew that its G maneuver was extremely strong if used correctly, but we're starting to see just its actual mechanical uses, which is super great to see. But how well will it work on defense? Of course, you can get some of those big chunky shots doing a ton of damage to a bunch of people with those collateral hits, but that's only if they line up. So we'll see if they're ready.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and push out straight through mid. No one going for that left-hand side. The Methus turret has been spotted out. Exia trying to get some poke on in. Got a health pack to play off of, but it's going to be the high ground that's actually getting challenged right now. And looks like everyone is just waiting for their health pack to get topped up. And now they're going to go for their secondary push, forcing them back. The first pickup onto that Pale Rider is absolutely huge as they get the res as well. So they should have the numbers advantage with Batty picking up that Ashamar, but focus has fallen down as they try to take that height.
Yeah, that means they're going to lose a lot of angles and the big flame. So honestly, pushing together as a big team here without that, the flame bomb is going to be huge. It's going to be really, really easier, well, really safer, I guess you could say. Obviously, there's still a decent amount of AoE damage on the other side, but when you have a strange team like this, it's going to be nice to be able to kind of group up somewhat, especially because they have the unicorn.
Yeah, turn A just able to jiggle peek basically these corners and get free shots off with that charge shot. So I love to see that we do have turn A's on either side right now. Both teams realizing the power of it, but Zeros realizes the hard way as Fusion Black is able to get that knock. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange though. Exia for Exia, and he's out kind of in the middle of the open. They do have the Methus for the res, but unfortunately he does get finished off. But throughout all of this, they find another pick on to that Pale Rider. And that's going to slow down the push from the offense once again. They still have plenty of time, though. But again, they haven't been able to make anything happen here on the waypoint.
Yeah, look at all these shots landing, though. This is making me want to go play some turn A after this. I'm certainly going to do that. Oh, in fact, actually, I think hitting 3 people in one single shot right there, but that does mean that there's a big push coming, and it looks like there's going to be a pick on actually quite a few people on the right side. The Ixia is going down, the Pale Rider, and we're going to see the full push all the way. Yeah, I like that. We're going to see the rest of Team IQ just back up. They're like, okay, you know what? We lost that. We got too many people picked off. We're not going to stagger ourselves, but already they had somebody in position to plan on B.
Yeah, Casino just playing a flanker here as well, going through the A site, and now he's about to find one more. Will not overextend for this one to maintain access to this B plant. Now he spots one, and the Barbados is not able to get the sword. He might actually die for his efforts there. That's chaotic going down. So it looks like Powerpuff Girls should be able to get this bomb off. No one really in position to safely get this defused. The punch has been utilized as well, and that gets instantly shut down. Nice little play coming out. They've retaken the height as well. And now with just a few seconds remaining here, we should be seeing the second half. Barbados going in, but that's going to be a miracle play if he can pull this one off. He's been focused down. Chaotic will fall. They only get subject throughout all of this. And the Trans Am gets popped, but instantly the Screaming Nimbus comes out to shut it down. Fusion Black can't even do anything with that overhead throw in the face of the Screaming Nimbus. That's going to be Powerpuff Girls getting the first half, and now we're moving on to the second points.
That's really what Screaming Nimbus is. Like the moment that anybody hears any sort of G maneuver pop, it's just like Screaming Nimbus. You know, it's just like, you activated my trap card. Here we go. It's Screaming Nimbus, and then it just shuts down every other G maneuver so well. But you can just see those reactions from a lot of those Dom players, and it was perfect. It was perfect. They wasted honestly a lot of G maneuvers defending on that, or trying to get back, I guess, to defuse. And now they don't have them for this next push forward. But, oh my gosh, what a focus.
Yeah, he was trying to get to the low ground there, and that's really unfortunate, but he will be able to come back with the butterfly. It's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange, though, but there's one more picked up. Again, our Metis players dishing out the damage so far as that supports, and now it looks like the offense will have to try and reapproach this from a different angle. We'll see if it's going to be a fuse. Again, I don't know if you really want to try and plant on point A when you can have these melee characters just drop down on you and use their full combo, but right now it looks like a lot of the focus is going to be put there.
Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know realistically which one I like more against this team. This team on the side of IQ is like really weird. So, oh my gosh, nice dashes through. Is going to pick up that Gundam Unicorn. Not even going to try to finish it off. Just saying, yeah, there's nobody else there. We don't even need to deal with that. I'm just moving back. But they can honestly take advantage of a whole lot of different situations. I mean, it's just the fact that they have that turn A alongside the melee. No, not quite able to get that pick right there. That would have been huge. But regardless, 2 of the players on the side of Powerpuff Girls going down.
That was a lot of G maneuvers utilized as well there. Now they're just completely dry. So this is a difficult spot for them. Remember, there's a minute 40 something remaining on the time board for Team IQ, and so now in the next minute you're basically just trying to build up G maneuver to try and go for a successful push, and then you have to wait another 30-40 seconds for that bomb to actually, the mega charge to actually go off. And so they've basically put themselves in a spot where they are not going to be able to get a better time than Team IQ, even if everything goes right here. Now the Ashmar punch is going to be up, but you can see the turn A on the chase. Turn A versus turn A. But it looks like he will not try and take that duel overall and just play for the delay. Here is the plant possibly to try and bait them out, but no one is falling for it.
I like that, actually. Just starting to defuse and just waiting to see if somebody comes down. That's very Counter-Strike or Rainbow Six of them. But here we go. This is just like so many picks. This defense against the defense is looking very, very strong. This bomb not even close to getting defused yet.
Yeah, they're over halfway there as the G maneuvers are starting to come out now. You can see the waypoint is gone for the offense, but do they have enough presence? It looks like they might possibly. Exia has gone down, and it looks like Powerpuff Girls actually were able to beat out the time. Just 6 more seconds remaining here. Now it looks like it's going to be the final members remaining. The Gundam Butterfly Ultimate comes in just to clear things out, and Powerpuff Girls will have about a 30, maybe 40-second advantage for the next push.
Yeah, this is all the, it's about a 30-second, 34-second advantage, but this is a really close game so far. I'm really enjoying this. This set seems to be pretty evenly matched. You know, we didn't get we might be seeing history repeat. We didn't get a game 3 until the very final match of day 1 last month in Halloween Havoc. And now we're on the final match of day 1 for Gundam's Grace. And these teams look very, very close to each other in skill. And I would love to see a game 3 between them because this is already setting up to be a very good match. But this is a very strange map to have to play overtime on. Just because there is such a technically a long run from the very first spot, the very first spawn to a point A or to point B, and you have to get that little like checkpoint in between, but it's not going to give you more time. So you've got to realistically make a very fast push on this map. Otherwise, you're just going to run out of time. You might spend all your time fighting for the waypoint, and by the time you get it, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and it's going to be Team IQ starting off on the offense for this one. And they did end up struggling when it came to that waypoint fight. It took a little while for them to break it open. Once they did, though, they were able to kind of snowball into the second half. But with, what, a minute 40-something remaining, it's going to be a tough ask for them. We'll see if they have something a little bit different in store for us. It looks like they're going to stick with that same composition. Sazabi-less, Dom-less as well, which is, I think, one of the more surprising parts. Not having a Sazabi, I understand. Not having the Dom, though, there's a massive difference in how you have to play things out. You can see how strong the Dom is when it comes to defensive holds, just being able to spam out corners with those rockets. But here it is, the first defensive hold coming out from Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, and they are going to be pretty spread out, just like they were the first time that they were on defense here. And whoa, getting some nice little, oh no, that wasn't a pick, that was a miner's turret or something like that. But they are going to, yeah, that's why you hold this spot, is that little, I don't know if you could see like little tunnel up there that they're currently shooting at. You really need a good angle on that. Oh, the Barbados flies over and the Exia flying over. That was definitely a coordinated strike. They're going to get a solid amount of damage, and there was no return pick. So this is going to be now Powerpuff Girls, I think, a little bit on the back foot. A lot of them are pretty damaged in this fight, and the turn A, we're gonna see the Exia go down, though. That's huge. Trading Exia for Exia.
Yeah, and honestly, he can count his lucky stars that Casino was there. The armor gun was what kept him alive throughout all of that, but ultimately they're going to be able to brute force open this waypoint and secure that, but they have delayed. Now they're going to be scrambling on the IQ side to just try and push up and get the Mega Charge down. Which side they choose, it looks like it's going to be the right as a full 6-man push up with as a death ball. Now they don't catch anyone quite yet. They're splitting up. Team members going up to the height, some going and wrapping around far right. That leaves one vulnerable. That's going to be the Exia going down along with Saris on that Methus. And now things are looking so dire for Team IQ. Not going to be able to get the Mega Charge down here. Now they've only got 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate push. They got like kind of picked off from a lot of different directions. They just took a lot of damage just running past. Powerpuff Girls was very much ready for the angles, especially the angles through the floor to shoot through the door even. But here we go. We are going to see the Pale Rider go down. The punch comes out, and that is going to be, I think, Casino going down, although they might be able to get the res. No, they're not going to. Casino going down and the charge going up on B. This is IQ's best shot that they've had so far. It looked like 2 people on Powerpuff Girls were down. And so now they've just got to hold it. And B, we've seen, can be a pretty good spot to hold, especially with a team with Barbados.
Mega Charge has been used, but has been planted, and Trans Am has been used on the offensive side. For the defense here, though, they had almost all of their G maneuvers available. Now we do have the turn A ultimate being used now just to delay anything at all, and no one can get onto the point. And so they crack that one open. They only lose out on Chaotic. Nice overhead throw with a headshot. And that should secure point B for them, but there's still a long way to go. 20 seconds remaining, and they've basically used everything in the tank. If Barbados can get back in time, maybe. But it looks like he might have actually lost out on that one. Here comes the next push from the defense to try and get onto the Mega Charge, but there's only a few seconds remaining. They'll have the tools to try and slow them down. The Molotov as well, extra time ticking down, and that will be the second half secured. 1 minute 30 is added onto the clock, and now they try to charge forward to catch these stragglers.
Wow, yeah, again, another unbelievably strong play from that turn A on the side of Fusion Blackie. That was, it was like 3 people down from the turn A G maneuver, and then just one-shot comboing with the overhead throw. Just like, oh yeah, I'll just take out most of your team, and we'll just guarantee this spot. So they are going to immediately run forward, capture the waypoint. We see, I like that flying over. That means you're not going to be quite as, we're going to see the air battle. I want to see more air battles. I always love air battles.
You just got to be careful, though, when you do go for that transform and try to go for that peak. Unfortunately, he can go for the peak, but he's not going to have any boost to stay and try to get some poke off. But Fusion Blackie on that run back gets the knock on to focus. There's a second one as well, but the Exia finally trades back. It's a 2-for-1. They're going to go for the res and get him back into this. They might have to go straight for point B and get that Mega Charge down, and they will be successful. No, the Dom gets right onto the point to stop it, but Fusion Blackie did not get finished off. He gets rezzed. The meth is coming in clutch for the squad now, but you can see that Molotov slowing things down. Mega Charge has gone down onto point B, and they end up losing out on focus. Going to be a 5-man hold here, but they do have that high ground maintained for the time being to go for that drop down 63% towards that butterfly, and it could be another huge clutch play coming in for Fusion Black.
Well, right now we see that this is the absolute final chance. We are on overtime technically, but this bomb has already been planted. They planted it exactly the time they needed to, and we are going to see Fusion Blackie go down, which is really unfortunate. Invictus going down as well. That's going to be 6v4 on the point. They just need to pick a few more players and then hold people at this choke point if they can, but we're at 75% of the bomb already. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, someone needs to get onto the Mega Charge now. 10 seconds remaining, and Fusion Blackie is 72% away from his G maneuver. It might not even be needed here. As you can see, they're able to just poke whenever they go in, and that's all they need to do. They just need to play time. That's the Mega Charge going down, and so that's going to be a successful push on to the second half for IQ.
Wow, just barely, with basically no time left. And now we're going to have to see Powerpuff Girls try to take their own offense. They did have slightly more time, right? Just slightly, about 34 seconds more, but they still do not have that much time, realistically. I was mentioning it before, this map, you don't really have a lot of time. It takes longer, technically, to get from your first spawn to point A or point B than most other maps. So you really need to have a coordinated push, just like we saw from IQ on that previous round. And they have a pretty offensive team, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see the same thing for Powerpuff Girls, or if they're going to switch off and maybe play a slightly different comp. We'll have to see.
I just love the effect that IQ has had basically on this match. That turn A Gundam from Fusion Black in particular, really forcing another turn A in kind from the Powerpuff Girls, which isn't something that we really saw from them. And so I love the fact that our teams have on each other, that like, hey, maybe this is something that you try and play. Maybe you try to play the Barbados, all this other stuff. It's been an kind of evolution of the meta so far throughout the day. We got to see full death ball as well. So I'm just so glad that we were able to take Zakutu Melee out of the competitive quarantine and see what kind of effect it has. I mean, seeing the introduction once again of Barbados, I feel like earlier on has had like a domino effect on how the teams have been playing it out today.
Yeah, I agree. It's really funny. I mean, I love to see this, right? Like I said, this is like one big community, and a lot of these teams are going to be going into the Gundam Showdown, but this is like, they're like big scrims, and you love to see all these teams learning from each other, so I'm going to be rooting for everybody on that. But here we go, the first big push. They were, of course, wasting zero time going into this, literally zero time. Is this a melee Dom that we're seeing? This is extremely aggressive. They are going to get multiple picks here, and they're going to get one little res, but that is already the waypoint on the side of Powerpuff Girls, and they are immediately going for what looks like, actually, they have the opportunity to, yeah, it looks like they are going to be pushing for B.
Yeah, I mean, usually you see a little bit more footsies going on, but Chaotic ends up picking up 2 on that Barbados. Huge picks for him to try and slow down the momentum. Now, they haven't been able to go back for that waypoint, so they still have to deal with it. Boost in with that grab doesn't quite connect with the overhead throw, but you know, it's enough pressure to at least force them back. So we need to see a regroup coming out from Powerpuff Girls, because you don't want this time to get away from you right now. The high ground has been maintained. You can see his toes getting chopped off right there through the grates, and you have to be careful when you try and play that angle. The Mega Charge has actually gone down in that small moment, that small opening that they were able to create, but Raptor finds a knock onto Subject. There's Zeros going down. They need a little bit more, though, to try and get this defuse.
Yeah, this is looking decently safe, but no, the Dom coming out, and that is going to just be able to do so much damage, and that is a full team kill this time around, so we know for sure that it's going to be safe, and we do see the huge defuse. This is actually the first defuse that we've seen this entire map, I think. Pretty much every single time that we've seen a plant, it has been effective. It has been an actual, destruction, but this time around, hey, all you got to do, just team wipe them. No big deal.
Yeah, They did have to utilize, I believe, 3 G maneuvers for it. They used the energy cable along with the Barbados ultimate. I can't remember ever the name of that Anya something system, and that Hades system, but it's going to be the turn A butterfly coming out now to try and clear things out. Only picking up 1, but that is Ceres falling. They've lost out 2 in this exchange, so it was a good retreat coming out. Now Chaotic does find 1 more onto focus. He doesn't have his nano skin quite yet, but he does have this health pack along with the overhead throw, buying just enough time, and the knock. Fusion Black coming in clutch with this turn A once again.
Once again, yes, that was so perfect. Again, it's just like fighting an entire team. I'm so impressed. I mean, I'm very impressed, of course, again, with every single player on IQ, but we've just seen so many, like, you know, game-making plays on the side of Fusion Black. That's just... I really am gonna go play ranked with turn A after this. I hope you all know that. Go find me on ranked and hard luck turn A so I don't make people lose.
Yeah, I've been spamming turn A, I'm not gonna lie, but we do have the butterfly coming out, and that's gonna pick up 3. Kaiser, actually 2 of his own. They do get challenged on that plant, but the mega charge will go down once again. Now they need to hold for another full minute here, overtime ticking the entire time as well. And so there is no margin for error whatsoever. Dom in the back will go ahead and help his teammate out. Zeros gets brought back into this huge play coming out from Powerpuff Girls, but they still need to hold on for 1 more fight.
This is really good positioning. We found it so hard for people to disarm on B once you get kind of like set in like this. It does seem like Casino's going down, but they just traded a 1-for-1. Although 2 more players going down, IQ is going to have a huge numbers advantage in this fight, and it does look like they're chasing down the rest of the team. We've seen the start of the disarm. Will they have enough time to get it off? I don't see anybody left to defend it, and they will, and that will be the win for IQ in this map.
Wow, that is massive. IQ, we're able to get that full run on the second half, basically in the extra rounds here on Quarry, taking that 4-2. And honestly, off the back of some amazing turn A play coming out from Fusion Black. We don't see him here on the board, unfortunately, but yeah.
This is such a ranked experience. Victory, and then every MVP slot is the other team. That's so funny. You see it all the time, though, but it just goes to show how strong both of these teams are. I really think that this is our best chance by a long shot to hit a game 3 today, and I do hope that we do see that.
Yeah, and again, I'm so glad that we are seeing a deeper exploration of the mobile suits that can be used. I mean, we did get to see some turn A when it came to Halloween Havoc, but we are seeing a lot more usage, I would say, here so far during Grace. So I'm really glad that we are getting a deeper exploration into the depths of the roster compositions when it comes to Gundam Evolution so far.
It's because the icon, you know, the poster for Gundam's Grace, it had turn A on it, so everybody was like, "Oh, I guess we got to play turn A." It just makes sense, right? They're just going with the mood here. I appreciate it, but no, I totally agree with you. We're seeing a lot more of turn A, and we're seeing a lot more Barbados actually, which is really cool to see. I've been trying a lot of Barbados recently and failing miserably. That is actually honestly, like, against good players, such a hard suit to use, and we're seeing it used very effectively in a very competitive sense. So it's really cool to see a lot of these changes. We saw more of the Sazabis earlier in the day, and now we're seeing a whole lot less. It's very cool to see the meta continue to shift, and then it's going to shift even more, of course, with the patch coming in about 3 days. So we'll just see how things continue to go on from there. But we saw so many good turn A plays in that last game. It was really just like, it was like a highlight reel within itself. 2 like full basically clears from that turn A, and it did lead into, of course, 2 round wins. But now we're going to be moving on to a different map that's not the most different map in the world, right? We are going to move more to Flak Fort, and we are probably going to see some pretty similar things. We can see, of course, the turn A. We see the turn A G maneuver like be a lot less safe usually on this map, but it can be very strong, especially on point A.
Yeah, we did get to see it, I believe, in our match just beforehand as well. So if both teams are willing, and it looks like they are, hopefully we get to see a little bit more turn A. It's been fantastic to see, because I myself have been spamming a lot of turn A. I went on a gym sniper kind of bend for a little while. I think there's like 2 full weeks where all I was playing was sniper regardless of the map, and rightfully getting flamed for it, and then I transitioned on over to turn A because just that the secondary fire is just so much fun. We got to see it there, Fusion Blackie really putting it to use and showing why it is so strong when it comes to these defusal maps. Body block doesn't matter, don't care, just gets right on through and will stop that defuse.
I mean, I gotta say the double kill with the defuse was like, it has to be the clip of the day, right? Like the ultimate highlight. That was so good. And then of course just that entire segment was amazing. But yeah, this is it's really cool because turn A, like you said, it is a sort of pseudo sniper in its own weird way. And we all know that GM sniper is like really strong as a suit, but it's not flexible enough to use all the time. I get it though. I do that too. I play it on maps where you're not supposed to because it's just really fun to click heads with it, and you'd be like, "Yep, I just one shot you. Gotcha." You know, you feel sick even though you're making your team lose the game. But the flexibility of turn A, you know, being able to be more self-sustaining with the nano skin, being able to deal with people that are trying to dive it using the overhead throw. There are just so many different things that it can do, and it has I would say a considerably more impactful G maneuver. Of course, the GM Sniper one can be very impactful just knowing where everybody is, but you can obviously win entire team fights with one turn A G maneuver. So it's really cool to see the flexibility. It's weird though. I totally understand why it took people so long to start really using it as much as they are now, because it's not a suit that's like, hey, you're gonna sit here in mid-range and you're gonna click heads, or it's not like you're gonna sit here far away and snipe people and try to click heads, or you're a melee unit. It's like you gotta be different things at different times, and it's really cool to see it done by really strong players.
Yeah, it's not flashy until you're looking at their POV, right? I mean, if you're looking from anyone else's POV, you get to see like the Exias flying around and dashing about and doing all these cool aerial maneuvers. But turn A is just kind of there waiting, and then maybe occasionally gets the overhead throw. But a good turn A player like you saw coming up from Fusion Blackie was able to put immense pressure on teams. It just basically solo holding a bomb defusal by himself. He even got the plant. We have to remember he was able to get the plant and narrowly survive the retreat to get into position to put himself in that spot to defend the bomb defusal. So it was like you said, that self-reliance really did come back to reward him in the end. And so now as we move on to the next map, we'll see again, hopefully some more turn A gameplay coming up from both sides.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're at least going to see it from one side. I kind of expect that we're at the very minimum going to see IQ stick with the team that they've been running with. They didn't really change it up all that much depending on the situation in the previous game, and it's already kind of its own unique team, so I expect we're probably going to see the same, and we are starting off at least looking at the same. It looks like they are going to be the ones that are on offense and on defense. Of course, they're going to be sitting here. We are going to see the turn A as well. Nothing else too strange. We're going to see the Unicorn. We do see a lot of Methis defending this first point, but Unicorn can do just as well if you have this many people, sitting on this top little corner, little bridge. But we'll see if it works. It is going to be turn A versus turn A, and we're in game number 2. IQ just needs to win one more.
Yeah, the difference is going to be the Barbados basically in these compositions for right now. But for the defense, again, it's a lot of self-reliance. You have that nano skin, you've got the self-heal, or excuse me, the heal pack coming out as well. And then the Dom shield and the shields coming out from Unicorn. But it's going to be the Methis heal now for the offensive side for Team IQ. They're sticking with this Barbados. No Sazabi for them whatsoever. It looks like someone might be trying to go in for a flank. The charge up shot with the dash coming in doesn't quite connect, and he's getting poked himself, but he has a mini health pack to play off of, and you can see now the defense slowly getting forced off the high ground here. They end up picking up one, and that's going to be the Exia going down, but they still have to be worried about the initial threat coming up from the rest of the squad now. But it looks like they're doing a great job of just hiding around these fights and really playing around that health pack in the back. Here's Ashmar with the flank, but instantly regrets his decision and will go away. Zeros ends up taking him out, chasing him down. IQ will have to reapproach this in a different manner.
Yeah, this was actually a little bit scary. Once you guys start getting split up, you really start to lose the effectiveness of the Gundam Unicorn, but they did a really good job of not splitting up, even though they got pushed back, which is something that can happen very, very easily. But here we go. Gonna be pushing all the way in. We see the Exia full charging. Gonna get, oh my gosh, took so much damage just trying to peek that corner, but we are gonna see slightly more and more of an ability to push in. Oh, the Ashmar getting melted, getting a good amount of damage on its own, but it will go down. The auto res very quick quickly, almost going off, not quite. And we are going to see a good amount of players on both sides go down. It's going to be just about 3-3 here, fighting for that point with a pretty long run back for especially the defense.
And unfortunately, Saris ends up running into one of the mines, which is a very rare instance where you get to see a mine getting that knock, especially posthumously, and Fusion Black ends up going down. So he's not going to be able to secure that tick quite yet. There's a little bit of presence as Chaotic does find one. Now that might be the opening for them. Batty falling as well. So that's going to be 2 pickups for that melee. But as they end up losing out on Chaotic and there's a rest on Zacius, they need to try and reapproach this. It's going to be Kaiser picking up 2 himself, or excuse me, picking up 1 more himself. And it looks like the defense might have done enough, but the turret's there for Saris. Getting a little bit of a thorn in the side. Now reapproaching to try and get a 3rd tick onto the point.
Yeah, this is such a big brawl. I'm actually surprised that the A hasn't been fully taken already. This is such a longer run back for defense, and you can tell that it's eventually just chipping away at their ability to defend A here. They are getting back really well. They have a very mobile team. In fact, wow, they might get enough here. 2 players going down on the side of IQ, and so that might be a full reset. It looks like there are a few players also sitting outside, so yeah, they're probably going to regroup and go for one more big push here. Very impressive, honestly, that Powerpuff Girls managed to hold like they did. Like I said, they had really long run backs, and that fight was like the entire past 2 minutes.
Yeah, the big question is, will they be able to deal with the turn A butterfly that's actually going to come in? Barbados is the first one to pop the G maneuver going in, try to find a little bit of value. They'll pop a 2nd and a 3rd. Everything is being used now as Barbados was cleaned up. But the turn A is able to freely get that ultimate down, but really didn't get much value off of it. Really good response coming out from the Powerpuff Girls, who are now cleaning up kills, and they're able to deal with a 3-4-5 G maneuver push coming out from Team IQ.
Ooh, that was a nice shot catching the dash, but yeah, you're only going to survive so long. Almost up the health pack again, probably wouldn't have mattered regardless, but this is just not the hold that IQ needs. They've managed to get just little bits here and there, but they haven't managed to take a significant, I guess, like, enough of a significant lead to get the positioning, and that's the biggest deal, right? It's just been these tiny 1v1 brawls all over, and eventually they fall. Eventually Powerpuff Girls makes it all the way back, and now they've essentially reset the situation completely. However, we're seeing little peaks from outside, and we'll see if any of those add up to anything. Whoa, that works.
The Ashmar punch, but they don't get the follow-up. There it is, securing that thirst onto Batty. Invictus, though, does fall, and that's the Gundam Unicorn the turn A Gundam trying to use that butterfly. He instantly gets melted down, and it looks like it might just be enough for IQ to break things open and send us on over to point B, but they are still bleeding out. They have to be careful in how they approach this. They cannot believe that this is a 1 fight, because they lose out on 2 throughout all of this. Luckily for them, the Ashmar does at least trade back, picking off 1 more. But the defense is here. They are back. They are back in force, essentially. And now it's coming down to one last mad scramble just to get onto the point. There's only 15 seconds left.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe they didn't take it off that. And look at this. But now that we see the back on the point, it looks like almost a complete reset for the defense here. And oh, they just need a little bit more. They've got to get on the point. It all is going to come down to this final fight. And we're seeing so many picks from the side of Powerpuff Girls. They just need to stop all of these flankers essentially scrambling around them. And that looks like that might be almost an entire team wipe. There's still the Barbados. The Barbados goes down. Is that enough? Is that everybody? It is. And that is going to be a full defense on point A.
Wow. Now, they did secure what, like 90%, 95%? Yeah, 93.7 for the IQ side. Again, we very rarely see the full holds here on point A. And what an amazing way to do it. Again, there was one fight where IQ threw 5 G maneuvers at that, and we're not able to secure it. It started off with, I believe, the Barbados going in with his G maneuver, and then all of a sudden, every single one was popped as soon as he went down. So things are looking really good for Powerpuff Girls. It looks like we might be going to a map 3.
Hey, maybe we're gonna get our wish. Maybe, is this just a repeat? Like, we don't even know. We're just watching the VOD from last month again. We're just gonna get down to this final game, and then it's gonna be, the final, set of the day into the final game of the day. I would certainly like to see it, though, and it looks like we are going to stick with pretty much the same thing that we saw last time. I have to say, it's going to be incredibly hard for IQ to defend all of point A for this long. They're playing extremely well, but Powerpuff Girls, I mean, honestly, when Powerpuff Girls has played against some of the strongest teams that we've had, they've captured point A most of the time. They did actually get shut down in point A here today, so that maybe was not the best example, but they are just so strong, especially at fighting on this map. There's a reason I think where they end up on this map most of the time. I think it's one of the most comfortable, and so we'll see. I mean, especially if they play just the way they play defense, if they can play offense that same way in this point, this would be a pretty quick round.
Yeah, 2 good fights. That's really all they need, ostensibly, to try and secure this, right? The first fight, even if it ends up going sour, they should be able to secure 2 ticks and then finish things off from there. But here it is, IQ on their offensive push. It's going to be turn A on the low ground here for Team IQ, excuse me. As Powerpuff Girls now making their approach. Looks like they might try to go for a full wrap around, secure that high ground once again. Zero's taking a little bit of damage. It's about getting this high ground for your Pale Rider. A lot of damage was dished out there, so they're gonna have to take their time really utilizing this health pack early on. So that means they're not gonna have it mid-fight.
Yeah, they actually have a lot of healing here. They've got the Pale Rider heal, they've got the Unicorn passive heal, they've got the health pack, but they didn't really maybe save that health pack for anything. Wow, okay, gonna get a pick immediately. Fusion Blackie is gonna go down. We are gonna see, oh, a nice pick here. Focus and Baddie both going down. That's gonna be tough, losing all of that support from the Unicorn. Was that a switch? Oh, no, it wasn't. We just switched to different players. Okay, so now we're back on Fusion Blackie.
It was close. They almost secured a tick there, unfortunately. They are not gonna be able to get that, so they're gonna be starting off once again from point in the first position. They're gonna try and reapproach again. They have to be careful on this cross. You can see how often teams actually get punished if one player ends up lagging behind, gets picked off. Defense decides to push forward and get the stragglers now. The Gundam Unicorn actually waiting things out to be the final person to cross, as Subject is here, but he takes massive damage once more. Again, you don't want to be left on pause using that health pack on the lower ground. Now here we go. The push comes out. Once again into the back line, it's going to be Gundam Unicorn trying to focus one down. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. It's Ashmar for Ashmar, as Saris has fallen as well. So now Team IQ running out of heals, but they don't run out of DPS, picking up 2. Baddie and Zero's gone. The first tick has been secured for Powerpuff Girls, and now they need 2 more.
Yeah, there's only a few players left on the side of IQ here, and they really need to hold this. Remember, they don't even not have the ability to let them get even to almost the 4th tick. They need to find a way to defend this, but the entirety of Team Powerpuff Girls seems to be on the point. They're holding this extremely well. The Exia is here at super low HP, probably going to go down. Doesn't even get an opportunity to go down, as that is going to send us to our first game 3 of the day with a dominant performance on Flag Fort from Powerpuff Girls.
Was not expecting this kind of turnaround in play, especially after what we saw there on Quarry. I mean, it was so back and forth. It was so even between both squads that it did come down to that overtime push. But Powerpuff Girls, yeah, sending us to a map number 3 in a really dominant fashion. I mean, just the point A hold on Flag Fort, like we said, it's not something that we get to see often. So that means we do go through another round of picks and bans.
That's cool. I'm glad that we get to get at least one game 3 today. You know, one thing before we get to this picks and bans, I want to note, we saw one player last month in Halloween Havoc when they were taking that cross to go over to the ramp on the first point of Flak Fort, you know, where everybody gets shot through that main door. They stood on the bridge, they jumped, and they hovered onto the box to the left and then went over that way, and they weren't shot. And I thought that was so smart, and then nobody else has done it since then. I don't remember who it was. If anybody remembers, if everybody looks back at the VOD, one player did that, and it was the safest way to cross, and I was like, oh, so that's how you do that. And then everybody else just runs through and gets shot, and I need some more people to figure out if that's like an actual good strategy or not, but we'll see that later for sure, as Flak Fort has already been finished. And yeah, one more picks and ban set, and now we're probably going to see a map we haven't seen today, I think, since we've seen 2 maps banned out that we have seen today. And then, I mean, we've already seen a new map in this set, so I don't know what we can see for a third. We might see a domination. We might see a one of every type. That'd be cool.
Yeah. So the same maps that are like the maps that have already been played and banned, those of course are done and dusted with. We only have 3 remaining here. Both teams are going to get a ban, and the remaining last map is the last map of the day that we actually play. I can't quite remember what is there remaining for us. So Mountain R&D, Ministry both banned, Quarry and Flak Fort played. So we could see a Harbor City. And we started off the day with Harbor City. It'd be actually quite poetic if we actually ended the day on Harbor City.
Yeah, so we could see that. We could see Thermal Plant, or we could see, what map am I forgetting? It's Ministry of Defense was banned, right? So what map? Oh wait, no, not Quarry. What's the, oh my god, why am I blanking on it? It's the one that has the really long outside point A that is a point capture. Oh no, sorry, it's the bomb. It's a destruction that's oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the name, y'all? Do I play this game
as well?
I don't play this game. It's the one that has the really long outside first spot with the mountain. I don't know why I'm blanking out on the name of that map.
Underground Research or Underground Command Center. Yeah.
Underground Command Center. Thank you. Yeah, I don't play this game, y'all. You've figured out my secret. No, I just honestly, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the maps in Gundam Evolution have really similar names, like Underground Command Center. Mountain R&D facility, like research. There's just like a whole bunch of like similar sounding names. But I think that's the other one that we haven't seen picked or banned yet, right, for this set. So I think that's the last opportunity.
It's so surprising because there are a lot of like landmarks, right? In the Gundam universe. Like, I mean, I don't know, you can have like the Gibraltar map or something, but I guess can't really do Gibraltar because there is an actual Gibraltar in a similar game.
That would be funny. That would actually be really funny.
if Gundam Evolution had a Gibraltar of its own. But I remember from the original series that Gibraltar was talked about often enough, and I feel like that could have been a map pick or Side 7. I don't know. Well, there are a lot of different ways that we didn't have to have kind of like almost generic names, right? Harbor City, Underground Command Center, Thermal Plant. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it would for sure be cool to see more stuff. That's why I'm really liking the new map. Like, at least you get the context of like where it is for sure in the Gundam universe. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really cool to have that kind of concept. But I'm sorry, we actually are going to go to Underground Command Center, so it's a good thing that you remembered that name for me. We are going to see the other ones banned, so we're going to see yet another new map that we have not seen throughout today, and we are going to go to our second destruction map of the set and of the day, actually.
Yeah, this is going to be strong for Jim Sniper if you want to open up, right? Most teams are going to play pretty offensively. Even on the defensive side, try to play for that waypoint fairly similarly to how Corey ends up playing. You don't want to just give up that waypoint for free. You want to at least put some kind of presence there, because in taking that point, in taking the time to regroup for that waypoint, that allows the defense to try and regroup themselves to go for that retake, or try to play for the choke essentially on the low ground plant. I forget which one's A and which one's B. But yeah, it allows you to play off that choke. So you can go for the double sniper. You can go for the Gym Sniper along with that turn A. And I imagine that turn A is going to be played here with how both these teams have been favoring it.
Yeah, I think this is a great map for it. Just you can, like you said, especially on the second point, well, actually on both, realistically, you can get such good spots for that G maneuver, and there's so many like long range shots on this map. This is, I would say, overall, if I had to guess, it's probably one of the maps that has the most overall long range sight lines. Like every single push to the first waypoint is a long range sight line. You got some decently long range sight lines on the very first point, going from like the like stairs down or the ramp down to like the kind of choke point doorway. You got some decently long sight lines going from that to the next waypoint, where there's like a really long sight line that's a chokehold that people hold, and then you have like longer sight lines on the final points potentially, depending on which one you put it on, or at the very minimum you can get some long sight lines on the people going to it. So I think turn A is a great option here. We are going to be moving now into this first round and seeing that turn A very clearly. You love to see it. And on the, actually we're gonna see the Gundam Unicorn. That's a little bit of a strange choice. It is gonna give a little bit more of a passive healing ability to this team. There are not a lot of really accessible health packs, so we do have to make sure that we stay alive, and I like that a lot. There's a lot of sustainability on this team in general as far as getting armor, getting regen, and we're seeing that pretty clearly. On the offensive side, though, I'm really curious as to what they're going to be using, as we're going to see, of course, their more unique style, and it looks like we're actually not going to see, no, I'm sorry, we are going to see the Barbados. I lied. So I actually would love to, if we can, get a listen in to IQ for this very first point of the map. I would love to listen to their comments, because again, they're another team that we haven't heard. So let's take a listen to IQ when we get a chance.
That's so many.
There's their entire team. Alright.
Unicorn low on top.
They all just jumped off. Yeah.
Nice, good deterrent.
One dude
Chase them.
scares the entire team. Yeah, they're pushing back. They're backing up.
I think you got that.
Take far left angles.
I took waypoint.
I hear him hit. Two of them are
You
hit.
need to kill them far left here. Otherwise we cannot push.
I got one. I'm gonna die though. It's gonna take him much longer to get here.
I'm almost dead.
Thank you, Ceres.
You need to push him.
one.
Hell.
Tom is solo here, no? Nah, fuck off.
Nice.
They're pushing back.
Yeah, they're falling back.
Don't die after there's a mine there, Jesus.
Fuck it. They are chasing.
All right, that was a solid first push. Definitely taking advantage again of the range their team has. And it was nice to hear their comms, again, sounding pretty calm. I did mention before that this team said that some of them have played together in Battlefield, so you can, again, tell that they have a little bit of experience with that. Ooh, that is a tough spot. But the Exia is, of course, going to be a little bit afraid of getting overhead thrown.
Yeah, and kind of important that they weren't able to get the res on to that Pale Rider, and so that's going to kind of give them free reign. You can see now the defense kind of falling apart here, getting picked apart one by one. They're trying to play off this high ground, but that does leave A open, and I feel like it would be a much better spot to try and plant, especially with how strong your turn A has been, along with Chaotic coming back in to just one-shot Batty. They got the res onto Invictus. Now they're going to be able to get that Mega Charge down onto point A.
Yeah, just bring out the Fly Swatter, and whoa, look at that, the 6-kill streak. That is so many players down on the side of Powerpuff Girls. This is looking really good, and you can get somewhat choke, like I guess like chokehold here. I don't know if that's a choke pointed here. I don't know exactly the term, but you can get trapped in these doorways for sure. Once a team has set up the bomb, yeah, exactly like this. You see how hard it is to get up this ramp, to get a good angle inside. A lot of times people will have to go that kind of like lower route, but again, you can just set people in basically 2 spots that prevent anybody from entering in their 2 choke points.
And they end up losing out on 2. The Ashmar punch just to take out Ceres, and Chaotic going down as well. Fusion Blackie is still up. We'll see if he can try to deny this, but that's a great utilization of the stun basically coming out from that Gundam Unicorn. So the Mega Charge will get disarmed on point A, and now there's 2 minutes remaining. Luckily for the other side, for IQ, they still have the waypoint, so you can try and re-engage fairly shortly here.
Yeah, that was really close. That was a great, like, kind of coordinated push to disarm right there. There was a really good chance that that was not going to work. That is a very tough spot to capture back once the enemy team has a hold of it, like I was just saying. But here we go. We're going to see, again, we see one single, oh my gosh, we see the G maneuver. We see a bunch of G maneuvers all in a row. Here we're going to see the turn A. It doesn't get all that much mileage. Really great mobility to kind of avoid it. You don't actually move that fast. So we see everybody just running around in a circle, and that is not going to get any mileage on top of. I believe we also saw the Ashmar and the Hades, both of them using that G maneuver, and it actually looks like the Exia also used Trans Am, and I didn't even get a chance to see that happen.
Oh boy, almost going down a little bit early there. They have to back off, and Ceres will fall. They are just staggering, and you cannot let this happen. The timers are just getting away from them. 1 minute remaining now, and they have to get the Mega Charge down first before they even want to move forward now. And at this point, they've basically left themselves with only 1 team fight remaining here. We've got the Unicorn G maneuver ready, pop, the push out, 1 shot left, basically remaining there as Fusion Blackie does find one with that overhead throw, but Ceres will fall once again. Batty coming up clutch, and he has been a one-man army. We got to see him hold it down on point A when we were over on Flag Fort, excuse me, and now he's doing it once more.
Oh my gosh, that was so many people that went down. That was like you know the term fish in a barrel? That's like the ultimate example of it. Batty just turned the corner and saw like 4 people just sitting in a line and was like, oh my gosh, this is my moment. I already have my G maneuver popped. This is exactly what I want. And that was like a full team wipe just from that 1 G maneuver, which can be a really tough one to effectively use, but only 8 seconds left on the clock. We need to see the replant. There's a chance here. It might get the plant off. I don't know if it's gonna be enough time for the full team to get back. All right, we're in overtime. There's a chance here for IQ.
Yeah, he does have his nano skin available. He got that first health pack. He was trying to delay for as long as possible, but the DPS is way too high. He cannot out-survive that. Mega Charge gets diffused. there's only what 89% that they got on that first plant. So now Powerpuff Girls, they've got the goalpost set in their sights. It's 84.3%. That's all they need to beat out to secure this final win and move on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier today something that I think is very true. Powerpuff Girls, the further they get in the tournament, they get stronger and stronger. It's just how they play. I don't know what it is, but it's a really important skill as a team of competitors. And you can tell, you know, even from the first game of this set to now, they are just playing more and more solid. They're just adapting to the opponents, and you love to see it. But now they've got I don't want to say a pretty easy goal, but this is a very achievable goal to move into the top 3. They're just going to be sticking with what they've been using. I really like this this fact that they've been using the turn A a lot more. You know, we talked about it a lot, obviously. This has been a very turn A based match, but the confidence to choose this and have Kaiser on there is, I don't know, it's working out really well. I love to see it.
Yeah, one thing they can definitely learn from what happened in that last push for IQ is just that IQ used a lot of their G maneuvers for entries, right? They try to get onto the point with it. And I think that's something you need to be able to get those points dry, not utilizing your G maneuvers for that. It's more about trying to save those for the delay on the mega charges on the defusal. And so we'll see if they can try and do that for now. That's going to be the high ground hold, of course. That's quite standard here in the underground command center. No Gym Sniper. I was really expecting maybe some Gym Sniper play here, but that is not going to be the case whatsoever. Not even to open up on the offense. That's what's throwing me off the most, I would say. But oh boy, the Ashmar taking a lot of damage. Does have that health pack, but he's still taking a lot of damage. He's got the Methus heal there to keep him topped off, but they will have to eventually give that one up as Zeros finds that first knock. Chaotic has gone down, and now they're on the retreat, but they're getting picked apart. Ceres will fall, and that's going to be the waypoint going on over to the Powerpuff Girls as they find more. Fusion Blackie has fallen, and this is going to be a huge opening. You can see them now pushing up as a full 6-man to go ahead and get that plant. Will they go for A or will they go for B? And it looks like they're going to choose more fastidious one. It's going to be point A, but oh boy, they're getting knocked off. Chaotic gets back just in time to try and delay that, but the mega charge will go down.
Yeah, and again, 2 people on the side of IQ going down. They're getting staggered. 3 people now as Ceres just goes down as well. And we've got almost an entire team basically here alive and healthy at pretty much full life, especially because of this Gundam Unicorn passive, which also has the armor for the next push. And they have to get in here quick to defend this. Omniject is going to get downed, and they are going to finish him off, but there's a big price to pay for that, and they do not have time at all.
Again, you just have to play the standard, right? You just have to wait. You just have to wait until you hear the diffuses going off. Zeros has gotten taken down, but they haven't gone onto the mega charge quite yet, and so they are fine. But get a little bit of the fight getting away from them as now they've lost out on 3 as they charge in a little bit early on, and so the defuse will go through, it seems like, for the defense. And they'll have to try one more time, but they still have 3.5 minutes to work with. It was super close, 79%. They were only 5% off from being able to secure the win and moving on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, great clutch here, though, by IQ to not let that momentum just run them over, basically, because that was, like you said, literally like a few seconds away from that actually being just the game, the set, and their tournament life. But they've got a good spot now. You know, they can hold. They've got some really chunky, you know, multiple shots here with the turn A, and they just need to stay and play, you know, play standard, like you said. Now it's their turn to play standard, as this is a pretty good spot to defend, as long as they don't get that first plant off.
Oh no, Fusion Blackie getting chased, or actually chasing down and getting punished for it now. And despite opening things up with a Hades, the fight is going the other way. The mega charge has gone down on point B, and they do have the Exia there, but he only picks up 1 before he falls. Now, Ashmar here to try and delay things himself. It doesn't look like that Molly gets much value. He's got to be careful getting peeked from multiple angles now. They're going to try and approach from that low ground, come up the ramps. There are 2 different approaches for this one, but time is slowly running away from them, and taking these challenges is not going to work out. Gundam Unicorn Ultimate being popped as well, but no one really going down throughout all of this. Zacius is able to take out Fusion Blackie, and they only trade for 1 throughout all of this. They've lost out on 2 more, and now things are looking dire for IQ on this defensive hold. They have no one remaining here on the point, and it's all coming down to PPG. They've got all of their team basically up here. They'll be able to secure the win with just a few seconds remaining. That's going to be PPG moving on to the lower finals.
Wow, really strong push as well. IQ was really starting to find their footing, but just a little bit too late, I think. I love the switch to push over towards B instead. That can be a much harder spot to push back as the offense, or I'm sorry, as the defense that needs to get the disarm. But PPG, like you said, they have just been playing so strong. And you know what? One other thing that I failed to mention in between is that I think actually they had to sub out a player because Casino, I think, wasn't in that last match as Casino had to go to work, I think, which is, I guess, the downside of being an adult, which is kind of part of his gimmick. But yeah, so that was actually, I think it was a sub. And I did notice that there was a different player, of course, playing on the side of on the suit of the Dom. So really impressive to be able to sub out mid essentially tournament match and still be able to pull off this win very convincingly. And I do love everything that I saw from IQ. I think they pulled some really unique plays and some really incredible like team comp that we don't expect to see, but it worked out in a really cool way. They just weren't quite able to pull this off. Of course, the closest game that we've had this entire broadcast so far going into game 3, but they are in the spot now that Powerpuff Girls was last tournament, where you're like, okay, this is an incredibly good team. They just didn't quite make it to day 2. And then now we go to the next month, and that team is making it to day 2, where we are going to see PPG as our top 3 team that's going to be playing in the broadcast tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited for them. Again, I'm super excited to see what IQ have in store for us later on. Hopefully they come back for our next tournament as well. Because they definitely impressed us today, and we got to see some great things from different players throughout. Again, Black Fusion did an amazing job on that turn A, really had a massive effect on how this one matchup played out. And hopefully, like I said, we get to see more turn A, and hopefully we get to see more play out of him, because there were some great heroics. Despite not taking the win, you know, you can still count that as a W under my belt, because he definitely impressed us today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, most of the players on IQ, I think, impressed us. So, you know, we saw the Barbados plays, also like like the multi kills with the Barbados. That was super sick to see. And just honestly, everybody on that team played really well. That's why it was the closest of the day. But like I said, that does set us up for our top 3. And of course, all of that is going to be played out tomorrow. Your teams are going to be Team Sucky Vacuum taking on Team Bork in the winners finals. And then down below, it will be Powerpuff Girls waiting to see who the loser of that is, and then trying to potentially get their rematch later against Team Sucky Vacuums. But we'll see how that all plays out. And that does set us up. Like I said, tomorrow we are going to be live at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. So the same time that we started today, this broadcast, it will be where we're going to see who our champions are. But I'm so thankful that we got to see so many new good teams this time around. IQ, Bork being back was great. Seeing Skill Issue is a really, really fun team. Portland Burnsiders. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Elysium on stream this time, but I think we did get to see them last time. So we got a chance to see pretty much everybody here over the past 2 months, and I'm loving them all.
Yeah, it's been a great day of games so far. We got to explore a lot more of the meta and different team compositions, teams slowly pulling away from the Zabi, seeing less and less of that as the day went on, more reliance upon just sheer DPS. It was a fantastic showing since our last tournament. I mean, and I think we were both pleasantly surprised to see that, yeah, it's not going to be a melee-focused competitive scene so far. Even with Zaku Melee out of the competitive quarantine, he did not have that much of a presence. We only saw him in a few matches, or actually in like what, 1 map overall throughout the day.
Yeah, it was the star of today is the one in the background. Everybody look real close in the background of this graphic right here in the bracket. You can see it's subliminal messaging. It's like play turn A, play turn A. But no, I agree with you. It was not at all what I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to see a lot more death balls like we saw from Skill Issue, which, you know, we could even see what the foil to that was, because of the fact that they did end up losing on broadcast. Yeah, thank you. There we go. No bracket in the way to get rid of our MVP of the day. That's that beautiful turn A. But the zoom enhance.
And it's great because he's calling his shot right there too, right? He's like, I'm gonna collat both of you.
Let's all remember one thing. If this turn A shot an enemy on Earth right now, it would still do maximum damage because there's no shot fall off. So being on the moon, probably pretty advantageous as far as things go. Or I don't know. I don't want to assume that was the moon. But anyway, lots of turn A, and we're probably going to see some more of that tomorrow. So I'm very excited for that. But like I said, it's going to be 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. So the same time as today. You're definitely not going to want to miss that. But that does mean that it's pretty much it here. Do you have anything else for the crowd before we close out?
No, I am super excited for tomorrow's games. And once again, for all of our competitors that weren't able to move on today, thank you so much for showing up. I mean, just having the teams here, that's so important for us. So thank you everyone that signed up. And even though you didn't make it, you're going to have another opportunity. So do not lose hope. Just come back for the next tournament.
Yep, so that's going to be it for us today. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. Do not miss the top 3. It's going to be amazing. But that's it for us. So we'll catch you all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern.